YouTube channel, Shubhojit Ghosh, where I conduct podcasts and interviews with people from the Indian film industry. So quickly just introducing myself and then we go ahead with the event. Can I please have my PPT? मुझे खुद ही control करना है, right? So just sharing with you all a little bit about me. Can I please have the PPT? हाँ, plate, रखो इसको. Yeah. Thank you. So they say in PR that you need to kind of beat your own drums. So that's exactly what I was doing. Apologies if anybody had any problem with that. But then welcome to all of you over here to IMAGEXX 2024. First of all, our huge request to one and all, if you could please stand up. We are celebrating the legacy and the great work that the PR and communication fraternity has been doing. And it's all because of wonderful stuff that you all have been presenting from your end. So I'll request everybody to kindly stand up, shake hands with the person beside you, and just say thank you. I think that's what we can do, because all of you have been working together, growing together as a community, and that's why we are celebrating this day, right? So just say thank you to each other for beginning the day on a very, very positive and prosperous note. Thank you so much for listening to me. Thank you so much. Thank you. So ladies and gentlemen, like I said, PR and communication is all about understanding. They say that if you are not very skilled about a lot of things, with communication you can make your way through a lot of things, and of course PR adds that external value to things as well. So we are here today at Kaizen Presents IMAGEXX 2024 Summit and Awards, which is co-powered by Media Mantra, PR Professionals, SPACFin Partners, Value 360. Gold partner is Consortia Advisory, Silver partner is Commune, Artsmith, Communication partner, Newsreach. Bronze partner, IMAGEXX. Gifting partners, Blur India, DS Group. Trade media partners, the PR Post, AdGully Middle East, and AdGully Asia. Ladies and gentlemen, can I please request all of you to kindly give a huge shout out and clap for AdGully for this wonderful, wonderful initiative over here in Delhi. Thank you so much. You know, I've spoken a lot about what we are going to be talking about, what we are going to be celebrating and discussing in this wonderful day of summit and awards. But then I believe an event audio-visual always helps a little more. So can I please request the team to play the event AV for all of us? right, so ladies and gentlemen, that's exactly what IMAGEXX 2024 is all about. And I think it's a nice early morning in Delhi. एक बार जोर से अपने लिए भी ताली बजा लीजिए for actually coming up in large numbers to celebrate the legacy that the PR fraternity and communications fraternity is celebrating here today. We can't really move forward with the event without hearing the lady who matters the most. She's everyone's favorite. She truly doesn't need any introduction. She's one of my favorites as well. A force to reckon with in the true sense of the term as an entrepreneur. Ladies and gentlemen, please give it up for Joya Ghosh at Gully Media Network, founder and CEO. Can I please have Joya ma'am over here on stage? Pleasure to have you as always, ma'am. Stage is all yours.
It's with immense pride and commitment that I stand before you today to celebrate the extraordinary achievements and dynamic evolution of the public relations and corporate communications industry. Our industry is at a pivotal moment, experiencing
He's eating into my salary. He's stealing my viewer. Now what do I do? Where do I find my little niche? How do I get the 50% of you back from these great competitors? Now we watch, at least I'm talking about the news. So many YouTubers. Some of them were journalists and now no longer journalists. They want to be independent. And some of them we think are great, and we subscribe to them and we listen to every word they have to say. They're quite opinionated. Wouldn't you agree? Yes, no? They're quite opinionated, yes? Absolutely. But the trouble is that when I become opinionated, then you say, "Ye kaisa anchor hai yaar? He's taking a position." Now you have to ask yourself, who has pushed me, the mainstream media, into taking a position? It's you guys, because you're watching non-traditional sources, you're watching independent media, which is very opinionated. But before we begin, we've taken this. Now I want to ask you, have we ever thought about this label independent, what it actually means? Themselves the independent media. What are they independent from? What do they seek independence from? Are they seeking independence from the need to be factual, truthful, accurate? Or are they seeking independence from legacy platforms which many of you may today believe are no longer objective? This is like Trump saying, "I fight against big business." And Trump is big business. So, friends, let's just ponder this. We all say that we want independent sources of news which are untinged by bias, which give us the truth as it is, without asking, how can we be so sure that these independent sources are so independent actually of biases? We don't know. We listen to them. Their opinion sounds great because they can say a lot of things by being independent. They can say a lot of unqualified things. So are they seeking independence to be able to say things to you which are not qualified at all? Every time I go on air, because I represent a news channel with a huge legacy, CNN, for example, TV 18, I have to think about the consequences of everything I say, of every fact I show you on my show, Hard Facts. I have to make sure that that fact is bona fide. It's been tested. It is actually a fact. But independent media has no such obligation. They can get away with a lot. And they have gotten away with a lot. And a lot of you out there believe them. They shape your opinions on things. They make you vote in a particular way. It's not all going to be negative. I do believe that independent media has done a lot, and I will come to that. But I just want to first look at the definition, what we mean by this term. Does independent media mean that they're independent of a funding source? Now remember, there's a lot of talk today about who is funding whom and to what end. Just a few months ago, I wanted to start my own independent platform. And I went out there, and some people came to me because they want to see good journalism, but others came to me and said, "We'll give you X amount of money, but you know, it comes with some strings attached." And I said, then I'm not going to. And it's an ecosystem that feeds into itself. So the person who's funding you will also ensure that you're successful. There are a large number of podcasters, YouTubers in the news space who, friends, get huge hits And you wonder. So the ecosystem expects them to say something, and then they amplify that. And that becomes also the economic model. More views, more money. So the independence from funding source might actually be just a chimera. It might be actually a big lie. We don't know who their funders are. And I can tell you it's not easy to be independent and be self-sustaining. It's very tough. When they say we're independent, are they independent of political control? In a country where the First Amendment, made by the great liberal Nehru, was about curtailing free speech, can these people actually push the boundaries without fearing the consequence? I can't, and I sit in a massive network that is a lot of heft. I came from another massive network, a big brand, Times Now, as the editor-in-chief. I'm coming after you. And they filed a case in some Mufassil town. No one knew about it. Our legal department didn't know about it. Ex parte, an order, an injunction was passed against me, and they came to arrest me. They came all the way to Delhi. So there are many dictators. So when people tell you we are independent of political control, I don't know. Think about it. Then they say we are independent of legacy of publishing platforms. And I can tell you that legacy publishing platforms or even video platforms have not done themselves any good in recent times also. There have been many problems with legacy media. Just look at the Trump coverage. Washington Post. Trump ducks because of clacking sounds in the background. The man nearly had a bullet through his head. He wasn't ducking because of clacking sounds in the background. He was ducking for his life. That was the headline. The New York Times was similarly ridiculous. Another newspaper reported gunman shot dead at Trump rally. As if Trump shot him or his supporters shot him. That's bizarre. Instead of saying Trump escapes with his life, gunman killed, you say gunman shot dead at Trump's rally. Just look at how the news changes in the public imagination. So legacy media also has problems. Now, as I began by telling you, since we are competing against independent journalists, we've had to anticipate this because we've seen that a large number of you watch them. So, while independent media has given voice to diverse perspectives, stories that perhaps others may not have covered, not because they were not interesting, but because we thought, that is, mainstream media thought you would not be interested in them. So it has created choice, which is a good thing. It has democratized the access to news. You don't only have to watch mainstream bullies like Rahul Shivshankar on TV anymore. You can watch others who are kinder bullies. So I realized that because we had made certain mistakes, and you look at a tight frame, you see, And those mistakes really look big. You can just narrow on them. And they say, oh, these guys in mainstream media, these anchors, etc., they're not worth it. I used to wonder, why is it that all these independent media chaps have such a problem? Why do they keep writing? There are certain publications that only write about media. I'm like, what is their problem? I don't write about X and Y. And I realized that they were doing what everyone classically does in a competitive space. Criticize the established so that people start moving away from the established and they look for alternatives. Politicians do that all the time. Criticize Modi, criticize Rahul Gandhi so people can move away from them, right? So that was happening. But some of that criticism was justified, so I'm not going to quibble about it. It's our responsibility to ensure that we don't make even half a mistake. So the one thing that independent media has done has made mainstream media more conscious about the red lines, because you can get exposed. So it's put the fear of God in us, which is very good for you. And the 50% who don't watch must start watching, because you'll get more value now than in the past. You might have even seen the change over the last year or so on mainstream media. Very few people have these massive shouting matches and 20 people on air at the same time. It's reducing. I can speak for English media with certain certitude here. I don't know about the others. I'm not such a follower of Hindi media, etc. But I can certainly speak for English news media. I think we've got a kick in our pants, as they say. But this shift away from mainstream, as I began by saying, has raised concerns about credibility, fact-checking, accountability. These WhatsApp forwards that you get, for example, and soon you will get AI-generated video of politicians saying something, and you won't be able to figure out for yourself if this is true or if it's false. In this election, for example, one top politician, his video was doing the rounds, in which he basically said that we are going to change the constitution and get rid of reservations. Now, that clip went completely viral. And it so affected the campaign that a large number of traditional voters of that party deserted them. And that politician and the entire apparatus of a political party, which is 100 times bigger than any channel, went out of its way to say this is a fake clip. They filed cases. It didn't make a difference. That clip had gone so deep into the psyche, let alone the ecosystem, that it influenced people's choice. So this problem of fake news marrying AI is something else that can land in your phones. And who do you go to? It's not as if Meta or others have any real accountability. They have any editors that are saying that we take responsibility. No, they're like Uber. They agglomerate content. दुनिया की सारी टैक्सीज जमा कर दी, फिर आपको नंबर दे दिया, you can go. Driver may be, may not be, good, bad, ugly, don't know. They just collect content and they feed it. No checks and balances. Mainstream media has checks and balances. We can be held up. As I told you, I had to run away. For doing a good story, I had to run away to Colombo. Can you imagine? They didn't even pay for my holiday for 3 days. But nonetheless. So, friends, we have to be careful. Independent media also operates outside traditional editorial standards. They can say a lot of things that I know, for example, about certain people. But I can't say it because I don't have the proof to make a case at that moment. But they can say it. So they are always ahead of you because they've already told the story. It could be right, it could be wrong. A lot of the news, for example, on a big fight that is taking place internally in an Indian state between a very well-known chief minister and some of his party mates, the details of that story are already out. And I am scratching my head and saying, yaar, iska to main bite leke hi confirm kar sakta hu. I can only ask somebody on record to confirm this before I run it. What do I do? But you see, X, Y, and Z have done it. They're getting the views. And when by the time I come with my it's like, the golgappa has already been given and I'm still getting the golgappa without the pani and giving it to you. And you'll say, "Arey, pani to humne pee liya, wo to zyada tasty tha." Why do I have to listen to Rahul Shivshankar, who's only giving me the shell of the golgappa? So friends, there's that problem also. So this shift is A, troubling, and B, it's good. So there are two contradictions. I don't know how they're going to resolve themselves, friends, but we have challenging period ahead. As a mainstream legacy platform, there's a big challenge ahead. And this reconciliation, whenever it happens, I hope it doesn't happen at the expense of the other. Right now, there are many, I can tell you, many news editors who are thinking that person who runs an independent platform gets huge ratings, let's bring them in. Let's co-opt them. I think that could be a great model. Because what it does is, it makes also them responsible, and it also makes you more credible. Because clearly those people have a following. They built it up. Rightly, wrongly, through generated views, whatever. The point is they have one, and it's better to incorporate them. So this landscape needs to change. Now, one way of doing it is not to bring them, let's say, on the mainframe, which is the television set. Maybe you can bring them on digital platforms, your own digital platforms. Maybe you can even call it, for example, if our platform was to consider joining hands with X or Y, we could say, TV 18, News 18 plus or something like that, just to differentiate that, look, here is a whole bunch of other people. So all of this also, of course, means that the way marketing people respond to us in the mainstream also changes, because you're going to constantly think, what is this person's appeal to an advertiser, for instance? Why should all advertisers come to mainstream news when there are equally well-watched, well-viewed, exciting, raw talent out there? So apart from just the mechanics of how it changes the dynamism of telling the news or the newsroom itself, there are other implications. I'm being a little superficial because I don't want to make this dull and boring. But fundamentally, viewers and friends, potential viewers also, I believe truly that while the independent media has been a force multiplier, this by itself is not a simplistic truth. There are many nuances and we have to be careful. I leave it at this. Any questions, please? Yes, sir. So your name? Morning, sir.
As you rightly brought out that the challenge is multifold, I would want to ask you, as regards demographies, the demography of the, complete country is changing rapidly. In this kind of a situation, how do you see both the medias playing their role in constructive as well as in destructive manner? And if you can elaborate with an example, it will be great. Thank you so much.
Look, obviously it's there's this question has a huge ambit. So I think fundamentally the role of the mainstream media today is to ensure that we speak for the maximum number of people. But we take very hard positions, we must take very hard positions against extremists. As a democracy, India can only thrive if the center expands. The trouble today is that whether it is independent media or it is mainstream media, the extremist view prevails. And that creates a problem.
They talk about solutions, they talk about progress, not about one-upmanship or pulling people down. So, everybody's talking about good things about themselves and self-glory, specifically politicians. And we really appreciate that the kind of work you are doing on hard facts. So I'm not sure whether to watch news today or not, because it has become so mixed, like it's like an analysis paralysis on a lighter note.
No, it's a very good observation that you made. I think, for example, my own learning over the last 2 years, and I started this with India Upfront in Times Now, I realized that what people were looking for was actually information, to understand, comprehend. And if you see, newspapers have also started responding. So in the Express, there is this explained page where they look at an issue in detail and tell you what does it mean for you. So if the finance minister decides to tax X, how does it affect you? And there'll be a bunch of questions and a bunch of responses. Or on certain issues like how does a new law, for example, change your life, or Supreme Court on abortion, or whatever it is, they'd explain it. Explainer format. So I started, beginning of my show, on the back of hard facts, started putting out explainers to say, okay, these are the facts, this is what it means, and here is one interpretation. Here is one interpretation based on these facts. Like two lawyers, the charge sheet is one. One argues for innocence, one argues for guilt. The charge sheet is the same, the facts are the same. So then it became important to get somebody from the other side to say, okay, these facts you have listed, fine, they're perfect, but the interpretation might not be exactly according to my view. Here is the counter view. So I'm noticing that over a period of time, either journalists have become completely explanatory, so you have certain formats where they're just taking the news and giving explanations, especially in the English space, or they're doing both. They give a point of view with the facts, explain the story, and then open it out to 2 or 3 panelists in the hope that we can have an informed opinion, people illuminating those facts with a different point of view, so that the viewer gets a broad spread. That's what we're doing, and that is because of the migration away from mainstream TV to others. So we've brought that back. And remember, there is one disadvantage. All TV traditional broadcasts have to factor in ad breaks, have to factor in time and duration. So we can't do, for example, a 2-hour-long interview with somebody. That just, it's not part of the format. So you can do it on digital, but you can't do it on a linear medium like television. So we're struggling. But I think we've been able to now, slowly, as I was saying, over the last 1 year, I'm seeing a change. And hopefully, it'll be a more meaningful one. Yes, sir.
I'm Dr. Rajiv Chilwar, and I head comms and policy with the medical device company. Your last part of the response and possibly the earlier 2 questions construe to one theory which possibly everyone may want to agree or disagree in the room is marketing taking over editorial. You're an editorial head. You decide on what content goes. You said, we need the 2-minute breaks, which is mandatory. You can't do a 2-hour-long debate. Then we have deepfakes, AIs. We have to also entertain all the, advertisers. Is marketing really taking over editorial and the editorial space getting disillusioned?
So, look, one is the politically correct response, no. The other one is, when did it not? I mean, I was having this conversation with people and they said, oh, you see, what do we do about, where do we go from here? We have become such, we're so divided. People take a particular line. And then I began to scratch my head and I said, who did I appreciate as a great journalist about 20 years ago? I'm 49. So about 20 years ago, I was looking for role models. Who should I, emulate? And my own uncle is a man called Karan Thapar, for example, and we are on the same group. And his view is completely, rigidly, anti-Modi irrationally. Now, he's not backed by, let me be honest with you, by any, he does a podcast really, which he puts out. So what is driving that view? It's not marketing. It's his ideology. So I'm up against a person who's saying those things. And then when I take a position, which might be contrary to his, my motive is suspected. So I'm first talking about that limitation. Because there are ads running on my channel, people might think, or because today, the government is perceived to be strong. Now, I had a other relative who actually praised the emergency. We've had a large number of people who have told us, journalists, opinion makers, that ex-politician, one of our first great leaders, a prime minister, is a very liberal man. When you really look at the record, it's not true. That person banned 60 books, 80 movies. suspended several governments, passed the First Amendment, and then you begin to wonder, where did I get this from? I get it from the media. So people have been allied. Now, was that because of marketing? I think let's change the dynamic. We are all looking for relevance. Okay? We want to be watched. We want to be read. And we think that we know what the viewer or the reader wants to know. So we tailor our content towards that. But are you telling me that media houses who ran TV stations, who might have had cross-business corporate interests, were always independent? I don't know. I don't think even in the West that is true. In the West, of course, the level of transparency is so much that a Washington Post or a New York Times actually comes out and they say that we endorse a presidential candidate. I think that's such a great thing. At least you know where they stand. But if you suggest it here, अरे भाई तुम तो गोदी media. So what do? And that is supposedly the oldest mother of democracy, right? America. Where the newspaper says, I endorse Trump, I endorse Biden, I endorse Kerry, I endorse Bush, I endorse Obama. And why? These questions are not asked there. Now, of course, they are being asked. Because people are also trying to, paint themselves up as the guardians of journalism. Then don't do that. If you're endorsing somebody and you're taking a position, then don't say, oh, like The Economist. It took a position against Brexit completely. And then I say, I'm giving you independent view on Brexit. Read me to understand Brexit. I'm like, आपने तो यार editorial लिख के बोल दिया, you support Brexit, then obviously all your journalism is going to be directed in that way. But you will give India a lecture on democracy and freedom of the press, etc., etc. So all of this, these contradictions are there, sir. It's not so easy. It's not so black and white. Okay, final question, please. Yes, ma'am. Oh, okay. Why not the lady first? Yeah, please.
How are news channels dealing with the challenge of appointed viewership fading away right now in these times?
Well, I think there are two aspects to this. You are curating content, and that's one of the reasons why I said that you're becoming more explanatory in your delivery. You're giving facts to explain, make people understand things so that they can go on digital. And you get reach on digital. I think what is fundamentally happening, and I think the shift is going to come soon. It'll come back to us, the viewership, because again, I'm seeing that in the West where they're perhaps about 2 or 3 years ahead of us in trends, I'm beginning to see once again now people tiring of this beast called independent media. It'll take about 2 or 3 years here. But it also depends on how well, for example, we do in winning back the viewer. So a lot of things that has driven that viewer away, we must introspect and get rid of that and come back. And as I'm telling you this, I'm seeing it happening. And I'm also beginning to hear from a lot of people that they're appreciating more balance now amongst mainstream. So I think we just have to give it time. And it's a phase. And I think we'll overcome that phase. And I think a lot of, as I said, platforms are also tailoring their content towards digital side. So it doesn't really matter. Appointment viewing is now a very nebulous concept. It's actually about brand. So you're not attracting advertisements and advertorials and clients because of your immense reach anymore. I think it's brand power. So if you represent a set of values and people think that you are credible, they'll come back to you. And that's what the New York Times has done successfully at this moment. I hope it continues down that path and doesn't get whacked by the exigencies of politics. Yeah, last question, please. Yes, sir. I think that's not on. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. So,
Hi,
Rahul.
morning.
Hi. I'm Prageesh. I'm head of Copcom Air India Express. And thanks for giving this opportunity to ask a question to a journalist, which is very rare. To me, even the coinage independent media itself is an irony, because by design and by default and by concept, media is supposed to be independent. And the opposite of independent media should be an embedded media, which is not that we don't want. Because we cannot place mainstream media as an opposite to independent media. But, looking at the contemporary journalism, and as you said, you are 49-year-old, I am also somewhere near you. So we heard the stories of Kuldeep Nayyar to Appan Menon to all those people. And we know a person who left the editorial blank during the emergency. So now, when you look at the independent media, the coinage that you referred to, probably those people who, who are representing the variety of the rural life, the deep India stories, whereas the mainstream media somewhere lost the game to stories like Sushant Singh Rajput or to Tablighi Jamaat story. That's where, we have this little doubt why all these, television channels, ideally when you have, say, 3, 4 channels or 5 channels, there will be 5 perspectives. But we have seen not once, not twice, in many occasions, we have seen across the spectrum, a number of channels broadcasting almost similar view and with the same keywords. You know those keywords which have become very popular in last decade. These keywords are, earlier there was a time a particular keyword is attributable to a particular kind of journalism or particular publication. But now you can pick these keywords. If you do a keyword assessment, you will see that these keywords are repeated in Times Now or in TV18 or any other place. So that's where we think that, there is another set of people who are talking, who are addressing variety of topics. Whereas these guys, most of the time their editorial decisions are similar. The main story is similar, which is in fact detrimental to your business interest as well. Because I'm having a remote control and I can surf through it, and if it is the same subject which is being debated on all these channels, that's where we have this little apprehension. But I do endorse your view that the gatekeeping aspect is missing in independent media. We don't have the wherewithal to do fact check, or we don't have the wherewithal to even go and file defamation suits against them. That's something worrying us as well. So this is what I wanted to add to your conversation.
Okay.
Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Thank you very much for giving me some time. Thank you, ma'am, for having us here, giving us this platform. Thank you very much. Thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you so much, sir, for being with us over here. And, he made some very interesting references. I believe he talked about being that layer of Golgappa. But I believe you all must be agreeing that, sometimes wo jo pizza ka topping hota hai, that is a lot more enjoyable than the pizza itself, right? So that is exactly what sir is. And people like us, we can never ever eat your audience, sir, because, this time when you started creating your legacy, we were in our nappy. So the only thing that can exist between independent creators like us and people like you is respect. Give it up for Mr. Rahul Shivshankar once again, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, sir. So, and I know a lot of people want to connect. They have many questions, but, limited time. So you can, of course, connect with him offline. And we now begin with the awards, ladies and gentlemen. The first set of awards. Quick request to one and all. I'll request everybody to please kindly keep your phones in silent mode. And, this might be an awards for the PR and corporate community, but, I want some kind of cheer and appreciation exactly like how it is during the Oscars. So can we please have that level of energy over here? Are you all ready for that? Okay, nice. So, I'll quickly call our honorable presenters for the first set of awards. May I please request Joya ma'am, who's the founder and CEO at Gully Network, to kindly come up over here on stage, and she'll be joined on stage by Manu Kumar from Hero Electric Vehicle. Can we please give it up for our first set of presenters, ladies and gentlemen? Zor se taali, please. You all have a lot more. Thank you. Thank you, sir, for joining us. ladies and gentlemen, on that note, we quickly begin with the awards. So, the bronze for excellence in the field of arts, media, and entertainment. This one goes to Comic-Con India. It's nominated by Moizad for Comic-Con India. Give it up for the entire team, ladies and gentlemen. May I please request the team of Moizad to kindly come up over here on stage and accept this award honor. Congratulations to you all. You know, awards जो है बहुत मेहनत से मिलता है, so अगर आप लोग और जोर से ताली बजाओगे, they will be motivated all the way more. Thank you. Congratulations to the team of Moizad. Well done. And a very credible team. I work with Prime Video, so that also is handled by the Moizad team in Mumbai. So, of course, everybody knows about Moizad. Once again, congratulations. All right, moving on to the next award. This is the silver for excellence in the field of arts, media, and entertainment. Ladies and gentlemen, I want you all to give it up for Udaipur Tales, and it's nominated by Media Mantra for the art of oral storytelling. Give it up for Udaipur Tales, ladies and gentlemen. Can I please request the team of Media Mantra to kindly come up over here on stage? You know, awards में थोड़ा excitement धमाल चाहिए, so let's get some Mexican wave going in. यहाँ से चालू करते, पीछे चलते. And we start the Mexican wave from here, and then we go behind. Clap, clap. Come on, give it up, ladies and gentlemen. Show some energy in the house. Appreciation चाहिए for all the winners over here. Thank you. Request everybody to kindly pose here in the center. Forward. Many congratulations to the entire team. On that note, we'll quickly move on to the next award. Ladies and gentlemen, this one is the gold for excellence in the field of arts, media, and entertainment. Give it up for Sony Sub, ladies and gentlemen. May I please request the team of Rudafin to kindly come up over here on stage. They get this award for Main Khush To Family Khush. Give it up for Sony Sub, Rudafin, ladies and gentlemen. Congratulations. And we love that smile on your face as you come over here. Move on to the next award. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the bronze for best cause-related public awareness. Give it up for Bharat Serums and Vaccines Limited. Ladies and gentlemen, can I please have the team of Avian Media Private Limited over here on stage? They win this for Breastfeed with Love. Congratulations. Thank you. On that note, we'll quickly move on to the next award. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the silver for best cause-related public awareness. Give it up for Bayer, ladies and gentlemen, the team of Teamwork Communications Group. They win it for Preserve the Uterus. Delhi, come on, you can do a lot better when it comes to clapping and showing some energy in the house. Come on. I believe they are not here, but then जो लोग इधर नहीं हैं उनके लिए और जोर से ताली बजाए. वो लोग बाद में तो वीडियो देखेंगे ही ना. Thank you. We'll quickly move on to the next one. This one is the silver for best cause-related public awareness. May I please invite the team of Madison PR. They win it for the team of Madison PR. They win it for Safola 40 under 40. Congratulations, Safola. Can I please have the team of Madison PR over here? Congratulations. We'll quickly move on to the next award. This one is the gold for best cause-related public awareness. Give it up for Striker NV, ladies and gentlemen, nominated by Consortia Advisory. They win it for creating awareness to reduce the burden of stroke in India. A wonderful, wonderful initiative indeed. Congratulations. Wonderful stuff. Congratulations, ma'am. Quickly moving on to the next award, ladies and gentlemen. This one is the bronze for excellence in the field of corporate branding. Give it up for Unravel Data, ladies and gentlemen, nominated by Evoque Communications Consulting. Unravel Data it is. Can I please have the team over here on stage? Congratulations, very well done. Congratulations to the entire team. You know, Delhi, it's just 12 p.m. in the morning. Come on, we can't be so dull. Let's clap and appreciate. Come on, give it up. Each and every award, as the award is come, can we please show some love? Thank you. Quickly moving on to the next award. This is silver for excellence in the field of corporate branding. Give it up for Alchem, ladies and gentlemen, for it's nominated by SPACFin Partners for Alchem Laboratories, celebrates 50 years of excellence. Congratulations to the entire team. A huge round of applause, please, all of you over here. Thank you. On that note, we quickly move on to the next award. I kind of have to rush a little because we're a little delayed, so I hope you all understand. This one is the silver, I believe, sorry, this one is the gold for excellence in the field of corporate branding. Ladies and gentlemen, please give it up for Shalimar Paints, nominated by Kaizen. Give it up for Shalimar Paints, ladies and gentlemen. Congratulations to the entire team. And I love the way people over here are clapping. Can we please get some inspiration from here? Thank you. Congratulations to the entire team. Thank you. We quickly move on to the next award. Ladies and gentlemen, this is silver for best CSR activity. Give it up for the team of Vivo, ladies and gentlemen, nominated by Consortia Advisory for Vivo Ignite Science and Technology Innovation Award. Congratulations to the entire team. A huge round of applause, please, all of you over here. Congratulations to the entire team. You all love those smiling faces. Result of a lot of hard work. Congratulations. Quickly moving on to the next award. This is gold for best CSR activity. Ladies and gentlemen, please give it up for Apollo Telemedicine Networking Foundation. Can I please request the team of Teamwork Communications Group to kindly come up over here on stage. They win it for Meg Can Care. Congratulations to the entire team. I believe they're not here, so we quickly move on. But जो लोग हैं नहीं उनके लिए और जोर से ताली, please जोर से ताली for the entire team. Thank you. Quickly moving on to the next one. This one is the bronze for excellence in the field of e-commerce. Give it up for Rosemore, ladies and gentlemen. Can I please request the team of the Right PR to kindly come up over here on stage and accept this award for Senscape, craft your perfect atmosphere. Do we have the team over here? I believe we do not have the team. So unke liye bhi aur zor se taali, please, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. Quickly moving on to the next award. This is silver for excellence in the field of e-commerce. Give it up, ladies and gentlemen, for Amazon. Can I please have the team of Ad Factors PR over here? Congratulations. Congratulations, very well done. Thank you so much. Quickly moving on to the next award. This is Gold for excellence in the field of e-commerce. Give it up, ladies and gentlemen, for ONDC, nominated by Value 360 Communications for ONDC, empowering every retailer. ONDC's journey to transform Indian e-commerce. The entire team, a huge shout out. Congratulations. Congratulations to the entire team. Calls for celebration indeed, as they're all smiles. Thank you so much. Time for all the selfies on social media. Please use the hashtag for IMAGEXX. We would love to see those pictures. Thank you. I'll request Manu sir to kindly take your seat. Thank you so much. I'll request Joya ma'am to wait. Give it up for Manu sir, please, ladies and gentlemen. You're very kind enough to come over here as a presenter. And now I'd like to call upon stage Bhaskar Majumdar from ComSadda to kindly join us as an honorable presenter. Give it up for Mr. Bhaskar, please, ladies and gentlemen. Huge shout out. Thank you, sir. On that note, we quickly move on to the next award. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the bronze for excellence in the field of education. Zor se bajaye tali for Lodha Genius Program, ladies and gentlemen. Can I please have the team of Notisioton over here on stage? I hope I got the pronunciation right. I haven't. Please correct me over here. What do we say? Notisioton. Okay, so give it up for Notisioton, please, ladies and gentlemen. This time with the correct pronunciation. Thank you. Many congratulations to the entire team. On that note, we quickly move on to the next award. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the silver for excellence in the field of education. This one goes to Jaipuria Group of Educational Institution, nominated by Kaizen once again. Congratulations. Delhi, please show some love. Delhi ko bolte dilwalon ka shehar, right? So zor se bajaye tali when you see others winning and getting the result that they have for the hard work that they have done. Congratulations to the entire team. On that note, we quickly move on to the next one. This is the gold for excellence in the field of education. Please give it up for Pearson India, ladies and gentlemen, nominated by AdFactors PR once again. Zor se bajaye tali, everybody over here in the house for AdFactors. I'll quickly move on to the next one. This one is the silver for excellence in the field of food, tech and beverages. Not a surprise. Of course, this one goes to Zomato, ladies and gentlemen. Give it up for the team of Genesis BCW for delivering excellence. Zomato's journey of resilience and adaptability. Congratulations to the entire team. All right, congratulations. Quickly moving on to the next award. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the gold for excellence in the field of food, tech and beverages. Zor se bajaye tali for Barista Coffee. Give it up for the team of Media Mantra. The hashtag is brewing coffee industry. They're definitely brewing coffee industry in the true sense of the term. Congratulations to the entire team. sending free samples to whoever is clapping louder. So please जोर से बजाइए ताली. Thank you. Congratulations. On that note, the next award is the bronze for best public sector. Give it up for ONDC, ladies and gentlemen, Value 360 Communications. They win it for ONDC, empowering every retailer. ONDC's journey to transform Indian e-commerce. Congratulations once again. Many congratulations to the entire team once again. Second time, I believe. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, the next award is the silver for best public sector. Give it up for Water Resources Department, Government of Bihar. Give it up for the team of Grey Matters, Communications and Consulting. You know, I've always been independent. आप लोग ताली नहीं बजाओगे, मैं सबके डिपार्टमेंट पे यहाँ पे बजाऊंगा ताली. Come on, give it up, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of everybody over here. Congratulations to the entire team. Wonderful, wonderful initiative indeed. Quickly moving on to the next award. This one is gold for best public sector. Zor se bajaye tali everybody for Rail Land Development Authority of India, RLDA. It's nominated by PR professionals. The huge congratulations to the entire team for Rich Awadhi. Architecture meets the world-class infrastructure of Gomti Nagar Railway Station. Congratulations to the entire team. Huge shout out, please. Thank you so much. I believe we are running a little late, so we have to kind of rush. The next one is the silver for excellence in the field of healthcare, prescription-based. Give it up for GCI Health, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, the team of Genesis BCW. Hashtag implant we trust. Congratulations to the entire team once again. Do we have them over here? Oh yes, of course. How can we miss out on you looking so dashing in white? Congratulations. Thank you so much for all the appreciation that you all bring to the table over here, Delhi. Quickly moving on to the next award. This is the gold for excellence in the field of healthcare, prescription-based. Give it up for Akums Drugs and Pharmaceutical. Communication Group has nominated for this. Congratulations to the entire team. This one is for fighting cough. Do we have the team over here? Okay, we do not have that. So zor se bajaiye tali please for the ones who are not here. Baad mein jaake nahi karte. All right, so this one is the bronze for best use of content marketing. Give it up for Clovia, ladies and gentlemen, for meme campaign. Can I please have the team of Clovia over here on stage? Congratulations. Thank you so much. Congratulations and best wishes going forward. On that note, we quickly move on to the next one. This is the silver for best use of content marketing. Ladies and gentlemen, this one goes to Clicks Capital Services Private Limited for Har Jazbe Ke Liye. Congratulations to the entire team once again. Zor se bajaiye tali, everyone over here. Delhi, come on, make some noise. Thank you so much, sir. Congratulations. On that note, we quickly move on to the next one. This is the gold for best use of content marketing. Give it up for Oddity Healthcare, ladies and gentlemen, Bold Care. It's nominated by Value 360 Communications for Take Bold Care of Her. Congratulations to the entire team. Do we have them over here? Yes, we do. Of course. Congratulations. the entire team. On that note, we quickly move on to the next one. This is the gold for excellence in the field of BFSI services, broking. Zor se bajaye taali. Number 1, give it up for Angel One. Nominated by Teamology, Soft Tech and Media Services, the gold. Do we have the team over here? Yes, we do. Congratulations. Quickly moving on to the next one. This is the gold for excellence in the field of BFSI services, mutual fund this time. Give it up for Mahindra Manulife Mutual Funds. Congratulations to the entire team, nominated by the Small Big Idea LLP for Mahindra Manulife Business Cycle Fund NFO. Do we have the team over here? We do not have the team, so of course you know the ritual. Please clap loudly for all of them, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. All right, so the last one as of now before we get going with the rest of the awards in the evening. This one, ladies and gentlemen, is the gold for excellence in the field of BFSI services, banking this time. Give it up. I want you all to make some noise for IDFC First Bank First SWYP credit card, nominated by the team of PR professionals. The coolest card for today's generation. Congratulations to the entire team once again. Thank you for being with us over here and wish you many more. Thank you so much. I'll request our honorable presenters to kindly take your seats as well. Thank you. And once again, all the awardees over here.
Thank you so much, Steve.
Pleasure, sir. Always mine. You know, all the winners over here, jitne log bhi yahan pe jeete ho, and all the winners who appreciate it. Ek baar, can I please request the entire auditorium to clap for each other? Because of course, as a community, we grow stronger together. So, ek dusre ka taarif karoge, ek dusre ke liye rahoge, to ek dusre ke saath aage baroge. That is what I genuinely believe in the true sense of the term. We now have the first panel discussion for the day. Panel discussion ke liye, sir, please aap log yahan pe chair rakh dijiye. And you know, topic जो है panel discussion का भी ये काफी interesting है, because of course we are here to talk about PR, public relations. We have all the stalwarts from the fraternity, and another very trending topic which is relevant in today's time. Even Rahul sir was talking about it. That is AI, right? So AI is almost taking over everything. Sometimes there are videos that come to me and I don't even realize AI hai ki hakikat hai. So genuinely you got to do a lot of cross verification and everything. But how do these two things actually integrate? How do these two things actually work together? Do they kind of coincide with each other? Do they kind of overlap the other? Are they competition for each other in a good way or a negative way? These are the things that we are going to be decoding in this very, very special panel. We have some wonderful guests over here who are joining us. They have taken time from their busy schedule to be with us over here. So it's going to be a privilege to listen to all of them. Just a quick request, sabko, we do not want to distract any of our speakers. So I'll request everybody to kindly keep their phones in silent mode. If any urgent call is there, I request you to please take it outside. We do not want to distract any of our speakers. Are we ready with the chairs? Ho gaye yahan pe ready? Perfect, thank you. I'll just do a quick check with the videographer. Are we sorted with the frame over there at the back? Frame sorted? 2 chairs more. Okay. No, I believe we are fine. 6. Yeah. So we don't need 2 more chairs. Shift. Can you please help? Just follow their instructions and what they shift. Karna hai isko thoda aur is taraf. Right side. Okay. Please just kindly listen to them. So like I said, I mean, who better than the stalwarts from the PR fraternity to talk about the future of public relations? And of course, AI is also there. So मुझे बहुत मजा आने वाला है ये वाला सुनने में, and I hope you all are excited as well. We have the stalwarts, so I'll quickly call them one by one. Ladies and gentlemen, this very special panel discussion is going to be chaired by Mr. Bhaskar Majumdar, co-originator of ComSadda, Give it up for Mr. Bhaskar, ladies and gentlemen. Zor se bajaiye tali for him, our very own moderator for this very special session. Do we have Bhaskar sir over here? He's gone out? Okay. Yeah. So we'll call the panelists and then we'll be calling Bhaskar sir once again. So we have the panelists over here. We have Dr. Navneet Anand, who's the founder and director of Grey Matters. Can I please request him to kindly come up over here on stage? Huge shout out for Dr. Navneet Anand, ladies and gentlemen, founder and director Grey Matters, as our first speaker. We also have Dr. Samir Kapoor, director from Ad Factors. Give it up for Dr. Samir Kapoor, please, ladies and gentlemen. Can I please invite him on stage as well? Thank you so much, sir. We have the pleasure of having Mr. Manu Kumar, who's the head of marketing and corporate communications, Hero Electric Vehicles. Huge shout out for Mr. Manu Kumar as well, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much, sir. We also have the pleasure of having with us Mr. Sanjeev Handa, who's the SVP and head of PR and communications, Maruti Suzuki. Give it up for Mr. Sanjeev, please, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much, sir. And of course, we have the pleasure of having with us Vandana Sandhir, who's the Chief Client Strategy Officer, Person India. Can we please have Vandana Sandhir, Chief Client Strategy Officer, Person India. Thank you so much, ma'am. Bhaskar sir, एक बार उनके लिए जोर से बजाइए ताली, please. He was there. He was an honorable presenter for us. And now, sir, it's over to you as we get to hear you on this very special topic where we discuss about the future of public relations and AI. Thank you so much. Over to our wonderful panelists. Thank you.
Hello. Yeah. Hi, good afternoon, everyone, and thanks a lot for coming for this event and session, especially on a working day. And thanks a lot, Adgali, Joya, Sudhir, Sunil, Nehal, Neha, Firdaus, Kunal, and sorry if I've missed anyone. You guys are doing fantastic job for the communication industry, and today's session is a session which is to talk about AI and communication, and I'm sure in last 1 year, this particular topic has been talked about in every event, and it's going to be one of the topic in various events for another 1 year till the time we get bored or we understand AI. Right, so we have got, all my seniors, and I'll stand up and I'll slowly introduce everyone. I'll start with the lady of the panel, Vandana Sandhir. I'm sure everyone knows her. Vandana is the Chief Communication Strategy Officer for Burson. Close enough. Burson was earlier BCWA, Genesis BCW. Before that it was Genesis. And I've got a soft corner for Genesis because initial days of my career, I have worked with Genesis for almost 2 years. And if I can go back to time, I would have loved to work there for a longer time. I left early because of money. And there's a tip for everyone: don't move for money. You stick to a brand because there is always a learning. After that, Sanjeev sir, again, he heads communication for Maruti. Maruti is the biggest automobile company. And I'm sure Sanjeev sir, everyone knows, he has worked the marketing side as well as the communication side, right? And we know each other for a long time, and we bump into each other in various panels. Next to him is Manu sir. Again, Manu sir is there with Hero Electric. So it is an automobile group or something. I mean, you guys, Oh, okay. So Manu sir again is looking after marketing, digital as well as communication for Hero Electric. And again, both of us are in various panels. Next to him is Dr. Samir Kapoor. Dr. Samir Kapoor and me, we go long back. We started our career in 2000, yeah, from Vaishnavi. Then he was my boss in Vaishnavi. He was my boss in ESPN. Then he was my boss in Ad Factors. Then I got bored of him and I left. So fond memories of him. And then Navneet Bhai. Navneet Bhai is an ex-colleague of mine from Reliance. Navneet Bhai is an ex-journalist from Times of India and Pioneer. Any other Express. So both of us used to sit in the same cubicle in Gopaldas Bhavan. Fond memories. So that's the panel, and we'll not waste much time. We'll start with Vandana. First, Vandana, just tell me one thing with this AI. Do I lose my job?
Wow, that's quite a crackling start, I must say. No, I don't think any one of us would lose our jobs if we are smart about how we leverage AI. I think time has taught us that we've had epic milestones through the human civilization, whether it was fire, the agricultural revolution, industrial revolution, closer home, we had our economic liberalization, Y2K, COVID. I think AI has been around for the longest, and what I was hoping to do today was that I think we're all bored of talking of AI as a nebulous concept. I think it's well underway, and there are some fantastic case studies of applications where we are drawing huge value as communication professionals and public relations professionals. And I think for me, the most telling things are the stories that we see around us. So, when you see headlines like this, to realize India's century, we need a new playbook, right? And I think cricket, there isn't any better, bigger movement or religion to have one of the coaches say that getting data in Indian cricket has been our biggest achievement. I think it is hands down very clear that AI is very much an integral part. And we at Burson have pivoted ourselves to be an agency which is purpose-built to create value for our clients through reputation. And we are using a suite of services to be able to identify and listen better through AI, to be able to understand the impact of messages, the risks they carry, the amplification possible, again, very smartly done to have micro experiences, to be able to understand our audiences better and really have real measurable impact in what we do as a profession so that there are no gray areas, which historically has been the bane for us as public relations people. Creativity. I think thanks to AI and technology, our creativity knows no bounds. We are no longer limited by just the traditional content writing. So I think exciting times ahead, and through the course of the discussion, I'm very excited to share some of the live examples that we are seeing in action.
I completely agree on the creativity part. I mean, especially for someone like me who comes from the Orkut age, understanding the technology is a big challenge for me, but I'm trying to understand podcast, Twitter chat and everything. And just few days back, I have created a PowerPoint presentation from AI, and I was talking with Mr. Handa also. So sir, what exactly AI means for communication or marketing?
Thank you, Bhaskar, and thank you, Joya and team, for having me here in this panel. Vandana spoke quite a bit about artificial intelligence getting into cricket, into news. I think what we need to understand as communicators is that the I in the AI is actually the intelligence, right? Artificial intelligence. Intelligence is nothing but what makes us human. I think that's the quality which is what humans have. And if that is the ability, then AI is just an extension of that quality, to my mind. Which means that we use the intelligence to make extensions in how we work, what we do, better. So I think similarly in communications, the AI will always be a harbinger of getting in newer ways of doing things, newer ways of measuring things, newer way of creating things. I think basically taking the mundane out of regular work so that people focus on what we are strong at. Relationships, creativity, and doing the new. So I think that'll be the way forward.
So the first draft of the press release can be AI, and then it has to be checked out by a professional to make it more suitable.
No, I would say the first brief to the AI will have to be the humans. You missed that step. It's not that it's like value in, value out, and gigo, like we know, garbage in, garbage out. But the first thing has to be the human touch. So anything you want them to do, it's subservient. If you want them to do something, you will have to coach them to do it.
So Manu sir, I mean, you're handling marketing also, digital also. So how you were actually utilizing AI for multiple campaign of yours? Communication we all understand, but if you can share your views on marketing as well as digital side and use of AI.
Thanks, Bhaskar. So, what I would like to say is, you can automate the processes, but you can't automate authenticity. So the relationship between AI and humans has to be symbiotic. So I think has been a debate that like the question you asked whether I'll have my job or not. So that has been going around. Something dramatic is going to happen. I don't think that is going to happen. Yes, what will happen is that if someone does not want to take up new technology which is coming in, then obviously you're out. That happened when computers came in many years ago. At that time also the debate was similar. So I don't think that is going to happen, and it has to be a symbiotic relationship. AI and technology can help, and it's already helping. Doing a lot of things as he also by AI. For example, and not only mundane stuff, but very important. Data which it can pull out is very important, because one of the issues which was there, and especially in communication, was that how do you measure, how do you actually report, what are the sentiments which are going around. Yeah. These are mundane stuff. There were some platforms which are doing it, but with AI, what is happening is that it has become like a norm. You cannot say that I can't do that, or it is too expensive, etc. So I think the data which it can pull out, the mundane stuff which it can do, but ultimately the person who's managing the relationship, or person who's actually, they will need to understand how to actually read the data, because that is most important. So what is also happening is that the role of a PR person or a communicator is changing, and you will have to upskill yourself. You cannot say that I can only write public press releases, or I can only probably write social posts, but you'll have to start reading the data, because it can give you great insights. And with AI can hunt that data which is across the platform. It's a huge thing which is happening, social media, various platforms, etc. So I think the marketers as well as communicators can actually take great help from AI or any other technology, and actually analyze it to understand the sentiments, analyze if there is a crisis brewing, analyze what the competition is doing, talking about. So that kind of stuff is coming to you, and you need to start analyzing it. So yes, people were already using chatbots. That was, I think everybody used, that's AI. So it's not something that it has just come in now. And you were already doing customer care, you were doing servicing through automated responses, etc. So now with so much more coming in, like creative stuff, you can do regional translations quickly, because personalization is the name of the game, and AI can help you do that, rather than you are sitting around and doing for 20 languages, especially in a country like India. So there are things, and we are already using those stuff, because your audience is both in the metro cities, you're also present in the north, south, east, you're also present in rural areas. So you need to have personalization, localized language, etc. So those are things which AI is already helping us.
Perfect, sir. In fact, with social and digital, I think communication has gone beyond geographies and beyond time zones. So, if there is a crisis which happens in US, it can impact actually in Indian market also. Coming back to you, Dr. Samir Kapoor and Dr. Navneet Anandji, can AI substitute the media relation skills we have, or for that we still need good PR guys or media relation guys? How it has impacted? First, you can go, sir, then,
After.
Okay. Thank you, Bhaskar. Good morning, everybody. Everybody seems to be AIing, so maybe you need to draw the attention of the audience a little, or we are getting very boring. I think this is very relevant, and as communications professionals, this is something to raise that concerns us all across the spectrum, and that is why I thought this is a relevant topic to be talking with experts here and under your moderation. Bhaskar, to answer your question that you raised with Vandana to begin with, there was a nice study by Oxford University Press about Oxford University as to which are the jobs which are likely to get affected by. So there was a ranking, and out of the 702 jobs that were listed, PR was listed at 634, quite down the order. And
so you're saved.
That we are safe for now. By the time I retire in a few years, I think you will be after 10 years after me. So we are safe, and as the mood here among the panelists is that it is something that is going to be very helpful. But there are aspects that we have grown up doing human relations. That I think AI can never replace. And that is why, and there are many other facets of public relations. We do public at Grey Matters communications, a lot of public policy campaigns. Now there are nuanced, specific research that needs to be done. I have attempted a couple of times getting the ChatGPT to respond to my queries about how the textile policy is going to be, or what was the policy like, how has been the shift from, let's say, 1990s to 2000 and so on and so forth. It has failed me miserably. And that is where I think human intervention, coming from a research background that people like me do, or Dr. Samir Kapoor, I think we would always want to go back to the human side, the research side, and Google will remain relevant. Naturally, there are many things that our esteemed panelists said where automation can help, youngsters like my colleagues. If you have to make 20 tweets, same version, slightly different, you can ask the ChatGPT. But like Sanjeev said, the human intervention, or Manu sir said, the human input to the artificial intelligence is going to be very, very critical. But some aspects, thankfully, we are in safe zone that AI can never replace, including something like media relations. Sir.
So, Bhaskar, good afternoon, everyone. Just to answer your question, there will be certain jobs that will be eroded by AI. It's a matter of time. Just look at 2004 calendar year and IT jobs that are getting eroded due to advent of AI. Now, if it is happening in IT, it's a matter of time that it will come to PR, right? And what we are not realizing that AI has been there. The only part is it's only version 3 and now version 4 that has actually disrupted the entire market. The world is working towards 5, 6, and 7. So 3 was only text. 4 started off, and 4.0 started off with text and image. It's a matter of time that you will look at videos and other imageries where AI can listen, read, and do all of that. So, like everyone in the panel said, the regular routine work can be, of course, preempted, and the entire aspect can be put onto AI. But the relationship part, the human part of it, is something that has to be worked on, which will have the human intervention. What will happen is that, let's say you are a journalist, through AI, I'll get to know what kind of stories that you've been writing. What's your stance in past on certain issues. And unlike the current way of doing media relations, that we just issue a press release and that's it, we just spray and hope that it will be pray and spray kind of a policy that we do, that will end. People will understand that this journalist is covering this sector. AI will tell who's the journalist who's doing that. They're already in the western part of the world, Makrak and others, where you can see what kind of stories have been written by people.
So basically, you are better equipped when you're approaching AI.
It will equip you better. And of course, like Vandana said, it is not going to take your job. AI will not take your job, but people who know AI will take your job.
Okay.
Right? So.
Yes, sir, please.
I just wanted to add to Dr. Kapoor. By the way, today or yesterday I read the headlines which says that IT jobs are springing back. I think the reality is not about losing jobs. It's about role change. I think what people need to do is skill up.
Yeah.
AI is only going to make you run faster. It is how you, or I would say, with skills you pick up, or like you say, a runner would say, if I need to run the marathon, then I need to change my kids. So which kids are you going to wear? That's what is going to make the change.
Yeah.
Absolutely right.
So, see, relationship is key, that we understand, and relationship is not only with media, it's also with clients, right? Our entire business, either from the agency side or from the corporate side, even if I'm a corporate, I have to report to my MD. It's based on relationship. I think AI can help to, better it, but relationship stays still the key aspect. Now, Vandana, if you can give me any particular example of any client, any campaign, because you're handling multiple international, brands. And I'm sure your exposure or your understanding or your work style will be very different from a lot of other agencies or a lot of other brands who are very India-centric. Yours is, more of, worldwide, communication. Anything which comes to your mind, and then after that, Sanjeev sir, Manu sir, Dr. Kapoor, Dr. Anand, and then I'll have another word. Yeah.
No, sure. So Bhaskar, we're still learning. There's never a perfect fit. You never know it all in this day and age. But yes, happy to share some examples so that we all can know that, as I said, it's not a concept, but very much in practice. I take you back to a time where freedom fighters and the interest in our Indian independence freedom struggle was at a high. One movie after another, very interesting storytelling. At Burson, through our Sonar set of tools, we were able to pick up this trend much ahead. And it fit very well for one of our leading FMCG clients for one of their products where they were looking at a campaign that will get notice, that will get customer stickiness and loyalty, which was an extremely low-priced product. Tapping on this trend, we created an entire campaign on the interest around the little-known freedom fighters. Everybody knows the famous names, but there were so many unknown faces who had brought this movement alive. And we had recommendations around packaging where you would have a QR code on the faces of these unknown freedom fighters, and you could actually read their fantastic story and get to know what it is. And mind you, this is Gen Z and millennials. So oftentimes we have our own biases to think that they would not be interested in something that goes so far back in time, but actually on the contrary. Through our other set of decipher tools, creator tools, measurement tools, we were actually able to do a full 360-degree to see how this campaign had such a huge impact and brought the business value that the client brief was looking to address. So I think there are many, many such examples. And from a global expertise standpoint, I think for us here, what we've strengthened is our ability to listen better, to pick up trends better, and see how is it that we can have very sharp, incisive messages that are going to really move the stakeholders that we're looking at, and that to very specific, hyper-localized stakeholders. So I think that's been a fascinating journey and continues.
Thank you, Vandana, for making my task simpler, because I was going to speak most of the points that she spoke about, hyperlocal and other ones. But, for us, AI really, like Manu sir said, goes back a lot in time. And I won't go very much back in time, but let's say 2015 is when I started a program called Ignition, which was nothing but social listening and learning. So we wanted to, at that time, everybody was talking about getting onto the web 2.0, 3.0, etc. But what the hell do you do in the web? Do you get lost in the maze, or do you find a path that takes you to your destination? I think that was the task that we had. Ignition helped us do exactly that. Through various tools that are there, Lokabas and other tools that are listening tools, we used to listen and gather information. What are the customers saying? What are the grievances? How can we learn from that? Are there any simile models that we could develop? And therefore have a program to take care of that. Is there a way that we can align our ORM to the CRM and take online chatter into an offline mode? So those are the things that we were doing with AI at that time. Of course, chatbots, again, Manu had spoken, was an evolution of that. Because the chatbots had to know exactly what kind of consumer response is anticipated, or why the people calling. We should have a list of 8 or 10 grievances, and they should be able to address that before the call is transferred to a telecaller. Those were things that you're doing. Today with AI, I think our whole efforts of hyper-localizing, making our phygital presence, as I call it, physical and digital. Physical is the dealerships that we have where we sell the cars, or digital is the way we do it on the social media. So that phygital approach really is being based on a lot of data capturing, a lot of deep dive data mining that we do to derive information and then deliver the product or the services to the customers to delight them. So I would say in a way customer delight or customer centricity is really evolving in that direction. Talking about future, we also know, people are hearing about driverless cars, flying cars, I don't know, whatever. I keep getting these questions, so I'm trying to preempt it before Bhaskar asks it. But, driverless cars, yeah, it's a future, it's possible. Today with ADAS 2, ADAS 3 at higher levels, you can actually get into that mode. But the point is, what will the human sitting inside the car do? Will he sleep? Will he while time around on the social media? Or will he think of something new? What to do next? I think that's where the question lies. That's where the human connect is about taking intelligence to the next level. So therefore I say that AI is more of an enabler that will enable us to do better, make ourselves better in future. We'll be more evolved species. I think that's what evolution is all about.
So Manu sir, especially your sector is into EV electric, right? You know, it's most talked about. Is there any way you're using AI to reach out to your customer or understanding the customer or maybe initiating a particular campaign or maybe creating a narrative for the customers?
So sure, as I said that, we've been using chatbots and that has AI. The chatbots have evolved over a period of time, and that is a lot of help, because we do get a lot of customer requests. We also use it for education, for simple things like where is your dealer? So that is fed in, it gives you that simple thing. And as Sanjeev said that, if they're not satisfied, they want to take the questions forward, then it goes to our call center, etc. So, starting from there, one of the things is that, it is giving us a lot of data now. For a simple reason, EV is an evolving industry. It's a very small industry right now. And, there is a lot of talk whether people will shift to it. The shift has been slow, but it's picking up now. But we get a lot of, what do you like to call it, the sentiment analysis on what EV is happening. There are issues with electric vehicles. It's not that, everything is hunky-dory. There were battery issues, battery fires, etc. And those are very critical problems which the industry faces, and each OEM faces that. So, getting those, what's happening there, what people are talking, why are people not buying, because there is a story by any organization. People put in their comments, whether it's Instagram or Twitter, etc. And you'll get, battery hai 30 kilometers chalegi, 40 kilometers. So there are a lot of misinformation which is going on. So what it helps us doing is that, okay, we might feel that everybody knows what electric vehicle is or how it operates after 5-6 years of being in existence, but it's still not true. So that gives us the ability to actually tailor make our creatives, our communication to the issue which the general public is talking of, my customer or potential customer is talking of. So that we are already doing it. And that has helped us a lot, because earlier we were just, saying, ye bhi kar lete hain, this also we should do, this also. Now we know what are the pain areas, what is the customer talking of, and we are actually targeting that issue upfront, Even if there's a problem, people are saying that this product or this brand of Hero Electric is not doing well because of these reasons. We are getting authentic, actually, information from the customer itself and taking that through in our, whether it's product development or any enhancement which we need to do. This information gets passed down to the R&D teams. It goes to the engineering teams also, because it's very critical for them to know that this is a specific issue. I mean, so these are things which you're already, doing it. Otherwise, on marketing, as I said, that, things like creatives, personalization, translations, etc. He talked about videos coming in. Videos are already happening, like you said, making presentations, very easy, you feed stuff and you at least get a basic draft of, so those are things which are already happening, and I think over a period of time they will get, people will start using them.
Yeah, I think with social media, every customer has become an activist now. Everyone is a digital creator, and everyone is putting something in Instagram, in Twitter, and you never know which goes viral. So I think that is something which can be still mapped by various AI tools.
Just to add one more thing, for example, in electric vehicles you have high-speed vehicles and low-speed vehicles in two-wheelers. Now people say low-speed vehicles is 25 kilometers and below. We might feel that that there is no market to it, but there is a certain market which wants to use that kind of a thing, where you don't require a license or registration number. You are doing only lesser distances are being covered. You don't want to spend double the amount. So companies are getting that kind of data, and they can tailor make their product strategies and brand strategies accordingly, and companies are already doing it.
So coming back to Dr. Kapoor, you represent the largest PR agency and most probably working with most of the brands. So have you seen any shift from the mind shift from the client side of using AI, or अभी भी वो आपको पकड़ते हैं कि ये press release आपने ChatGPT से छापा है? I mean,
yeah, see, some of the clients do have that sensitivity around how are you using ChatGPT or AI in that matter, and plus the fact that it is open, it's still not closed, it doesn't stay within that system. You're not sure about how the data will be used later on because it gets stored. But just 2-3 points I want to talk about this, which is happening is none of us are now looking at the power that ChatGPT or AI is going to bring from a image or reputation perspective. Right now, the matrix of reputation has been Google for all its while. But I can ask a lot of audience, they've stopped using Google and they have started going directly to ChatGPT because it's giving a pinpoint answer that they want. Even Google, if you see, if you search anything on Google, you say before 2023, and look at the way Google will answer your question, and then you just ask anything on Google. Google will use Gemini to answer that particular thing in its own level, and then will go down to the website from where it has taken the sources from. So as PR, we need to see as more and more Gen Zs and millennials start moving towards ChatGPT, the entire reputation matrix will move away from Google and will move towards ChatGPT or any other AI that emerges at that time. Just a simple one, everyone knows about the Hindenburg saga that happened in India, and one of the large brand lost a lot of market capitalization. But Google lost $120 billion after the launch of ChatGPT because their Bard was not ready when they showcased it to the media and to the analysts. So and there is both plus sides and negative sides, for anything that is going to happen. So the entire image and reputation is going to shift toward ChatGPT. The PR guys will now have to get ready for the fact that how do you use ChatGPT to ensure. So if I ask a leading entrepreneur from the same space like Manu sir is, he asked ChatGPT, who is that person? ChatGPT gave a different answer altogether, right? And of course, it depends what is it that ChatGPT is being fed in with. So how is it that PR guys are going to use that to ensure that their reputation and their management and their image on GPT looks fine? By the way, GPT, the T transformer was made by Google, but was used by AI, that is OpenAI. So any technology can move from point A to point B seamlessly, but for us, it is important to understand how to use that technology. Some clients will have, it's like the clients which still have fascination for print media, that will continue. It's not going to go away.
सबको अपना फोटो अच्छा लगता है प्रिंट में.
Correct.
Navneet bhai, you deal with so many governments, bureaucrats. Have you seen any kind of thought process or shift? I mean, I have seen a lot of ministers are now very active in Twitter. LinkedIn is yet to reach there, but Twitter, yes. But आपने देखा है कि इस तरह से कोई भी mind shift हुआ है कि they are accepting, AI, they are talking about AI, they are talking about using AI?
Yes, in my personal engagements with political leaders and also bureaucracy, I find that a segment of it is certainly getting very receptive and trying to adapt and understand what the finer nuances are. I will slightly shift and take a little philosophical position. I wrote about 6 months ago a piece for my Times of India blog. Do not allow AI to cage your children's creativity. I'm very fond of a writer called Alvin Toffler, who wrote the famous book Future Shock. Sanjeev was mentioning about future cars and all. And he said 54 years ago in 1970 that future has a way of overwhelming ourselves. My worry when I work with a lot of youngsters, when they are getting too hooked to AI, including in PR and anywhere else. My son, who is doing law at National Law University, Jodhpur, I keep warning him that do not, for your research paper, get too addicted to AI. Do not stop going to library. I'll take a philosophical position thereby. I and Dr. Samir Kapoor were there at an IMC interview panel a few days ago. And the quality of students were were something that disappointed us both. We were in the same panel. So AI is great, but for AI to become great, there has to be BI. The basic intelligence has to complement AI. Then only it will make sense. And my special warning and advice and request and urge to young colleagues not to get too carried away by the power of AI. Thank you.
So we don't have much time. We'll just try to wrap it up. Especially, this question is especially for Vandana, Navneet and Sameer. You have got so many people working under you. So what are the steps you are going to take for your employees to understand and be better equipped to handle AI in their day-to-day work? And after that, Manu sir and Mr. Handa can also add on. But they have got a large workforce working under them.
Yeah, okay. So I think there are three things, Bhaskar. Upskill, upskill, upskill. I think that's really the mantra. And at Person, we are pumping aggressively into enabling our talent and employees. And the good news is that the younger team members are actually very, very tuned to it. So it's us, and I label anyone with 2 decades and above as veterans, pardon me for that. But I think it's really for us to have an open mind and a reverse mentoring trend of sorts to really be seeing how is it that we can harness the potential that the younger talent gets and channelizes it in the right direction, because there are just so many dots. I think through our experience and the energy and creativity that the younger talent brings, what patterns do you create with these dots? I think that's the beauty and power of AI, which is just waiting for us to get more and more leverage.
Yeah, so as you're aware, Bhaskar, that we invest heavily in L&D. Adfactors spends a lot of money in learning and development. So when AI came in, and credit goes to the founders that they got all 900 or 1,000 of employees which are client-facing to have a training in AI, specifically the ChatGPT. And the other part, one that did mention about the data being used in terms of...
Are they open for the course for the ex-employees also?
Yeah, we will discuss that. Yeah, absolutely. So Times of India, Economic Times and others all are also using AI. You will see something called a holiograph that is being used as to which news should come on which page. It's not decided only by the editor. There's an artificial intelligence that come in. It's a software called holiograph that is get used. Apart from that, of course, there are a lot of YouTubers that are using AI to tell which should be their next YouTube on. And that is something that is being used by a lot of people in that sense. So us as well as the younger resource center at Adfactors, we need to be trained about what are the changes that technology is changing place. We just can't say, no, AI is, it's just a fad. It's not a fad, it's here to stay. And as more AI will come, 6, 7, 8, you will see. So we tend to underestimate what a technology can do or overestimate what a technology can do in 1 year, but we tend to underestimate what it can do in 10 years. So look at Netflix, the way they use AI. If you are an action hero, they will show a different poster to you. And if I'm more into romance, they will show same OTT with a different poster. So using AI, most of these players are now using AI to attract customers.
Sameer has taken too much time. We've just got 1 minute.
Less than 1 minute. So we had a 5-day program for AI training, but and we understand that it is constantly evolving. So in
German, loudly, thank you so much for being with us over here. She'll be joined on stage by Abhi Mahapatra, Director PR, Amazon India. Can I please have Abhi Mahapatra over here on stage with me, please? Thank you so much, sir. We also have Dr. Rajiv Chibber. I hope I got the pronunciation right. Correct? Thank you, sir. Vice President, External Affairs, Policy, Government Relations and Outreach, Sahajanand Medical Technologies. We also have Himanshu Raj over here with us, Head, Reputation and Policy, Pristine Care. Do we have Mr. Himanshu? We also have Natasha Wadhwa, Head, Strategic Communications and Brand, Shell India. Can we please give it up loudly for her, please, ladies and gentlemen. We have Rohit Dubey with us, Vice President, Reliance Jio. Huge shout out for him as well, Rohit sir. We have Sunitha Patnaik, Director of Corporate Affairs, Mars Wrigley, India, as well with us. Give it up for Sunitha ji, please, as well. And we also have Udita Datta, Founder, Artsmith Concept and Visions, Artsmith Dorin. Yes. लोग बोलते हैं 3 की शक्ति, यहाँ पे 8 की शक्ति है. Fantastic, great stuff. You know, of course, 8 people are there. We will be having around 35 minutes. I know, I mean, it's difficult to club everybody in that time, but we'll try our best. It's all about efforts at the end of the day. So on that note, I leave it up to you. Thank you so much. Give it up once again for this wonderful panel, please, ladies and gentlemen, as they take over. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Madhurima Bhatia, and I'm from Ipsos, which is a global market research company. The topic for today is new paradigms in PR metrics. The importance of PR cannot be overemphasized. It builds reputations. It gives you visibility for the great work the company does. It makes you engage with your stakeholders. And, these days companies have their goals predefined in the beginning of the year. And PR professionals and custodians, they are entrusted with the task to ensure that we achieve those goals. So I come from an industry which is a B2B industry. And like for me, the metrics that I use for measuring the efficacy of the work that I do is very different from my other panelists. Like on my left is Abhi, then I have Rajiv, then I have Himanshu, then I have, one second. I have Natasha, then I have Rohit, then I have Sunita, and then I have Udita. Now we are all from very, very diverse industries. Like I come from a B2B, so the metrics that I use, like I'll look at media mentions, I will look at, social media amplification, and also some of the work that I do, my job will be to get all the traffic to my website so that our clients and our prospective clients know what kind of work Ipsos does and they can, work with us. So, so for me, I would look at, some of these, matrices. But what do each of these, heads of different organizations, PR heads of organizations, how do they measure? That will be very interesting for you to know. And each one has a very different story to tell. So I will start with Abhi. He works with Amazon, and he will share with you what he does. To measure the efficacy and effectiveness of the work in public relations. Over to you, Abhi.
Thank you so much, and glad to be a part of this panel. Good afternoon, everyone. I think there are a couple of things about Amazon which is peculiar, not just in the way we operate, but in the way we measure as well. Mm-hmm. You said you come from B2B. I cannot define whether Amazon is B2C or B2B. I think we have B2B businesses, we have B2C businesses, we have businesses that translate and transcend from these two kind of domains as well. Hence, from a PR landscape, it becomes extremely complex to have kind of a one-size-fits-all for measurement. Mm-hmm. However, we are obsessed with inputs. Okay. We are not obsessed with outputs. So in my team and across Amazon, we will not be obsessed about X number of clips, X number of impressions, X reach, all the parameters that we use for PR measurement, both on social and traditional. But we are very, very obsessed around what are the input mechanisms we have, because we believe that if the inputs are right, mm-hmm. the outputs will find a way. Okay. So that's a strong philosophy that we work with. One quick, I know we have a lot of people here, so I will...
Mm-hmm. Waiting to tell their stories.
I will wrap that up in last one point. We have moved from EAVs, which is absolutely a default, was a default earlier, and it doesn't make any sense today, from EAVs to what we measure today with SOVs. Mm-hmm. At Amazon, we are moving away from SOVs. Okay. We believe that share
I think for the benefit of our audience, we'll elaborate on what these acronyms...
SOV stands for share of voice. So we are moving away from share of voice, and we are experimenting in the last couple of years. So we have moved away from SOV to something called SOI, which is share of influence. Right. Because we believe that voice share is probably important, but not impactful. But share of influence is what we measure on a day-to-day basis. Thanks.
Excellent. Very nice story to tell. So over to Rajiv. And Rajiv comes from a very regulated environment. That's what he was sharing with me. And so do tell us your story.
Yeah, so as I said, I come from within the healthcare sector, a very regulated, industry, which is the implants industry, where we're actually governed by the Drugs and the Cosmetic Act. This actually is something which keeps us away from almost large measurements. So when we plan a communication activity, or for us, I wouldn't say it's a communication activity, because largely our KOLs are doctors, our KOLs are hospitals, and our KOLs is the government of India also.
Yes.
Whether it is the Ayushman Bharat setup we're looking at, or the CGHS, or the other healthcare schemes which are there. So there, one thing that we define as a communication policy is an acronym that we use is as SMART, S-M-A-R-T.
Okay.
Everyone looks at it, and what we call it is specific, measurable, achievable, relevant, and time-bound. The last time-bound is what we start, because doctors, when you go to them, and for us it's cardiologists, we're into stents, we're into heart valves, we're into occluders and all that. So for us, doctors can give us maximum of a 10 to 15 minute attention, and after that it's poof, gone.
Right.
So our strategy becomes very different. The methodologies to gauge what we've achieved is very different. It's more sales that would be relevant to us in possibly a tier 2 city or a tier 3 city now, compared to what we've already won a class A city or a tier 1 city. So our gauging for a particular methodology is completely in a way where our KOL engages with us.
So they will mostly look at ROI.
Yeah.
Which
we
is,
will 100% look at ROI.
Okay.
Number of stents implants, number of life saved, number of patient efficacy. So patient becomes at the top if you look at it, because for us, if we talk about a particular medical instrument, we do not want to be seen as influencers.
Right.
It's all about, the nice story which comes out. Like a couple of days back, the Times came out with a story where a 6-month-old baby came from Afghanistan, had a congenial heart hole, which is, regular heart holes that they have. And with a new technology, because this heart hole was in between the 2 chambers.
Okay.
So the heart has 4 chambers. It was in between 2 chambers. The way the operation was done, the way the implant was actually successfully delivered, is a story metrics for us.
So
Yeah.
So interesting. And plus you said that you also get to engage with your key audiences via seminars, etc.
So
then also you see
the other engagements is the CMEs, the continuing medical education seminars that we have.
Okay.
If I have a house full like this in a particular CME filled with doctors, it's like, wow, you've done our part of business. Vis-a-vis, even doctors tweeting us.
Right.
So if a doctor has done this successful heart surgery and he's tweeted and he's mentioned the name of the product, he cannot mention the company because doctors are also bound by the Medical Council of India's directives. He may not mention the company, but he may end up mentioning a product called Hydra, which is a heart valve.
Right.
Everyone in the industry would know, oh, this is SMT stent. Or this is SMT's heart valve. So, those are our metrics when we actually look at gauging all of that.
So it's nice to know that you have a smart way of doing it, actually. And now we'll jump over to Himanshu. So Himanshu, tell us, what do you do to ensure that it has got through?
So, I come from a healthcare startup. We are a healthcare company and a startup, right? So it's being very regulated, right? So, we can't do much there. But being a startup, right, there's no scope for a qualitative analysis in any startup. For them, dhanda kitna hua, right? For everything, right? Economic Times first page, doesn't matter. How much business did it get for you? So that's how I have transitioned, right? So I call all your AVE engagements and all, I call them sort of vanity metrics, right? It doesn't add anything to your business.
Because Himanshu, long ago I was with the hospitality industry. So for them, it's important that all the rooms are filled up. So
Correct.
for you, the beds have to be taken by, or whatever, I don't know.
Not that,
for
how
the
many patients are
right
reading
reasons,
about it, right? How many patients are reading the story? For example, Abhi said, right? We have moved on from share of voice, even we have.
Yeah.
Now, we now measure something called a share of headline. How many times we are in the headline. because
Okay.
share of voice doesn't, give you a very clear picture, right? We
Right.
also do Google Analytics. For any time we give out a press release, we see how much of brand searches have increased, right? Third is your disease comparison. For example, I am in joint replacement space, right? How many other people are talking about joint replacements, and how many times I have been mentioned, or my spokesperson has been mentioned, or my doctor has been mentioned. So we
Right.
measure that. And lastly, what we mention is your patient outreach. So every time a patient comes to us, they fill a form. There is a segment we have added. Have you read about pristine care in the media?
Yeah.
So that
Interesting.
that gives us a sort of a thing that our patients are reading about it, and I can directly correlate it to business.
So
yeah.
I think for all of us in here, share of voice without competition is very, very important. How much did we garner in that pie? I think it's a very important element for every one of us here. So now I'll jump over to Natasha and let's see what she has to say.
Yeah, thanks. So I represent Shell, and as you would know, Shell is one of the most best-known oil and gas companies. Again, a very regulated sector. And the kind of challenges we face, or the kind of, say, communication tasks for us are twofold. One is, of course, upholding the brand and reputation of a company like Shell, which is sort of synonymous with the oil and gas sector. And the other part is the whole policy and regulatory goals. How do we influence people like policymakers or government and think tanks to actually make the regulatory changes that we need to do business in the country. So now building on those, as a company, Shell has defined a global strategy, which is called Powering Progress. And it has 4 pillars. One is about shareholder value. One focuses on net zero emissions. One focuses on powering lives, the impact that we make on communities around us. And lastly, on respecting nature. I mean, what are we doing while, yes, oil and gas is regulated and, it's a sector that is well known for emissions. But what are we doing to achieve net zero and therefore contribute back to the environment? So how we have defined measurement is what we call a media impact score, which is, you can call it like an index, which has multiple touch points feeding into it, like sentiment, tonality, prominence. That tells us we arrive at a media impact score, and then we measure it against all these 4 company pillars.
Yeah, interesting.
So, that tells us very sharply how are we doing on each of the company's strategy pillars. Are we really moving the needle in areas that we want to or not? And
So,
therefore, that has
Natasha, sorry to interrupt, but then how frequently do you do this in a year? Quarterly, monthly? How do you do it?
It's a quarterly cadence.
Okay.
And, we also map for competition, of course. For us, it's very relevant as a foreign oil company in India to know how are we measuring against other foreign oil companies as well as the national operated companies. So it's a very holistic measurement. And in that sense, it is a bit conventional, but that is what delivers to our brand strategy.
And how about this positive, negative sentiment in social media? That is not so relevant for your sector, right?
No, absolutely. I think that is
relevant?
Very critical because, we are in a sector where we are most often accused of greenwashing. Whatever we may do, it's sort of greenwashed completely. So we really need to be on top of things like sentiment, carbon emissions. In what light are we being spoken about? Is our picture there in the whole story, or is it a one-sided story that you just painted with a single brush that, oh, Shell is polluting? But do we stop and think that oil and gas, if we stop consuming today, will we have the power we have today?
Right.
Will we be able to run the cars that we have arrived here on? So that's something that people miss out in the oil and gas sector. And that's our job as brand custodians to bring the focus back to being the lifeline of the economy. And not focus only on the...
And whatever CSR work you do, that too would be elevating your status in the...
No, absolutely. Like I said, respecting nature, powering lives is a strategic pillar for Shell. It's not just there for the sake of compliance. It's actually inbuilt in the company strategy that do we help communities that we operate in, have better livelihoods at the end of the day. So very relevant for us, and therefore social media is a very important tool. And we use tools like Powered BI dashboards, which are fed into with multiple AI tools. That gives us very clearly a picture of are we being spoken about positively or negatively, and in different topics.
So, very nice views. So, like Natasha said, suddenly, we live in we live in great times when we have both earned media and owned media. Owned media, gives us the platform to say our stories, to amplify our content, to amplify the good work that we're doing, for instance. So now I'm going to go to Rohit. He works with Geo, and he has a different story to tell, definitely.
Yeah, thanks, and thanks for calling me here. So basically, Geo was born as a digital-first company. So, whatever we did, digital was at the top of our mind. So when we were starting the PR way back in 2016, the first thing we did was get an ORM tool. And that ORM tool was then acquired and internally now being used for so many years, and it has undergone many changes with the advent of technologies all over. And that is what gives us the first set of feedbacks, and which you say what is the tonality, what is the sentiment analysis, etc., and all that is coming from there. And that is where you have a set of reactions also built in as to how do we react. But much earlier in our lives, we realized that, you can't just depend on online and social media. You also have to move to the conventional of print and television.
Yes.
Because some of our products were actually for the bottom of the pyramid. How do you reach the bottom of the pyramid? Now, for example, one of our product called Geopolitics, it's a phone which is like $600, $700. And that is meant for a person, say, like a Manrega worker, okay? He's a bottom of the pyramid. He only needs a, not a touch phone, but a, phone which is a basic feature phone. How do we communicate with that, and how do we get to know that whether our communication is reaching and all that? That was a different challenge. The second challenge we initially came across was that, you have to make PR relevant. And we have been talking in seminars after seminar, how do you bring PR to the table? Now, with that in mind, we said, okay, it's not the conventional measurement which is going to work for us. You have to work with a set of measurement tools by which not only the impact is measured, that impact is converted into a measurable matrices for sales, for management, and for your finance. How the sales is looking at what PR is doing. And what over a period of time we have been able to do, the dependence of Geo on PR is very high compared to advertising. So you won't see Geo's advertising except for during IPL because we sponsor all the 8 teams.
Yes.
Other than that, in the year you won't find. But we are very heavy on PR. I mean, Viziki, which is one of the measurement, they put out that in a year we have something like 96% news, coverage, matrix, and outreach is roughly 74 billion. Next to us is only SBI, which is at 46. Now, that's for Reliance Industries. Geo is an integral part of that. So you can see the kind of volume we are getting. And if I talk of my competition, they are much below. So it was a very conscious call to build matrices which can do not only the measurement, it also looks at the performance measurement of your team. Because unless you are able to do that, how do you tweak the output which is coming out of them? It is also converted into how the management reporting is being done. You just can't go with a number that this is my share of voice.
This is my share of voice.
The person sitting out there is where is the number of sales which is coming from this geography. And
the
that
impact that is what is
they are pretty much fixated. That is one of the disconnect which I find in PR, and because having run a agency, in agency we are trying to justify this was the brief, this is what I have delivered based on the matrices. In internal comms or as the in-house comms, we are trying to justify this is my job. But have you converted your matrices to justify to your management that this is your goal, this is the purpose for the company, and this is the matrix which I am giving you, which clearly says that this is my contribution to that.
Exactly.
And that is what we have over a period of time developed internally through various tools. We have softwares for that, and that is what we are sort of doing. It's a weekly sort of a presentation which is done for the internal team, converted, matrices are taken out and then submitted to the management that this is what happened last week. So it's a very systematic, well-oiled machinery which has now been working, and the kind of output we get is reflected by the numbers Viziki or Brand Finance puts out.
So I can really understand your predicament. On one end, you have to cater to a different audience, and on the other hand, you have to cater to a very premium audience. And then at the same time, you have to also justify to management how you achieved the goals set out for the year and what was your contribution in achieving it. So great work happening there. And yeah, you're one of the most visible companies, we must say that. So I'm now going to ask Sumita, who works with Mars Wrigley's, to tell us her story, how she measures PR. And that will be interesting for all of us to know.
Yeah. So thank you, and it's a wonderful opportunity to talk about what we do and how we measure PR. So I would say, how do we measure reputation? And Mars is, I would say, in many ways obsessed with how we are perceived by our stakeholders, by our shareholders, because we are not a listed company, but we are heavily invested in the market. We are heavily invested in many markets that we work in. We are obsessed with how we recruit our consumers, and we firmly believe that reputation is not just getting a few stories in the media, but across the value chain, how are our shareholders or our stakeholders perceiving us? And it also helps us in recruiting talent, etc. And how do we, just to give you a perspective, we are guided by something called the compass. It's Mars, the family which came up with this concept of compass, which is really a North Star. And every leader in the organization is actually measured against deliverable of each of the quadrant in the compass. We have 4 quadrants there. And top half is all about financial performance, but second half is all about reputation. And reputation is measured against how as I said, your stakeholders perceive you, which is the trusted partners. And second is, what are you doing about, how are you contributing to society? And we have number of metrics around how do we measure each of these particular 2 pillars. And it gives us a good visibility of how our stakeholders are thinking, feeling, and what are they doing about it? Are they advocating for us? Are they still at a very awareness and familiarity stage, or have they moved to advocating us, sharing our posts, etc.? Or how are they talking about our products, chocolates particularly, and gums and mints and pet food that we have? So a lot of this quality of conversations gets reflected in that data, and that is super important, and we present it monthly to the board. And everybody is accountable. Every leader in the organization is accountable for that. So I would say that metrics which show the sentiment of the organization, which show how shareholders and stakeholders are thinking and feeling about us, is very important for us.
So like you measure on a monthly basis. So have you ever seen like some very, very drastic, what do you say, troughs, or what do you call that?
We have seen, and while we realize that we cannot control all the external dynamics, but it does give us a lot of visibility and insights into what interventions we can put in to make course corrections, or what can we double down on to improve the scores.
Excellent. So that is why, it's very important to measure, to see how you're doing on different, matrices. So I'm now going to ask, the last person on the panel, which is last but not the least. It's Udita Datta, and she works with Art Smith, and she's going to share with you some of the initiatives she takes to see the efficacy of her work. How does she measure it? And it will be nice to know hers. These are all case studies, Look at them as case studies, those who are students. So you come to know what each sector is doing, to build their reputation, and how do they measure it, whether they're going in the right direction or not. So over to you, Udita.
Thank you for having me here. And it is great knowing each of your metrics and paradigms. But So I belong to the sports and esports industry, which itself is very happening industry. But when you come to the aspect of matrix and measuring, I think we are still a work in progress. Because for us, when it comes to live sports, it's all about engagement.
Right.
So share of voice is something we've been pushing all our clients to move away from.
Yeah.
Because that's something, for us, one size definitely doesn't fit all. So biggest thing that for us is building credibility for multiple sports. Each has its own requirements. I'll give an example, like, when Kho League came, I mean, nobody had heard. I had played in my childhood Kho, and we were coming to Kho League.
Right.
And I was like, how am I going to sell this, So the league owner, which was Mr. Amit Barman, he said, look, I am very bullish that this is one sport that India can do, and I'm thinking, how are we going to do this? So my whole 1 year as an agency, we were actually educating journalists to even write a Kho report. Now this cannot be measured. I mean, no one else can measure it, but this is a very, very important metrics.
Right.
So for sports, I think education is important, credibility is important, engagement, understanding is important, and we prefer, if it is live sport, including IPL. When I say IPL, I don't mention the brands, but when it's the teams, they do not want to pay. So it's all earned and organic. So paid is not something that's there in the DNA of live sports. And that's why engagement is super critical. I was listening to a few of the panelists who said about input. Input is very important for us as in sports. What you give, because we are always fighting for that one crisis to break any moment. So that is very, very critical for us. So these are few aspects in our industry that we measure, and based on that our matrix comes out. Esports, still a baby walk is happening. And I was yesterday only talking to one of my clients, and I was telling him, I think it's time we need to move out from all the EY reports and XYZ reports and start talking. I mean, we manage gamers. So how will an EY know what gamers really are doing here? A gamer will know what gamer is doing in India. So if you say that we have, billions of gamers, we don't. I mean, esports and gaming are very, very different. People club Ludo and Call of Duty and say, okay, we have this million gamers. Now brand comes to esports and says, I don't see that here. So where did it go? So I think, the matrix are a little not conceived in the right manner in our part of the industry, and which is what, so education is a big space that we are still working to educate our
So probably it's very nascent right now, and so, the build up to first education. So I think for any new thing to first enter, the market, the maximum time goes in educating, and then it comes to the next. Once you have the critical mass, that's when, then it's established, and then you go to the next level. What do you say? Do you agree with this, Udita?
Yeah, I mean, it's true. I mean, education is a constant process.
Absolutely.
And trust me, in our part of the world where federations are there, they don't even look into social media. So that's another story, So I'll give you a small example. We won the Thomas Uber Cup, which was in 40 years for the first time ever. And so we managed the badminton social media, and everybody was talking about it. We didn't have crowd in Thailand where they were going to play. So on social media, we started a campaign that go and cheer your people in Thailand. People went and did everything. Our guys were sitting and thinking, oh, did we do all of this? Because I'm not on social media. Nobody's on social media.
Amazing.
Part of it. So that's a constant challenge, and that's how it is.
Yeah, so I think interesting. So you got to, know about different industries and their challenges and how they show to top management, how they are really delivering the goods. But now, with AI coming in, how many of us are actually using AI to measure the effectiveness of the work that we do? And I'm going to ask who's the heaviest user of AI, I want to know. So they can go first. So who goes first? Come on, let's hear your story.
I can go first on this. Like we have been using AI for now 4 years.
Okay.
Not 4 months. And there's a lot of learnings that we have gotten, and I can put this on record that all of us here, our jobs will be absolutely redundant.
What about AI and HI then? We're talking about both together.
If we don't upskill.
If we don't upskill.
If we don't upskill, a lot of predictive analysis is humanly not possible.
Yeah.
As there is, human mind also goes through data paralysis.
Yeah.
AI doesn't. A lot of content, there are two big C's that we use in our comms, right? Content and channel.
Yeah.
AI is excellent on content. I don't need anybody today to actually write a better content.
Really?
AI is 99.9% accurate.
Excellent.
And now we have, I'm just very proud that we have invested so much that across global Amazon, we are using AI only for comms.
Okay.
Only for comms, not just for the industry. Of course, we are using that, but we are using for comms, which gives us better output, faster turnaround time, more options, better viability. And then to the next C is the channels. So AI also recognizes what content to use in which channel at what point in time to get what relevance and impact.
Right.
I have to admit that AI cannot take over human decision making.
Right.
And the decision will always lie at the hands of a human. But if you are not, if you are ignorant to the quantity and the quality of inputs that is coming in, your decision will not be great.
Right.
So that's why the upskilling is very important. So we are using it, and we are seeing it even on a day-to-day basis. Like we all use Google Trends and Google Analytics.
Yeah.
We all use Hootsuite, and we all use Meta and all of that. I was doing a quick search as you all were discussing, and if you do a quick search on Mars, Shell, Geo, Pristine, Amazon, just look at the Google Trends for and the volume of searches in the last 12 months. Everybody will get to know. So there is nothing to hide here.
Absolutely.
What we are doing is pretty much out there in the open. It just needs a fine mind to just look at and connect these dots. And those dots are actually not generated by humans anymore.
Yeah. Interesting. So I want to hear Rohit's story.
So we also started AI 4 years back, but that was conventional AI.
Okay.
So when all of us were locked in our houses, the first project we did as a comms team was the rights issue of Reliance Industries. And the first thing which I did as a project of mine, and that was a learning curve for me to understand what is conventional AI and then transformative AI. So what we did was that the shareholders were to be informed what is the offer and how it has to be done. And that was the time when we launched something called a chatbot. And we ensured that the shareholders are coming on the chatbot and they are interacting, and whatever questions are there, that is being answered. And the percentage of, there is a technical term called bot break. So bot break comes down to less than 3-5%. And that was my first project. And it has a fantastic analytics, because end of the day, you know who came, for how long, which question they were, and what is the kind of interaction which is happening. And since then, we have been using the chatbots. And increasingly till now, and we are now, we have from last year integrated, from this year onwards, it will have the transformative GPT also built into that. That was the first big AI project we did. Since then, we have been using it. Now, sentiment analysis is also being done through a software internally.
Yes.
Now, nobody has to physically sit and all that. There is a set of data set has been fed in. And if you look at the reports, it will go through the reports, and 99% of the time it is correct in the output.
Yeah.
That's the second part. Internal communication, when GPT came, we actually, so as a comms team, I would say we are pretty much innovative. As a comms team, we have used ChatGPT, we have used virtual VR, AR, etc. And also Metaverse. Metaverse is one of the latest thing which we have launched. All our AR's annual reports are now on Metaverse. So every aspect of AI is what we use, including for measurement. Now, one of the most unmeasured thing is what you send out on WhatsApp.
Right.
That is something now, again, we are now working on. That if it is a WhatsApp being sent out, how do you actually look at? So that is something in progress now. In a couple of months, by next month we'll be rolling it out.
I can share some insights on that.
Yeah, and now It is not
Close
only
to
about what is being
competition.
sent out, how much is the engagement level, for how long the person is there, whether the person wants to receive that kind of communication. So it's a two-way channel and measurement which has now been built on WhatsApp.
And any call to action, right?
And any call to action. Now,
Yeah.
these are the things which AI can do for you.
Right.
AI is a very good tool, and it's my belief that technology is always subservient to human. Technology
Absolutely.
is never above human, and that is where we make mistake that AI, it's going to take my job. No.
No way.
AI
Yeah.
is only going to enable you. You
Enable
have to
you, yeah.
learn how to do the prompt engineering. That's the next
Yeah.
thing which all PRs should learn.
Yeah,
What
so
is a
prompt engineering, yeah.
And that is where you are going to use AI. So AI is a fantastic tool for PR, and we have been using it for last 4 years. At least I have used it, and I know how much of benefit we have been getting. Apart from
Right.
the Grammarly kind of a thing, which
Yeah,
corrects you,
which is
or
also there.
Chat GPT. Be careful of the kind of content it puts out. But
No, I just want to add one point, and I fully agree with
Yeah.
him that it goes back to the earlier point of input mechanism. If the messaging is clear and your narrative is clear in your head,
Right.
your prompt engineering happens.
Absolutely.
Otherwise, it will not happen.
Yeah,
All
otherwise
the data and
you
results
won't-
that you'll throw
Yeah.
will be useless. So.
It will be useless.
So we also used a similar thing, and what he ended up with is what we started
Okay,
for
yeah.
when we started using AI,
Right.
and we thought that we'll become smart, as we said, is to start with the WhatsApp analysis.
Okay.
Because with doctors, our philosophy has been, or with clinicians basically, our philosophy
Right.
has been DOB. It's not date of birth. It's direct, open, and brief.
Okay.
So, when doctors need to use or, talk about a particular product, the amount they spend on WhatsApp, if they're able to also derive and make those succulent messages for WhatsApp users, is what we started off with. And then we looked at the measurement analytics that AI gave us, or Meta gave us, is on, safety, efficacy, on demographic disease profiling,
right.
on where we're going in terms of tier 1, tier 2, tier 3 cities. And you won't believe at that point of time, immediately post, the pandemic, the maximum reach that we had, carved out ourselves was in tier 2, tier 3 cities, or even rural areas.
Excellent. Yeah.
So, AI gave us those demographic profilings that we worked upon. So I think it's an important tool to actually use while we are using not only it for communication,
Right.
but also for policy making.
So I'll just add to this, for me, like I come from a B2B brand, Ipsos, which is a global market research company. We have an internal sandbox and it's called Ipsos Facto. And that AI tool, I'm so kicked about it. I'm waiting to use it. I've not had the time to use it. But what that tool is going to do for me? It's going to read I have to read so many global reports and then write about it. It's going to read the reports for me, and it's going to give me the crux of what is emerging, say for India as a market. It's going to do all the media monitoring for me. I just have to put one press release, this topic. It will, trawl through all the data because it's that internal sandbox. And it will give me all my media mentions. So I am so kicked. I'm just going to use that now. And so because it's an internal tool that Ipsos is giving me access to. So, it's very interesting. AI is your very, very important assistant. I don't need a junior, Now AI is my junior. It's going to do all the work for me. So anything else interesting? Udita, how about you, from your standpoint? How are you using AI? Are you using AI?
We do. I mean, for a change, we do. I mean,
Okay.
the industry that we are. For us, AI, actually it started off like this, that AI was used for sports intelligence, for an athlete intelligence.
Okay.
That's where it started off. Whether this athlete is going to be injured in 6 months, or that's how it started off. So what we took a learning was, so when Rio Olympic happened, we were bullish that we're going to get so many medals and nothing came. So learnings happened from there. So when Tokyo was going to take place, Tokyo Olympics, so we actually took help of this intelligence that was there to understand maybe a year before which are the athletes who are going to peak by the time, we actually go to Tokyo. So in PR, so we started pushing when everybody thought X is like Lovelina Borgo, no one thought she can get a medal.
Right.
But we knew it because we had that intelligence. This girl is the only one. And the most popular guy, we knew he will not get a medal. So we underplayed them. So that's kind of a...
That's a very good strategy you adopted, right? To
Yes,
get
it's more of a
maximize
strategic level to use the information.
metal tally, metal and medal.
We should use AI to have better sporting bodies, have on social media presence.
Right.
Absolutely, I concur with you.
So anybody else who has a nice story to tell, otherwise we'll wrap up the session. You've understood, how it's very, very important to measure, all the work that you do, because otherwise it's like shooting in the dark. You just do your work and you don't see how you have, done on it. Then, it's a waste of time, it's a waste of energy. Like it used to happen in the past, when people used to just look at media, how much word of advertising space we have got in media, and then, PR companies would give that press monitor and say, hey, we got you XYZ amount worth of PR coverage. We've come a long way from that traditional method of PR, measurement. So anybody else wants to add? How about you? Sumita, you want to add?
So a couple of things. I mean, one is not to be 100% data driven, but definitely have to be data informed.
Absolutely.
And I also believe that PR is art and science. It's relationship based, but don't be ignorant to the trends that you can spot if you're using AI, which gives you very good insights into that. Right? Absolutely. And the other part is, it's both top-driven and bottom-up for us. Top-driven, while the leadership says that, look, everybody has to adopt technology, digital-first mindset, etc. But bottoms-up, what are we doing about building capability? How are we making sure that the analytics or analysis that we are doing out of AI tools may not be 100% accurate, but at least there is integrity in those. So I think a lot of work still needs to be done on that, and a lot of investments have to go into not just adoption of AI. We are experimenting with
and
a lot ourselves.
There are guardrails to be really taken into.
But at the same time, invest on capabilities of people who need to use. And I always say that AI for PR may not be the same for AI in R&D or product development.
Absolutely.
Hence, it has to be customized and built in a way that works for us.
Interesting. So that's a wrap. Any questions from the audience? From our side, we are almost done.
Any question over here? We have space for one question. Anybody? this like the max attendance? Can we have more people? Because, yeah. जी sir, बताओ ना. I'll request everybody to kindly proceed inside and settle down. We're all set to get going. As of now, itne hi log rahenge. I mean, some people are having lunch, but then I believe this is still good enough number of people to get going. So welcome everyone to the second half of IMAGEXX 2024. We're celebrating the legacy of the PR fraternity and the corporate communications fraternity. सबसे पहले बताइए lunch कैसा था? क्या मजा आया सबसे अच्छा खा के? मैडम आपने वहाँ से thumbs up दिखाया, क्या सबसे अच्छा क्या लगा आपको? We'll get it more for you. Whoever says सबसे अच्छा dish क्या था, we'll get it more for them. And I'm genuinely being very serious over here. Desserts, anybody? You guys want desserts? Huh? You're already smiling like desserts, huh? Ekdam, how sweet, nice. But then, thank you so much. Time to get serious. Of course, PR fraternity hai. I work very closely with a lot of PRs, so thoda bahut hasi mazak chalta rehta hai. And I can take that liberty. But without wasting further ado, I believe that people have joined naye se over here. So it's important that you all see the event AV and to get an idea about what IMAGEXX is all about. So can I please request the console team over here, my friends over there, to please play the event AV for all of us over here. Thank you so much. Can I please request all of you to clap loudly and a huge round of applause for the team of @Gully over here for this wonderful, wonderful initiative. Thank you so much. So ladies and gentlemen, welcome back once again to Kaizen Presents IMAGEXX 2024 Summit and Awards co-powered by Media Mantra, PR Professionals, SPAG, Fin Partners, Value 360, Gold Partner, Concosia Advisory, Silver Partner, Commune, Artsmith, Communication Partner, Newsreach, Bronze Partner, IMAGEXX, Gifting Partners, Blur India, DS Group, Trade Media Partners, the PR Post, @Gully Middle East, and of course, @Gully Asia. So without wasting any more time, we're all set to get going with the first keynote address post-lunch. The topic that's set to be discussed right now is, I believe I have a different agenda, is it? Oh no. So quickly, the topic that's going to be discussed right now in this keynote address is the role of strategic communication in elevating luxury lifestyle brands. I'll repeat the topic for you all once again. It's the role of strategic communication in elevating luxury lifestyle brands. Ladies and gentlemen, may I please request all of you to clap loudly and appreciate the presence of Mr. Manoj Adlakha, CEO and founder, Redberry Lifestyle Services. Give it up for him loudly, please, ladies and gentlemen. The first session post-lunch, always very difficult to get people going in, but I believe you all can show some energy and love because he's taken his time out there to be with us. Thank you so much, and over to you, sir. Pleasure.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me? Okay, super. So, as always, any post-lunch session is a little dull and not something which too many people look forward to. That's why half the audience is not here, but that's all right. Those of you who are here, I hope you enjoy what I would intend to share with you over the next 15 or 20 minutes, because that's what I'm told I have to talk about. One of the interesting things that stuck out for me when, the numbers which was in a very impressive AV that I was seeing over here, was about the PR market. And I'm told there are a lot of PR professionals out here. The PR market in India, as per that AV that I just saw, was expected to be, I think, if I get it right, if I saw it right, it was about $20 billion. That's a pretty stupendous number. I want to put this in a little bit of context and share with you what the luxury market in India is. And that's what I'm going to talk to you a bit about. It's all about, while I'm going to talk to you, about the strategic communication, specifically in the field of luxury, but let's start with luxury. The luxury market in India is booming. It's booming at a pace which is unheard of and unparalleled. The luxury market in India in 2023 calendar year was $30 billion. That's pretty big, right? And whether you look at Bain, you look at KPMG, you look at Deloitte, you look at, another two, Pricewater, another 4 or 5, BCG, Boston Consulting, they've all given estimates of where and how the luxury market is going to grow and by when. And interestingly, the estimates almost fall into the same range, right? Which is that from the $30 billion, which it was, or it is, in 2023, it is expected to grow within the next 3 to 4 years to $100 billion in India. Now, that's unheard of, but we are headed there. And within that, another very interesting statistic, some of you may be aware, some may not. The number of billionaires, dollar billionaires in India, I don't know if there are anyone in this room who are a part of that, but that number, and it's, as we know, income is, reported in a particular fashion in India. But the number of dollar billionaires, reported dollar billionaires in India in 2023 was 135. Now, billionaires, I'm not talking about millionaires. So 135 dollar billionaires were there in India. That number is expected to double over the next 3 to 4 years, right? The last statistic, which I'm going to give you regarding the luxury market, is when you look at the affluent households, and affluent households are those, which are defined wherein the household income is over $30 million. $30 million is about 300 crores. That's a lot of money, right? That was, again, as of last year, and these are, published numbers, was about 14,000 households. That number in the next 2 to 3 years is expected to grow to 20,000. So the market is booming. It is exploding, and we are all a part of, you in your respective roles as a part of the PR community have a big role to play over there in, showcasing India. Because India is, whether it's on the travel front, tourism front, and, post-COVID, people have changed. The mindset has changed in a dramatic way. And a lot of that has had a very positive, whether it's aviation or otherwise, has had a very positive rub-off on the luxury market. So I wasn't here to talk about that, but I just took off from, the number I saw. And that's why I thought I'd just put it in a little bit of context about how big is the luxury market in India. As you can see over there, I founded this company called Red Beryl. I've had 3 decades of experience prior to that, working with, out of the 34 years that I worked, 30 years were with American Express, and out of which about the last 10 years, I was the CEO for American Express in India, dealing with affluent customers, ultra HNIs, HNIs, and I found that there was an opportunity regarding the problem statement was all about how can you serve them better and bring all your assets under one roof so that that customer doesn't need to go anywhere else. So what Red Beryl is, let me start with what Red Beryl is not. Red Beryl is not a concierge company. Red Beryl is not a credit card company. But what it does is it combines and meshes the best of the credit card features on premium cards and the best of what is available on the concierge, and then brings it together to provide the HNIs, which are the high net worth individuals, and the ultra HNIs, a solution through a set of dedicated relationship managers, a 24/7 concierge, wherein every need of theirs, as long as it's not illegal, immoral, or unethical, is met. And we do this, we've just, less than a year old. We're right now present in about 6 cities. And what I feel good about is, for a lifestyle card, which is, we have 2 kinds of cards. One is by invitation, which is the red card. And one is the black card, which is a card for everyone. The red card comes in at a price point of 7 lakhs. And the black card comes in at a price point of 2.5 lakhs, which is not a small amount. And on top of that, you have to add GST at 18%. But we have got now hundreds and hundreds of customers who have signed up with us. There must be something we are doing right. So I feel good about that. And it's not my job. Only thing I gave was a bit of a vision to what we wanted to do over here. And the team that we managed, so I have a team of about 30 people in-house and then a lot of outsourced. The entire concierge team is outsourced. So those are the people who have made this happen. And right now we are only in 6 cities, but we have a very, very clear and robust plan that before the end of the year, we will be in at least 3 or 4 more countries where there is a need, as has been expressed, whether it's a Dubai, whether it's a Singapore, whether it's a London, we will be there by the end of this year. So basically what Red Beryl does, like I said, it's a luxury lifestyle company where luxury meets unparalleled experiences. So it's all about curating experiences for a customer and ensuring that we come good on what we are promising. So what we do is we craft bespoke, and by bespoke I mean something which is not traditional. We take into account the inputs from a customer, and basis that we come up with bespoke experiences for them. This could straddle across travel. A lot of people, those of you who have traveled in the last few days, few months, last few quarters, when you go to an airport, look at how a domestic or an international airport, they're crowded, whether it's in India or overseas. People, and this is a trend which has even become more prominent and prevalent post-COVID, because I think that 3 years people being locked in, who did not have an opportunity to travel, suddenly found that traveling is a good thing to do. It is, like I said, changed the mindset of a lot of people, whether they're working or self-employed. And they're saying there's much more to life than just jobs. And they want to enjoy life, they want to enjoy the finer things of life, and they want to enjoy, new experiences. And that's where Red Beryl comes in. The other thing which has exploded is the fine dine piece. People want good, who doesn't here? I mean, I heard, the gentleman before me ask about what did you enjoy in your meal? People love fine dine experiences, right? By fine dine experiences, butter chicken definitely, qualifies as one. But we also talk about Michelin star restaurants. We're talking about when you go to a London, or you go to a Paris, or you go to, New York, or you, let's say, go to Dubai, or even anywhere in India. You would want a very, very good, just getting a booking at times takes as long as 2 to 3 months. And that's where Red Beryl steps in. So we provide experiences, we help the customer decide, we give options. It's all about choices. We provide choice and flexibility. We let a customer decide where they would like to go, and then we go ahead and help them with the bookings, which otherwise would have taken 2 months. We do it within 2 weeks, sometimes within a week, and sometimes, depending on the network that we have, it could be even sooner than that. Then there's a team that I have in-house, which is doing nothing but creating strategic alliances. And now those strategic alliances could be with other, travel agents, could be with airlines, with hotels, with restaurants, with wellness companies. And the benefits of those, So whether it's an HNI, ultra HNI who's ready to pay, 7 lakhs, 10 lakhs, 8 lakhs, whatever X amount, but they're value seekers also. They want very good service, but they also want good benefits coming their way. So through these alliances, what we do is we provide best-in-class deals to these customers. And just another feature, I'm just staying with some of the key facets of what the value proposition or the pillars that we have for our customers. Another pillar is that we provide access to 3,000 social and golf clubs across the world. So think of it, those of you, all of you I assume here are based in Delhi, any club that you can think of, other than maybe one or two, which are very, very difficult to get by, let's say, Delhi Gymkhana Club or a Delhi Golf Club. But if you want to go to a Vasant Vihar Club, you want to become, you want to have access to Anand Niketan Club, a Defense Colony Club, a Gulmohar Park Club, or a Niti Bagh Club. I'm just naming a few in South Delhi because that's where I live, and I'm very, very familiar with that. Or if you're a golfer, you want to go to ITC, JP, and others. All of those you get access to. You don't have to pay for that. You don't have to become a member. If you go to Bombay or you're from Bombay and you're familiar with Bombay, there's a club called Joli's. That's just one club. Similarly, if you're in Bangalore, there's a Bangalore Golf Association or a Karnataka Golf Club. Those are the kind of clubs we have associations with, and at no cost to the customer. So, and they can go innumerable number of times. Then another thing for the avid traveler is when the purpose of what we want to do and want to achieve at Red Beryl is to take away the nuisance value. And we want to make the whole customer's experience as seamless as possible. So when you go to a particular airport, right from unfettered access to all domestic lounges in India, so there are 62 lounges that we give access to without any cost, which are the in-calm lounges across 26 cities in India, and about 1,000 lounges globally. So that's a lot, right? After that, I don't think anything is left. So when you're providing this kind of access in terms of lounges, then we provide what is called a meet and assist. So if you're, let's say you're landing at a Heathrow, there will be somebody at the Aero Bridge with your placard welcoming you and your spouse or your partner and taking you in a buggy, walking, guiding you through immigration, guiding you through customs, taking you all the way up to your conveyor belt, getting a luggage out and putting it into the transport, which also if you want, we can arrange. So idea is to, like I said, take the pain points away and make it a seamless, piece for you. And before that, if there is anyone who wants a visa, we provide, I think, 14 or 15 countries, visa at home services, which can be provided, where even things like biometrics are done at home for you. You don't have to step out. You don't have to go to VFS, stand in line or anything of that, right? And who does all this? We have every customer of ours has a dedicated relationship manager. Also, in the event they do not want to reach out to their RM, relationship manager, they have a 24/7 concierge, which is available across more than 50 countries globally. So there's a lot that goes in. And then, of course, if anyone wants to, we have an app, we have a microsite, so they can, decide to use that. I just want to give one or two examples of how in a relatively young organization like ours, some of the customers have come up with pretty unique requests, and we have managed to fulfill them, which I feel good about. So one request was, there was a customer who is a prominent, we never named the customers. This customer is a prominent lawyer based out of Delhi, very, very prominent lawyer. And he is also an avid vintage car collector. So within, I think, about a month of his membership, he reached out to our team and said that, I think you guys make a lot of tall promises about doing everything and anything. Can you get me, and this was in 2023 or 24, maybe whatever, it doesn't matter. And he says, can you get me a 1965 model Ford Mustang? That's a 60-year-old car. He says, I've been telling, my friends, family, office, everyone to reach out and get me something for the last 3.5 years, and they've not succeeded in doing that. So let's see whether you guys can do it or not, Now, a 60-year-old car, a particular model, Ford Mustang, it's not something which is advertised. It's not like, you go into, Naukri.com or a Shadi.com and or an ad and it's there. These are not things like that, right? This is only because of the network which is available. And if the network that we have, in this case, which we did, and so our team reached out, and these are typically things which are there with the Raja Maharajas in, Udaipur, Jodhpur, and they wouldn't advertise about it. But because of the network, within 48 hours, we managed to source the car and the deal was done. I'm just giving you one example. Another example was where another customer who was very, very keen that, he was getting married and he wanted that the Pope, he gets the Pope's blessings in his wedding in Rome. And again, the concierge team in my organization, they reached out, and the only one thing was that he had to be Catholic, and which he decided to, convert and say yes, and I will do that. And he got, actually, the Pope attended his wedding. So, those are some of the things which are, and I can go on like this. There are many, many, many examples, but these were just one of the examples that I wanted to bring to, bear here. And of course, like, I'm a big cricket fan, I'm a big, concert fan. So whether it's a, Taylor Swift concert, whether it's a Bruce Springsteen concert, whether it's India-Pakistan match in New York, any tickets, last minute, or you want, best-in-class tickets, you want a general category ticket, all that is something which is done by our team day in, day out. The number of requests, even when I was driving here, I got a request from my team that somebody wants it, they're in Switzerland, there's a show which is going on tomorrow, and they want tickets for 8:30 p.m. show, and that was organized. So similarly, F1 and all. So there are a lot of, things which are going on at any point in time or the other, and, and I'm not talking about IPL, I think that's the easiest thing to get your hands on, but anything and everything is something that we provide and we manage to source for our customers. I mentioned about our target audience, and our lifestyle card that we've been talking about is more than just a card. It's really somebody's gateway to a world where luxury knows no bounds. That's the way we look at it. That's our mission statement within the organization. And now let's get on to the topic for the day. I think I probably spent more time on Red Beryl than probably what I should have. But this was a little bit of passion in me trying to share with you about something that, was set up, like I said, less than a year ago, and has exceeded all the expectations that we set for ourselves. It's a one-of-its-kind company. No other company in India has done something like this, which is bringing all these assets together. So strategic communication, to my mind, plays a pivotal and a very, very critical role. It's a key imperative in elevating luxury experiences. It's a key imperative anywhere, but more so when it comes to luxury. And what and how, when, why is it important? Because what it does is it effectively, if done well, that's a very, very important word over here, it conveys the brand's values, exclusivity, and the quality to the discerning audience that there is. Because if you don't succeed in communicating strategically and effectively and efficiently and concisely, you will never be able to win the hearts and the minds and the souls of your customers. We launched our product, which is the company, on 5th of August 2023, which is 11 months ago, at the Oberoi Gurgaon. We had about 250 to 300 Ultra HNI customers we invited. We also invited, there were two players that we thought a lot about. We did not have any marketing funds, so how should we go about this? And what we did was we decided that we will fly in. I don't know, any one of you heard about the police band here? Yes, just raise your hands. Okay, some of the old timers have. So like me, I'm a big police fan. So there was, the key drummer of Police is a person called Stuart Copeland. He's won 7 Grammys, including the one in 2023. And So we got him along with a gentleman from India who was, again, does anyone know of anyone in India who's won 3 Grammys? Any guesses? Yes? Yep, absolutely. So we got Ricky and we got Stuart together for the first time playing on Indian soil. Here's one person who had played, who was a drummer, who had won 7 Grammys, and Ricky had won 3 Grammys. So between the two of them, they'd won 10 Grammys. And first time ever there was a performance. It was a pulsating performance. It was at the Oberoi Hotel in Delhi. And they played for about an hour and a half, and they had everyone mesmerized with the performance. And that was our way to promote the brand in a way, because like I said, there was no funds, but just getting 250 people into a big convention hall, and of course talking about the product. And the other thing we did was testimonials. So we got some of the industry captains, whether it was a Kapil Dev, whether it was from different fields. So the Deep Kalra from Make My Trip, whether it was a Suhail Seth, who's from the PR company, all of you would know him, and whether it was Bonnie Kapoor, Kalyani Chawla, and a big foodie who's got, I think, about 6-7 million followers on Insta. So we got these people to put in, just talk. And at that point in time, the product had not got launched. So all they could talk was about their experiences with little to do with me in my erstwhile organization and wishing us the best. But they were very touching videos, and I think that also helped us in creating a lot of goodwill. So again, as we talk about communication, it has to be done in a very subtle manner, yet in a manner wherein you are managing to capture the hearts and minds of the customer who is your target audience. The visual identity created at that event was unique, and it perfectly captured the essence of what we were trying to do, which is, like I said, the bespoke luxury and personalized services. And eventually, what we were told, it left a lasting impression. And this is what was captured by a leading daily, which was Times of India, the next day. So I'm coming to the end of my presentation, 6 or 7 elements. What are the key elements which are there in key elements or key aspects of strategic communication? The first and foremost is brand storytelling. You've got to get that right. If you're not able to succeed with that or succeed in that, you will lose the plot from day one. And I don't need to educate, because actually it's the other way around. I can be educated by each one of you who's a PR professional here on how and why and how it should be done the way it should be done. So to give you an example, Red Beryl itself, if you were ever to Google it, it is actually, you do the word Red Beryl. Now, luckily for us, the first 2 pages in Google is all about Red Beryl company. But earlier, if you were to Google Red Beryl a year ago, the only thing you would see in the first 2 pages of the Google search would be around the Red Beryl stone or the Red Beryl gem. It is the most precious gem on the planet. It is found only in Utah, in Salt Lake City, right? And it is, in terms of, when you compare this with gold, it is worth 1,000 times more than gold in weight, and it costs about $50,000 per gram. That's a lot. So it's a very, very expensive and, more importantly, a rare jewel. So we have tried to craft this into our storytelling whenever we have spoken about it, and that's how we start any conversations. So, like I said, we wanted to bring a new brand to life. We did it through, the testimonials. We did it through various events that we did with our customers. And I spoke about, what we had in terms of the performers. Second is personalization. Anything which is not personalized, how would you feel, right, when you are sitting somewhere and you get a, communication coming in from the CEO or the CMO or the whatever, it doesn't matter, or the chief servicing officer of a particular organization, and it's like, dear sir or dear ma'am, and leaves it at that. So at least they're addressing you as dear, they're addressing you, sometimes they don't even get the gender right, but at least they're doing that piece. But that is not personalization. In personalization, you have to go to a level of detail where it's not only about addressing. Addressing is one aspect of personalization. It is a very, very critical aspect of how, you name a person by either you can choose dear Mr. So-and-so or Mrs. So-and-so, or decide it's, first names are generally not the best way to address a person. Add to that, in personalization, the individual preferences. So there is a lot of ways and means today, a lot of tools, whether it's AR, VR, everything is available today to figure out what a customer demands from you, and it is for us to leverage those tools and resources to do personalization. It is the easiest thing to do. Easiest thing to do, but we must do it. The second thing, which was a lesson for me, one thing I learned was that, and not only in India, this was happening globally. We were the primary customers, typically when you give a credit card to somebody, you give what is called a free add-on card also, right, to the wife or to the partner or to the son, whoever they decide. And the pricing is all bundled into one. So we were always addressing all our communication, all our literature, all our brochures, everything offers to the primary customer, right? We were doing it forever. And then always, like anything, you would want to look at the click-through rates, open rates, the conversions, and what kind of offer take-ups have happened. And we realized that, while we were bringing so much to the fore in terms of strategic alliances, offers which are, whether it's at the DLF Emporio, whether it's at BKC, a good offer here and a good offer there, which would appeal much more to the spouse. But the spouse wasn't even getting to be aware of the offer, because the primary customer was so busy in his life, day-to-day life, that he would never even, we all get like 100 emails a day. How many times would you want to open an email? So the frequency and the velocity, and all science tells us, aapko agar, you want to put a post on Insta or you want to put a post on LinkedIn, you should be putting it on a particular hour, on a particular day, because that's when you'll get the maximum mileage for it. It's correct. But similarly, like in this case, we realized that, the spouses, which is because 90% of our card member base was males and basic primary customers, but each one of them had an add-on, which was their partner, which is, let's say, a wife in this case, and only 10% were female basic customers. So the 90% of the partners were not even getting addressed by what we thought was very targeted offers we were providing. So that's when we decided about 5-6 years ago that every communication that we are sending from our desk will also be addressed to the partner, right? So every piece of communication that was going to a Mr. X would also go to the Mrs. X. And suddenly we saw, it was amazing, we saw a 7 to 8% increase in response rates, in CTRs, open rates, and offer fulfillment rates. So a small thing like that can make a world of a difference. And since then, it's, of course, become, religion and something we do. I've made it a point from day one to do this at Red Beryl, and I feel good about the responses we get. Moving on to the next point is all about exclusive access. The word access is, something which is so important, more so in a country like India. It's just like the word entitlement. A lot of people feel entitled to, even irrespective of how rich they are, they would want to be made to feel special. So telling them that they have exclusive access to something is, you would win the case very easily with them if you tell them that, you have access to something which others do not have. So telling them that you are special, this is coming to you by invitation, or this is rare, and those are the things, those are the points of conversation or discussion, or whether it's written or otherwise, which help in a very big way for customer engagement. So and it creates, effectively what it does is, it creates a sense of privilege. Moving on, consistency. Now, you can do a lot of these things, but if you're not consistent in, and consistency is not only omnichannel, it has to be, ubiquitous, it has to be across every channel, right? So a coherent message must go out across all platforms, whether it's digital, whether it's print, whether it's in person, in store, it doesn't matter. But the message should be consistent and the same messaging should go out everywhere. And very importantly, in today's day and age where we are living, which is social media, that drives our lives, right now, even while I'm talking, maybe 60% of you may be on Insta or on some other form of browsing through something in the digital world. Visual impact is very, very important, right? So why did Facebook die? Effectively, it's died a death, and Insta is taken on because Insta is, the attention span that a person has is 30 seconds, 40 seconds. That's why the stories and reels and all do very well. People do not have the time for long winding conversations or long posts, which may feel good to the people who are posting, but the person on the other end who's the recipient is not interested. They're interested in something which is to the point, and they're more interested in the optics or maybe the visual aspect or impact of that. Engagement and interaction is very important, and again, that goes without saying. If you're not engaging well with your customers, you're losing out. And you have to look at, and this is becoming more and more commonplace, not only in India, but across the globe. The companies who are succeeding are doing what is called community seeding, wherein they are getting hold of the community, they're taking inputs, right, and building a product bottoms up. They're actually asking their customers day in, day out, what is working and what is not working, and how can they make things better. And that makes customers feel that much more engaged. Using influencers, we all know, there are many influencers out there, but doing and using them effectively, again, the right influencers is very important, who know what they're talking about. And you also have to see the other associations, what they have with other, with other products that they are in the same vein influencing, to expand your reach and engage with your target audience. So that was also, to my mind, very important. Experience-driven content. If your content takes precedence over everything else, but if it is not experience-driven, you'll not get to where you want to get to. And make it, use immersive technologies like AR, VR. That's a bell for me? Okay. 2 minutes. And I'll move very fast. I was anyway on the last point. So cultural relevance. So everything, take into account things like, showcasing a brand's commitment to sustainability, diversity, and social responsibility, and crisis management. In a service industry, you have to be available 24/7. You could be handling a crisis anytime, but you have to be there when the customer needs you. So if you strategically manage all these things, luxury brands can easily elevate their customer experiences, make the customer feel good, and create a long-lasting brand perception. And the last piece where I'm going to end this whole thing is that, and close this discussion, is that whatever I've said so far is not going to be possible without a good leadership team. You could have, one person cannot do this. You need to create a team of performers, a team of doers, a team of who's very, very passionate, but most importantly, who are highly flexible, adaptable, understand the customer needs, and in closure, who have excellent written and oral communication skills. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Updated with geopolitical crises or pandemics to routine issues that come up in your sector. But for me personally, it's also about knowing the impact of crisis on your company. It could range from the impact on the stock price of the company if you are listed, to queries from the regulator, to employees being concerned about some crisis. And of course, we know the biggest impact of crisis is loss of trust or loss of credibility of a brand. I also wanted to just say that, is it possible to master crisis? I think there are differences in what kinds of crises happen. One of the ways that we thought, at least my teams over the years and us we worked on, is the media on the various crises that you're likely to face, the gravity of issues. And one of the examples I wanted to cite on this front is, as a pharma company, working within the pharma sector, come up on a routine basis, and there are issues that come up as a one-off. There is a difference between a US FDA, the United States Food and Drug Administration, conducting an inspection at a pharma company. That is normal course of operations. That is not a crisis. Versus a COVID pandemic and the developments that happen over there, or a war breaking out between Russia and Ukraine and the impact that that has on business. So over the years, I think the pharma sector, we've tried to talk to the media constantly about distinguishing between these different types of crisis. And what that resulted in, very happily, I'm happy to inform you, is that just a few days ago, there was an article written by veteran pharma journalists in the Economic Times that said, do investors overreact to US FDA inspections? And they concluded the article by saying, yes, they do, because inspections are a routine course of business. And for me, from a crisis front, that was a big victory. Of course, it's taken years of toil to constantly talk to your stakeholders to distinguish the routine from the non-routine, but that was a major win for us. So I'm not saying that's an example of mastery of crisis communication, but so much of that mastery, that word, or managing it, is slow burn. Education of external stakeholders as well as education now of internal stakeholders. Making sure that you're building a certain sense of your own company. Your leaders need to know that in the age of social media, you can't kill stories. There's no killing of stories, killing of crisis that's going to happen. This is social media. Everyone has a voice. Voice is democratized. You can take to social media to share anything. Also knowing that while you can't kill stories, you need to have a multi-pronged approach to crisis. It's not just the media is a platform, but regulators are watching you, your partners are watching you, investors are watching you. So multiple teams and not just corporate communication need to swing into action to deal with any crisis. So on the front of mastery, I'll just close by saying that managing it, being prepared is one, having a multi-pronged approach is the other, and education, I would say, of external stakeholders and internal stakeholders is very essential. Finally, work with the chief risk officer is one very important point I'll leave everyone with. Crisis is an organizational effort. Do not leave it at the doorstep. It's not just a corporate communication problem, it's an organization-wide problem, because in the end, what you're dealing with is trust. The most expensive currency there is in the world is trust, and that is what you're trying to retain or build.
Nice. I think trust in your sector plays a huge part, but in the other sector, which Lekha, I'm coming to you, there is a trust which people are putting every day with Indigo. There is a trust which everyone has inbuilt, and it can get aside very easily. How do you manage that?
So Mahesh, I'm going to say it's not the easiest task. In fact, we are probably toying and playing with that factor literally every minute of the day. When you have over 3 lakh people traveling on your flight every day, it's kind of, if you multiply it by the number of seconds we have, it is something that we have built we've put in a lot of effort, and we've built in a lot of resilience, a lot of processes and procedures in place to retain, maintain, and to continue building on that trust. So, when we talk about crisis, for example, it's not something that you learn to handle in a day, especially in the age of social media when things are, traveling at the speed of nanoseconds. So what I'm going to add to what my co-panelists said, it is all about preparedness. It is all about constantly making sure that what you are communicating the company is also acting on it behind you. So there's a lot of what we can say, but what of it is actually being translated into action? I think it's very important for that to match. So transparency and honesty in what you're saying, followed by action, is a very, very important protocol of not just crisis, but in general building trust as well. The other one is ensuring that when you are running into such situations, you are properly armed. And like my co-panelist said, you cannot ever master the art of crisis. What you can master is the art of managing the crisis. And that is to be well prepared, ensuring that you are sort of ready with like a ready reckoner, as we call it, or an ERM, which is all about having the right teams in place, having the right communication in place, constantly practicing. I think that's one of the things that we do, which is about these mock drills, constantly doing this over and over every quarter, every second month, where we face, put out such scenarios for us and behave as if that is a real scenario and what we would do in such scenarios. So there are pre-prepared statements, there are pre-prepared releases, there's pre-prepared communication, there's a whole big team, which is the emergency response team, and we are doing this day in, day out to make sure that when, God forbid, if something does really strike, then we are completely prepared. So that's the other factor in continuing to build your trust, when you are sort of, ready with knowing what to do in any of these situations. The third one is, of course, delivering on what you're committing. Whether it's service, when we say we are courteous, we are on time, we are hassle-free, we are constantly ensuring that we are delivering on these parameters. Do we succeed 100%? Obviously not, we don't. There are a lot of factors, and some of these factors are beyond your control. Now, if my flight from Delhi to Mumbai is delayed because there are rains in Delhi, heaven knows I can't do anything about it. But it's just that we, in that case, what helps us, or how do we continue to build the trust that the next time this happens, we will be, we will still be trying our best. It is like, we said, it is about educating the consumer that, it is our endeavor to make sure you are not late for what your travel schedule looks like. But it is beyond us. However, X, Y, Z. These are the 3-4 steps that we are taking. If my flight from Delhi to Mumbai is sort of delayed, and Mumbai to Hyderabad, the same aircraft is going to fly, we try and make sure that the customers in Hyderabad are made aware of it. It's not always easy. I know it disrupts a lot of plans, but believe you us, that the one thing we want is for the customer to never miss their travel schedule. So we constantly kind of, reiterate that point. We do a lot of education with the media. We've also started doing something known as a masterclass. It's a very recent endeavor by my team, where we actually sat down with the media in Bombay about the aviation media as well as the city media, to try and make them understand what happens behind the scenes in a season like monsoons when you have irrational operations. So this time, and I would say that's been one of the factors that's created trust, because this time when the stories have come out in Mumbai newspapers about monsoons delaying flights, the tenor and tempo of those voices has been very different from what we've been seeing in the last few years. So you're constantly trying to get your stakeholders to understand what is happening. So I think those are some of the measures we try and take as we try to build trust with our stakeholders.
I think it's pretty interesting because yours are the sector which are under huge public scrutiny. Any miss is something which is going to snowball at any day. Coming to the other side of the business, the B2B side of the business, Sapna, I will come back to you. Do you, in B2B business, can master crisis communication, or like Lekha put in, be good at managing crisis?
Mahesh, I use the word mastery in crisis comms, B2B, B2C, B2G, no matter which industry, I think with a little bit of caution, right? Let's take an example, right? Now, I work in the mobility sector. If you have a railway accident, can you really turn around and say you've mastered that crisis when lives have been lost? Not really. You can manage that, right? What you can master, and I think, both my panelists have said that, right? Co-panelists, that, you can master your preparation, right? You can make sure that your spokesperson, when I'm just taking one example in an industry like the railways, right? A railway accident. What you can master is your spokesperson training, that he approaches the public when he's speaking about it with empathy, right? That's the first line of messaging. The tonality of your messaging is that we can't jump to accept blame, even though I think, you have to accept responsibility until the cause of an accident is established, Railway systems are complex systems. It's not absolutely clear at the onset whether it is our technology that has led to the accident, right? So until then, unfortunately, you do have to go out with a very blanket holding statement, right? That says we're investigating the issue. I think corporates come in for a lot of flack, when their first line of response is usually something like that. We follow the highest standards of safety, we are investigating. But the fact remains that it is a complex system. You can't just accept to jump blame because you've also got responsibility to shareholders, right? You can't jump in to accept blame until the cause has been established, right? So you have to have that line of realism. And then just keep in mind that a crisis is an evolving situation. There are too many things, I think, that are outside your control for you to really say that you can master it, right? I won't name corporates, but a major airline manufacturer has been in the news a lot in recent months, because of issues on their fleet. I think they're doing the textbook thing in terms of managing the crisis, right? And I think they've learned through the years because they've had issues on that fleet for a while now. So I think they've learned through those series of crises, but can we realistically really turn around and say that they've mastered it? Not quite, right? So I think as communication individuals, I think you have to factor in that bit of realism that there are many things in a crisis that are not going to be in your control, right? Something as basic as spokesperson training, right? Even the best of spokesperson in the midst of a crisis can lose their nerves and actually say something that aggravates a situation, right? So there are just too many factors at play here, right? So you can at best stay prepared. So you can master the pre. You can perhaps do very well at mastering the post. The during, you just have to manage, like Lekha said.
You can know the beast, but you can't tame it every time.
Absolutely.
But coming to Abhilasha, I think you in your stint with Tech Mahindra and with IT B2B sector, what do you think? Are these crises something which you can plan? I think there's a lot of planning that goes behind every crisis. As agencies, as brands, we kind of plan ahead and see scenarios, how this can affect each of the parties. But still, there are areas which you can't control. You can't control public reaction. You can't control reaction and sentiments of people. What do you have a view on this?
Right. Okay. So firstly, thank you for giving us the opportunity to be here today. In terms of mastering crisis, I will answer it like you'd answer a question on can you be a learned person. It's work in progress. You can never say that I've accomplished everything. Even if you're a doctorate in that particular field or you've achieved whatever goals and accolades and everything. Learning is something which will always be work in progress, and crisis communication is pretty much like that. There is never an end to it because the stakeholders that you're dealing with, the situations that you're dealing with, and any comms professional who's faced any sort of crisis will confirm is never the same. Even if the situation is same because of the change in stakeholders, the people, how they react, how end consumer responds to a particular situation, your crisis changes. And like you said, today we're not just in social media. Today we are in the age of AI. We're in the age where you don't even know whether the reaction is coming from a human being or it's coming from a machine. Given those intricacies, all of this is just getting more and more complex. The data deluge. We have so much information and misinformation that it's absolutely impossible for anybody to say that I have reached the end of crisis communication management. Having said that, in IT and in my experience, especially in tech sector, we've observed a lot of cyclicity. For instance, appraisals, or for instance, at any point of time, if there are certain situations that keep coming back every quarter, then we are already able to predict those. And while we have been dissuading, at least I have been dissuading AI and tech in the last couple of minutes, but these tools have really helped also in terms of telling us and predicting that these are some of the sentiments that are growing. Now we have very, very advanced social media listening tools, which actually help you gauge a trend. They actually tell you that the tonality of a particular response to a tweet or to a post is quickly changing, and it gives you these alerts real time. Hence, to not be leveraging those or to just be relying on your during the crisis, as Sapna very nicely put it, and just relying on your behavior during the crisis will be slightly less intelligent. So it's important that you leverage these tools and also start predicting and understanding your industry really well. And once you do that, you will have a framework which will help then navigate those challenges. So no, cannot master it, but you can master the framework, you can master the response time, you can master the camaraderie that you have within your company. In any crisis situation, there's not just the the corporate communication team that works, it's also the legal team, it's also the finance team, it's also HR, it's also the business team which is affected by that particular situation. Hence, like for instance, Tech Mahindra has a 150,000 people employee base. The crisis could be happening in a remote corner of Germany. There could be time difference, there could be media difference, there could be social intricacies which are different, and hence the nature of crisis is different. In those cases, synergy internally is so important, and it's sometimes hard to educate everybody or to have that preparedness beforehand. Hence, to have very simplistic tools or mechanisms on how you're going to respond in next 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 1 hour, 2 hours, and so on and so forth, because in crisis, time is everything. So to have that laid out is some of the ways in which you can at least look at or at least try to achieve the best in crisis management.
We can prepare for crisis, but we can't master crisis. That is what a consensus that we all have. But I want to know these stories behind the crisis. I think BTS behind the scenes are something that everyone would like to know. You guys, you girls have been leading major crises for your organization. You know what goes behind the scene of these crises. Can you talk us through some of them? What is the scene like? How you go about it? How you close the loop around it? What is the BTS that happens in the last crisis that you remember? I will start with you, Lekha, because you have a very interesting company about it.
So, yes, Mahesh. The last one, the last crisis that one kind of dealt with was the recent, bomb hoaxes, the false bomb hoaxes, as they say, that were appearing concurrently in the aviation vertical. A lot of it was, since Indigo has the highest number of flights, by default, a lot of them were happening on Indigo flights. The real scenario was that we were receiving these very specific hoax calls telling us that on this particular flight, on this seat, there's going to be a bomb. Twice or thrice, there was this whole thing of sort of a written hand note being found in the lavatories of certain flights which were mid-air. While Indigo was facing this, there were the others also, like Air and Vistara, who were also undergoing this, but a large part of it was on. And what that led to in one of our particular scenarios was because the threat was so specific, we actually had to anyway go through a whole evacuation procedure. Now, while it sounds very easy while I'm talking about it, the kind of complexity that involves, especially, when the flight is in midair, how is it that you keep how the crew needs to keep themselves calm, not knowing whether it's the true scenario or a false scenario, how we kind of communicate it to the passengers, the fact that you need to involve the airport authorities, the ATC, how you may need to make sure that the flights or the aircraft is sort of landing at a remote bay. And, the whole preparation. So even if sometimes we've taken a call of not informing the passengers on the flight because we are still not sure of what this is, the veracity of the whole situation. When you're landing and you have these fire ambulances around and all of these, it does scare the passengers. And there's a lot of humdrum, a lot of confusion that emanates, and in the middle of all this, we actually had to go through a whole evacuation process where as we say, the emergency exits were opened out, the stairs were inflated, etc. Now, while we did all that we did, and thankfully that was a hoax call, having to deal with a situation like that, what did we really do? We actually went out and talked about the fact that this is happening consistently through the aviation vertical, creating a lot of mistrust, a lot of, sort of fear fear psychosis among the customers. So we engaged with the regulators, with the airport authorities to send out a cohesive communication telling people that this is happening, but more importantly, sort of sending out an alarm to the people who were probably doing this out of some sense of, like having fun, or whether it was some sort of sadistic pleasure, we don't know. But just sending out a message that continuing to do this could get them into legal problems. We also went out as an industry leader suggesting to BCAS and DGCA that they need to actually put in a legal framework around such situations, because till date, if the person is not caught or we don't know who it is, then these things just disappear over a period of time. So we've put a framework in place. Now we are working with the authorities to put a framework in place where we are working backwards to see where the threats are emanating from, what's happening. At the other end, we also went out as an airline, trying to reassure people that we are looking into this very carefully, that our processes and procedures are very well in place. We have all our, we have a laid out way of ensuring that you are safe when you're aboard Indigo. So a lot of this communication was consistently sent out. Internally, we also went on to tighten our processes so that we were kind of able to ensure that that we are able to verify the veracity of such a communication. And how that was done is we were constantly running back and forth between our internal teams, between the crew, with the pilots, to ensure that when we receive such a communication, there are certain processes that are followed, safety protocols that are kicked into place, etc. So a lot of it was just making sure that the processes are communicated, that the processes are internally tightened, that we kind of get out there and speak to the regulators, to the authorities who are involved, and work out a cohesive process so something like this is not repeated again and again. And over a period of time, thankfully it's been a while, over a period of time now that duration of such calls and such hoax scenarios has kind of come to a nil. So, yeah.
Interesting, I think, with the open communication that you talked about, I think we expect from every comms to have that open communication with everyone. The consumer trusts the comms at the base level of where the trust is built up. Open communication is where it's built up. I'll come back to Josna. Hey, Josna. Welcome. I want to ask you, what is the last crisis that you faced that you can openly talk about? Take us behind the scene of handling that crisis. I know that you are coming from a crisis, so we feel free to speak about whatever the last crisis that you remember.
So, last crisis is something that is going live as we speak. Sorry about that. But yeah, it's about, so there are various types of crises, but the current one that we're dealing with is when a partner of yours sends out a communication with an incorrect information, which is not checked at, at source. So, and you are not aware of the communication that has gone out on behalf or which your partner has sent out, which mentions you. Now, the issue here is it's very difficult at times to figure out what is the source of the information, but you realize that it's already out there, and as you're dealing with it, it's on social media, that's where all the news breaks, and that's how you get to know. And by the time your partner can respond, the story would have proliferated and you would have had the news getting carried across several, category A publications or news portals. So the only thing that you can do at that point in time, or what we do, is quickly, agility, I guess, is the most important thing when it comes to crisis. But to figure out where the issue is, and the only thing you can do at that point in time is, at the end of the day, the source from where the news has gone out is your partner, and you can't deride them either. So you will only have to make a request and say that, hey, this is a mistake that has happened, and be open about it and say that it's all right, but if you can, please do this, and provide options. So the person doesn't feel, and journalists at the other end do feel, that we are dictating terms to them, but If you give them an option, then obviously they realize that, instead of going with what is incorrect, they might as well drop that sentence if that. And I think that way it's easier to get it corrected or to be able to deal with the situation that is there. But at the same time, it's very important to also set a system in place wherein your partners also need to cross-check with you. So that's when we'll come back to, the module that you need to make for every partner that you have, be it a vendor, be it your, the other channel partners, etc., to be able to deal with it. But this is something where you need, there was an, crisis, but you can also have a situation which was about 8 days back, where there is, again, agility matters, but the moment you see that there is something which is incorrect, and if it is your own internal system, you're able to verify faster, go back, and the journalists actually appreciate and recognize the issue, and it gets corrected thanks to, again, social media. Obviously, if it would have been in print, then the damage is already done. But they immediately get into action, make the correction, changes are done, and there is least damage, particularly if it is on a weekend. So there are various ways. Modules are there, systems are there, but each system or each crisis, I think, is very particular to itself, and one can't really typecast. But if a process is set in place and people within the system, which includes your senior management, understand the veracity or the importance of being able to deal with it immediately and how it is important to be agile, considering that it can go on to other platforms equally fast, I think it works very well. Thanks.
Processes. I think that is something which we all hate, but we need to love them down to the core. I'm going to go to the next question and ask you, is always like 80% of the response to a crisis that I have seen is, let's simmer down, we'll wait for it, we'll see how the crisis will end, and then we'll have holding statements, we have all those things, but we always wait for crisis to take a complete route and then only react. We don't go in the middle of a crisis and try to get solutions out of a crisis. Usha, is this the only approach that we take?
I'm very tempted to say yes. It's a comfort zone for a lot of corporate communication professionals, I'm sure, to say, let's wait and watch. I've actually seen also, traditionally, veterans in the corporate industry, leaders, CXOs of organizations also being sort of the opinion that the comfort zone is, let's wait and watch. If we said, because back in the day, we never said anything. If you wait and watch, it'll pass. But this is the age of social media, and you also threatened us with the age of AI, and by tomorrow it will be the age of something else. I would say there's, firstly, to add to what everyone's been saying, there's no one-size-fits-all approach. So I can't readily tell you, yes, that's the best option. Everyone's got a playbook. You first figure out whether this is an industry problem or a company-specific problem. Is this a routine operational issue or a one-off? Does it strike you as a this too shall pass? Or is this likely to become a permanent blot on your record or your company's credibility if you let it go unchecked? And of course, major parameters are constantly being monitored every day. Is your stock reacting to it? Are collaborators and partners starting to ask questions to you and various teams? And like I said previously, it's not just corporate communication. I think Abhilasha was also saying it's everybody. It's finance, legal, investor relations, corporate affairs. Everyone's coming together to work on this. How far are we impacted? From a pharma perspective, I would say if someone's questioning the quality of your product, you never let it go unchecked. This is a life-saving sort of a sector. You have to react to it, and you have to react to it with facts. As I'm sure we all agree, the standard issue, inauthentic, insincere sounding statements then will not do the job for you. You do feel the need to intervene and not just sit back and watch. You have to have facts, but you have to be very humble about it. If there's been a lapse, you acknowledge it, and you tell them we'll come right back to you after an investigation, and you have to close the loop over there. Incidentally, though, there'll be other situations where you don't say anything, maybe because it's an industry story. We've had geopolitical crisis, we've had wars break out in recent years, issues on taxation, GST, you name it, that sort of thing has plagued entire sectors. Maybe the more you say, separately, on such topics, the more it fuels the fire. Maybe that's kind of situation in which you choose not to comment very much. At the same time, I'd also say you cannot ever appear flippant. You cannot appear tone deaf. I know Lekha's from the aviation industry, a different airline based in Europe altogether. I read about this case study. I can't remember how many years ago it was. But somebody on an airline complained about the person they were sitting next to. And the way the airline, this is an airline based in Europe, responded to it was seen as a very tone-deaf response. They were trying to be defensive about themselves, whereas the issue that got social media riled up was actually a social issue. That the ranting passenger had taken exception to perhaps the heritage of the other person next to them. So it's unfortunate that you get caught up in such situations, but if your response appears tone deaf or completely flippant and it's not addressing the actual reason why the crisis has happened or why social media is riled up, then you're not addressing the issue at all. Similarly, as a pharma company or in healthcare, vaccines during the pandemic and thereafter, side effects, so on and so forth, a lot of people have had a lot of questions. Having watched how other companies have also dealt with it, there is a science at the center of all of this. And the only thing that can reassure your end audience is facts, proof, evidence, and your humility in approaching the whole thing. I'll also just make a quick mention of the fact that sometimes you can react by not commenting, react by not reacting very visibly. And by that I mean you may not be putting a sentence or a statement out, but you are being available to the media behind the scenes. Because these are the people who are writing stuff. There are social media, perhaps influencers or people who know you or patients or consumers who've reached out. Maybe they just need to know what's going on. They need to have their trust in you. You be available, but being available with updates is not the same as commenting. And that's a pretty crucial distinction to draw. You do small things like make sure if there's a crisis going on, don't post too many tone-deaf celebratory posts about yourselves, generic sounding stuff and so on. So there's some again, in the region of tone deafness. That's right. That's how. I want to point out, I think Abhilasha mentioned this, that the most underestimated, underrated and overlooked stakeholder in all of this is employees. You may not want to give a statement out to the external world, but your employees are reading every single thing that's written about the company and they have questions in their mind. So making sure that we are being careful about that is very important. And finally, social media is both a friend and a foe. The platforms that create misinformation, multitude of sources and chaos are also the platforms that allow you to address your end audience directly when the time comes. So we found this during COVID. As a pharma company, there were all sorts of rumors flying about around availability of drugs, sourcing of drugs, counterfeit drugs. And we decided we did not want to go through just journalists and the media on this. We wanted to put real-time updates through our social media platform because that trust is only generated directly. So I'll just wrap up. No one size fits all. Wait and watch works in some cases, not in others. You need to take that call as a communication professional with the help of your cross-functional teams.
I think that's the right thing. Likely you pointed out with Abhilasha, this goes to you. When is the right time for a company to speak to an external stakeholder? If a crisis has happened, when do you time it?
So the timing is right when you have the facts. And that's the thumb rule. And even in cases when you're not speaking, that's just external. There is so much happening on the other side, which is fact checking. And fact checking is not as simple as it seems, because in a lot of times, like I said, you could be in a remote geography, there could be time difference, there could be other challenges, but unless and until you're 100%, and that is, I always say that crisis is a combination of heart and mind. So while you have to be careful of and be empathetic towards your stakeholders, because at the end of the day, you're talking about people, you're dealing with people, there are sentiments involved of the end user. At the same time, the mind, which is the fact, which is where all the credibility comes from, cannot be ignored. So unless you have something 100% accurate to talk about.
You've mapped out your influencers and whether you know what the potential of that particular influencer in your industry is to cause true and long-lasting reputation damage, right? I don't think a brand should just engage with everyone, because today everyone out there can be an influencer, right? Everyone out there is a content creator. You need to know who is in your industry. Are they really seen as a figure of authority and a credible voice in your industry, right? if they are, then yes, you have to engage. And I think there is merit in engaging, right? It also builds your own trust and transparency as a brand.
So let me add a layer to it. Does influencer activism is leading a lot of crisis?
That's not an easy one to answer. I think a lot of my co-panelists have said, right? Depends on how you kind of define, what you define as a crisis, right? Some of these could be just normal business as usual activity. Yeah?
So I will...
But a few have. I mean, come on. I mean, like we all know what happened with Bonvita recently, right? So a few have resulted in a genuine reputation crisis for a brand and spurred conversations. I think the good thing that I see in that, depending on the industry, it sometimes bring awareness on issues that should come to light, right? So it mainstreams certain conversations that I think leads to overall betterment. If it actually spurs faster action in an industry towards maybe like as an example, better nutrition, then I think it's a win-win, right? So, but I think it's reality, like I said, right? There's good and there's bad. There's pros and cons like to every situation, but I think that's an important stakeholder today in today's ecosystem. So whether a brand likes it or doesn't like it, you have to engage.
So influencer investments across the brands have increased over time. Influencer is one of the core areas where every brand is investing. I will come to Josna, to you for that. Food and beverages, this is an industry where I think a lot of influencer activism is leading to a lot of good things for people around us, good things for human beings. Is this the right thing?
So, like she's rightly mentioned, you need to align yourself with the right influencer. They should be aligned with your goals, vision that you have. But at the same time, they should be, like you rightly mentioned, should be credible voices. Also, what's very important in our sector is if you do not align yourself with the right influencers, you're likely to be under scrutiny when it comes to government officials, certain regulatory bodies that are there. Also, you are not seen, as authentic if you don't align yourself with the right guys. But most importantly, there are players who've aligned very well. Say, for example, Unilever for Dove had issues. So they did partner with some great influentials or influencers for sustainability, and which worked very well for them. Nike has worked very well with athlete influencers who are there. So it's about how you align yourself to be able to bring out the best in you. Some of our products which are in the spices segment or in the confectionery segment, we've had organic, like she's mentioned, anybody can be your influencer. So if somebody has, in fact, the brand Pulse was made by people all around. We didn't do advertising for the first 9 months because we were still struggling with trying to meet the demand that was there in the market, and we didn't realize we didn't go in for any advertising, marketing, anything. But I think it was word of mouth. It's people who put up a lot of videos, a lot of social media content, snackable content, which did very well for us. And each of us would remember when Pulse was launched, we all wanted to have, one was not enough. But that was a completely social, influencer-led brand that was built. So it's about how you use it to your advantage.
The perfect example that you picked up, I think Dove has changed a lot through the feminist movement. They have tried to be more inclusive of different people that came in from the influencer, that came in from the social media activation. Right now I was seeing an ad for a menstrual pad, who are using real people in there. The kind of earlier things that we used to see has changed a lot because of, I think, the crisis that came in where people were saying that show the right things. Okay.
No, also awareness, right? Awareness, you are using them to create awareness, to drive a narrative, which is positive. There's nothing negative in that. Yes, you do have influencers who do a lot of, or use content or drive a lot of conversation narratives which are not in the right light, and I'm sure no brand would want to be associated. But it's about how you use it And also, you should have a little bit of control over the content. At the end of the day, I mean, if you are engaging with the influencer, we should also be aware of what is happening and how authentic the influencer is, transparency in terms of content that is going up. That's all right. And sometimes it's best to leave it onto them if you're so confident about the product. If the product is good, there is that much that can go wrong.
So Lekha, coming and connecting there, the last time that you handled a crisis similar where influencer activism was played a role on the whole scenario, Indigo did really well on the whole front. The kind of statement that it came out after this was one of the best statements that I've read for anything such as this. So how did you approach it? Was empathy a topic? Was fact finding, like Abhilasha said, like fact is something when you have it, then only you come back with a statement. So how do you approach making a good press release after a crisis?
Okay, so if I'm right, Mahesh, you're referring to an ingredient being sought out by one of the influencers who pointed out that it's in high level in one of our food samples, etc. Yes, so in such a scenario, I think the best way, and a lot of my co-panelists have echoed that, is to come out clean, is to come out sharing what goes on behind the scenes. So, in this case, it was one of our sandwiches or a drink which was labeled with a high sodium content with a very high rated influencer. It was not something that you decide to put out. It's something that's put out by one of the influencers of their own accord. Our statement or our stance in that case was very clear. Whatever we put on board for our consumers in terms of eatables or drinks are very well mapped, run through, researched, safety protocols followed, and they're under the ambit of FSSAI. We know that where we stood on that, okay? So once this came out, a lot of it started getting traction. We kind of went out clearing very sort of vocally saying that all of this is under the FSSAI clearance. These are the ingredients. These are the levels that there are. All of these are either freshly prepared meals or they are, sort of packaged meals. And everything runs through stringent tests, through stringent clearances before they are put on board for the consumption of our customers. So our statement reflected that. At the same time, we went back and did a lot of sample testing of the similar sandwiches across different stations to make sure that whatever we were sourcing from our partners was kind of within the guidelines that we had prepared, and we did not find a single like a single sample that was not within the defined parameters. So we were very sure what we were doing. And like Jyotsna pointed out, it is all about, at the end of the day, being transparent. And if you're very sure of what your product is, where you are in terms of that particular issue or with reference to that particular product or service, then there's only so much that can go wrong. So we opened up our lab to some of the media influencers to come and test, do the testings for themselves, go through the whole process. And when the statement came out, it came out with a lot of confidence, with a lot of clearance of the truth, and with a lot of transparency, honesty and empathy, because we were very sure that it was very important for us to put ourselves in our customers' shoes to see if I was at the receiving end of something like this, how would I feel? And so we were very, very mindful of all these parameters when we put out that statement. I think that resonated with our stakeholders, and that matter actually just kind of, as they say, fizzled out as soon as we put that statement out and people knew what we were saying and we knew what we were saying.
So that was a win.
That was
win for everyone, win for the whole industry, win for all of us. So with this, I think I heard the bell also. I am just going to summarize like what we all discuss and everything. Usha, your points on not be tone deaf is something that we need to manage how to learn mastering crisis. Okay. How to manage crisis, not be tone deaf. Like Jyotsna said, we don't need to have one size fit all solution. Every crisis needs to be treated differently. There's always a human angle to every crisis, so that needs to be monitored. Sapna, I think when you spoke about your mastering your preparation, at the end of the day, you can only do that. What is something under your control? You can't control what the crisis is going to be, but your preparation for the crisis. Lekha, great points on constantly practicing, constantly preparing for it, having scenarios built in, and closing closing the loop at the end of the day. It's just not letting crisis simmer down, but you need to go back on the crisis and see that you go back with a valid response. You have an answer to it. You not having an answer is not a strategy to it. Abhilasha, we learned a lot from you on fact checking, on learning to how to time your crisis answers. So this is how we can manage to learn to how to handle crisis in our lives. So with this, I close this session. Great talking to all of you. I think 5 women, this is my hypothesis. I think I can be wrong also, I'm not a researcher, but women are great at managing crisis. Is this something that is a hypothesis which can be converted to a truth?
Can't typecast like that. But yeah, women are good at multitasking.
Yes.
But then men are good at many other things. So it's okay. It's a
Few
combination
things,
of both that can work.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Thanks for your time. Thank you, everyone.
Fantastic. Doesn't matter. That was the most special entry. Movie में भी उतना नहीं होता entry जैसे आपने किया. एक बार इनके entry के लिए भी ताली बजाइए, please. Let's make her feel special. She's at least put that effort to come and join us over here. Thank you so much, ma'am. And can we have a huge shout out for the entire team over here for this wonderful, wonderful panel discussion full of insights, knowledge, and everything. Request you all to kindly pose for the shutters. Kya baat hai. Thank you so much. We want to start all the conversations in a positive note and we want to end them on a positive note as well. So thank you. Well done. So now there's a slight change in terms of what we are doing right now. So we're going to be doing a fireside chat right now, and I request the people over here to kindly get the chairs sorted. We'll be needing only 4 chairs on stage. So can we please get the remaining chairs removed? Need to remove chairs. So this time it's a fireside chat, ladies and gentlemen. The topic for the moment that's set to be discussed is navigating geopolitics, the role of public policy and ESG in shaping global communication strategies. The topic for the moment for this fireside chat right now is the role of public policy and ESG in shaping global communication strategies. This session, ladies and gentlemen, is going to be chaired by Rahul Kashyap, who's the Executive Director of PRP Group. A huge round of applause for Rahul Kashyap, please, as I welcome him over here on stage. Do we have Mr. Rahul over here? Oh, yes. Thank you so much. This session is going to be chaired by Mr. Rahul Kashyap. He'll be joined on stage by Anil Patni, EU Policy and Outreach Expert, Apex Advisors. Can I please have a huge round of applause for Mr. Anil as well, please, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. We also have Sangpriya Gautam, Director, Spaceside. Can we please have a huge round of applause for Sangpriya Gautam as well, ladies and gentlemen. And we also have Sonal Singh, Head Corporate Communications, Jindal Stainless. Ladies and gentlemen, this time it's a fireside chat. I'll request all of you to kindly please take your seats. Thank you. The topic for the moment is navigating geopolitics, the role of public policy and ESG in shaping global communication strategies. The experts are here, the stage is set, the panel is ready. Over to you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And thank you, Adgali. One of the advantages of being the chair for such events is that you get to meet such illustrious and accomplished people in such close proximity. So loud shout of thanks to Joya and her team. Thank you so much. And that wasn't really loud. So thank you so much, Adgali, for this event. And especially this topic is very important because we often say politics is personal or personal is political. But over here we are talking about geopolitics. Every government works in its own national interest. And this national interest may often be in conflict with other countries, and that can have devastating impact on the overall existence of countries. The most recent Ukraine war or the conflict in Israel-Gaza belt is west side is a clear example of this. Right from oil diplomacy to war diplomacy to arms and ammunitions to agriculture, every aspect of our life is guided or influenced by geopolitics. So we have a very accomplished panel today who have done a lot in matters of intergovernmental public policy and how it affects businesses across the globe. So it is very interesting to know how, because as communicators we tend to believe that we are the ones who shape government policies, or we want to believe that we are the ones who are having an influence on how governments behave, how their policies are created. But over here, I would like to understand, and I think the audience would also be hugely interested to know, how government policies and geopolitics affects communication strategies. That would be quite a learning session for us. So we have with us Sonal Singh ma'am, who is the corporate communications head of Jindal Stainless. We have Sangpriya Gautam, who is a public affairs expert and director of Spaceside, and Mr. Anil Patni, who is the EU public policy expert. So let me begin with Sangpriya. How do you think, geopolitics affects the communication strategies, or how it works in the global scenario?
Thank you, Rahul, for the kind introduction. So I'll start with, I think I'll also give a background. So the present world we live in is the sum total consequences of the policies forged by the geopolitical events in the history. So if you look at the geopolitical events throughout the history, so they have shaped majority of the public policies in almost all the countries. I'll go back in past and I think, let's say, talk about World War. So by the time World War was about to getting finished, in 1944, 41 nations met at a place called Bretton Woods and they formed two institutions. So the reason for the meeting was that the world was devastated, infrastructure was in shambles, economy was also not doing very well. So what these nations decided, if at all the war happens ever, right, what we will do, how we will make these countries rebuild again. So they made two very important institutions, IMF and World Bank. So IMF, which bails out the economies, right, the way they did in 1991 with India. They gave us the money because we were struggling with the deficit that time. And World Bank, which gives loans for the infrastructure projects. Then second wave of public policy formation comes in form of Cold War because of the ideological differences between the Soviet Union and US. So all kind of races started happening. So we see the space exploration race. We have seen the arms and ammunition race. So had this not been started way back, let's say during the Cold War era and our India's affinity towards Russia, can we see, the kind of space exploration program we have now today, or the companies we see across like SpaceX doing so wonderfully at the global stage. Now third comes the fall of Berlin Wall, like 1989, I believe. So 1989, that was also, this event is also termed as closure of Cold War era. But then what all started with this fall of Berlin Wall? Soviet Union got disintegrated, right? Soviet Union got disintegrated and your market liberalization started. Then happened Gulf War, right? 1991, 92, 89 and 91. So I think that was the time when markets were opening up. And with Gulf War, if you all remember, that was the only, that was the first war in the history which got covered 24/7 by the media. CNN covered it 24/7. Now what happened with that war? The oil prices just went haywire. So India, as a developing economy, I mean, had to face a lot of problems because of the energy security. So, and that was the time everyone started talking about energy security and others, and which was again followed by 1991, India opening up its door for the for the markets and liberalization. Then so many more events have happened, like 9/11. So, I mean, if we are enter into the hotels, we see we have to check our bags through that machine, the security protocols at the airport. So everything got changed after 9/11. Then I think in 1998, I'll just add the last one. So 1998, Pokhran happened. So what Pokhran did for India, right? So India, even after being an open economy, a lot of sanctions were made by the partner countries. US had sanctions on India, economic sanctions on India, Japan, and many other developing economies. But I think through diplomacy, through further liberalizing the economy, India played it very well. So I think, yeah, I'll sum it up here.
Thank you, Sanpriya. Mr. Patni, you have been an EU public policy expert. What has been the European experience?
All right. So, good evening, everyone. Thank you for inviting me to this esteemed panel. So, I've had the good luck of working for the European Union in India for a very long period of time. First as a press officer in the EU delegation, and last several years as a consultant working on EU-funded public diplomacy projects. So, I can speak on the experience from the point of view of the Europeans, and to carry forward from where Sangapriya was saying. So, in fact, in 1950-51 was the time after the World War, after the setting up of the Bretton Woods institution, that actually the seeds of today's European Union were sown, because it was in 1951, 9th May 1951, the then French Foreign Minister Robert Schuman actually made a declaration that, inviting other European countries to come together in a project of peace, because these were the countries which were actually at war with each other, France and Germany. You remember the World War II history. And so he proposed that, let's pool our coal and steel industries together and create a coal and steel community, a European coal and steel community. A Treaty of Paris was signed, 1951. 1957, they said, let's expand this. And a Treaty of Rome was signed, and a European Economic Community was born. So they said, not just coal and steel, we will cooperate with each other on all sectors of the economy. So these were 6 countries at that time: France, Germany, Italy, and the Benelux countries, Belgium, Netherlands, Luxembourg. These 6 countries then became 9, 11, 15, 25, 27, 28, and then again 27. So now it is 27 countries, a group of 27 countries which are represented in India by an organization called the Delegation of the European Union. And of course, the member states, they have their own embassies also. So in the context of public policy, because, today's topic is actually a very large one. Navigating geopolitics is such a large topic, whole night we can sit here and talk about it. But the second part of it is much more specific, which is how do you look at the forces of public policy and ESG shaping global communication strategies? Because this is a meeting of the communications community, right? So let me just, say a few words on public policy aspects of this, okay? So, in fact, there are a lot of very interesting milestones which have come up in the last 5 years from the European Union side, which are actually deciding the contours of the landscape in which business operates, okay? So you talk about data privacy, you have GDPR, okay, the General Data Protection Rules, which is now like a kind of a pioneer, and other countries are trying to follow. So this is the typical European way of, setting out a standard, and then the rest of the world has to follow. So the GDPR is a big public policy milestone, which is setting the rules for the global communications community now. Similarly, there is a European Digital Services Act and a Digital Services Act and a Digital Markets Act, which is again setting the rules for large platforms like Google and Facebook and so on. So because these companies, they act like gatekeepers. You have to, they decide the rules and you have to follow them, and then they become monopolies. So how do you deal with the monopolies? So there is a anti-trust kind of a situation which appears. Again, that's a public policy issue. How does the government deal with that? And once you have set out the rules, that then decides the landscape in which your communication happens, and so on and so forth. There are many other aspects which we can talk about, but I'll stop here for now.
Thank you. One Brexit and the entire communication strategies of governments changed.
Oh, absolutely. Brexit was a big surprise because nobody was expecting it to happen. But that's what happens when you put things to a vote.
So geopolitics and the uncertainty of it. From global to the European experience, for the India part, I would request Madam Sonal Singh to say, how do you see that geopolitics affects government decisions and the effect of it on the corporate side of it?
So thank you first of all. And you said that communicators fancy themselves to play a big role in geopolitics. I wish it was as true as that. I believe a lot of communication strategies kick in after the geopolitical disaster has already happened. So for instance, I represent the manufacturing sector in India. All of us have known how toys industry in India got annihilated by China. And such was also the case with electronics, with pharma, with chemicals. Slowly businesses were going out, they were shutting shops, and suddenly the market was being flooded with imports. And this kept continuing in India and US and EU and several other markets until a tectonic shift happened in the Trump government where Section 232 was imposed and imports were stopped from China. And it was done to protect jobs in America. Now that one decision changed the world order from globalization to nationalization. Until then, there were enough and more researches that was indicating to the government that our industries are closing down. There were enough and more association representations to the cabinet ministers, to the parliamentary committees, that we need to staunch imports from China. But that one decision of Trump triggered governments all across the world to take action. So I believe geopolitical crisis or decisions are always important on the communications agenda, but they become urgent only when the crisis hits.
As it did in the case of Galwan.
Yes, and for instance, you look at the Red Sea crisis as of today. Now everybody in manufacturing, it is a very widely acknowledged fact that India lacks critical minerals. Now we have a policy on critical mineral exploration. We have always known that container imports, containers are not owned by India. So 70% of containers in the world are owned by Chinese and remaining are owned by US and America. So if you want a very high quality good imported into the country, you have to ask them for containers. Now, if we know the situation and there are enough research papers also published on this subject, why is it that even after canvassing and public advocacy and a lot of corporate affairs efforts, such decisions have not been taken? So it is also because India is such a large behemoth. There are so many other pressing issues in front of the government that sometimes, things have just to be jerked into action. And that comes whenever the crisis strikes.
Thank you so much. I'll come to you, Mr. Patni. ESG is a very critical aspect of geopolitics, and it's become, part of how we judge businesses are done. But there is always a side where we think that it has been weaponized. Do you agree? You disagree? And how critical is the ESG part in our business strategies?
Right. So we have to understand the journey of how we reached where we have reached, So before this buzzword of ESG came around, which is last 5 years, 7 years, we had something called CSR. Now people have stopped using CSR, they have moved on to ESG. But essentially, if you look at the economic history of last 70 years of India, leading companies have always, the big groups have always had a social aspect to their business. They have reached out to the immediate social communities where they operate, and this is purely from a strategic point of view of running your business well. So if you are running a coal mine, and you are surrounded by 100 villagers, you obviously need to take care of them. That's good for your business also, no? So this is like give and take. So this is social responsibility. And then over a period of time, CSR evolved into ESG because, the thought came that it should not be just social responsibility. Equally and perhaps more important is the environmental responsibility. And this is in the context of the sweeping wave of awareness which came after the United Nations came up with the environmental reports and the IPCC reports. And so because of that, the awareness about the rising temperatures, the need to limit the global warming to 2 degrees less than the required number, all of that has come, and now the companies are forced to become good citizens. They have to pay attention to their carbon footprint, and in order to do that, they obviously have to invest in renewable energy, in energy efficiency measures. So this then has been put under a framework of environmental social governance. That's how we come to the ESG. And this is not just talk, this is now law, okay? So in Europe, you have a European climate law. In India also now it is compulsory for the top 1,000 companies, okay? Top 1,000 as listed by SEBI market capitalization. They have to compulsorily report on their environmental performance on a report called, you know, the social responsibility report that they have come up with. So this is going on.
So thank you. Sangpriya, the question is whether mountain must come to Muhammad or Muhammad must come to the mountain.
No, I'll just take forward what Anil sir was saying. So ESG, again, it's a very important milestone. So why it is required, right? So I think first is we need to ask it ourselves why it is required. Everyone in this world is using resources. We sitting in this room is using electricity. We are sitting, manpower and other things. And so it happens with every company. So that's why when you are taking something from the environment, when you're using the resources, so you should always think of, giving it back. So that's how the environmental aspect of ESG comes in. Second part is social aspect. So sir talked about that Coal India used to have been doing mining in India for the longest time. And yes, I think at one point of time when Coal India in 2014 came up with their IPO, the number of beds with Coal India or the hospitals with Coal India was more than the Fortis. So that's the kind of social integration these companies have been doing. But again, it's very, very less. I mean, it's not, even now, I mean, we see that, a lot of companies, when they try to go for mining, when the roads are being made in India, a lot of resistance comes from the local people. One, probably the narrative is not right. Probably their requirements, their needs are not considered, right? So that's why the social aspect is very, very important. It's very holistic. I mean, we see a lot of companies struggling with, this CSR part also. They are not even able to find the right CSR partner in India. We are not even talking about the sustainability of the CSR programs in India. I mean, companies give money funding to one good program for 3-5 years and they completely stop it. But the people who are receiving those funds, who are getting benefited, that also stops there. And coming on the governance, I mean, we all grew up in Delhi. I grew up in Delhi. So I think by the time I was in 6th or 7th standard, I mean, the newspapers used to come stamped, Delhi is the rape capital of India. That's the governance part. Let's say IMNC is coming to India. They want to set up their office in Gurgaon region. But we are notorious that, women are not safe in Gurgaon, let's say. But so the kind of, then goes the investment part into it, right? To make women feel secure. You need to provide, let's say, a cab and other things. And all these parts, ESG, it's about investment. But this investment is not negative, right? You get really good returns. And there are researches by McKinsey and others which says that, if you are investing in the ESG right, your companies are perceived in a very positive way and you reap the benefits at a later stage.
Thank you so much. In fact, I will not let go of this opportunity that Sonalji is here. Apart from ESG, there is also a gender issue in geopolitics. There is a strong voice that says, if women were in more powerful positions in the world, it will be a safer, more peaceful world. How do you see that, and how do you see an Indian resonance to that?
Very interesting point of view. How many women are there in the hall? Yeah, enough. Well, first allow me to persist on the train of thought that Mr. Patni put, because it is linked. Now, I was working for the public sector for a very long time, and you are very right that ESG fundamentals were ingrained in business principles. We had a unit where 35,000 people worked and only 10,000 people worked in production. Rest other were making roads, making houses, doing CSR, running schools, running hospitals, etc., etc. So ESG was not a new concept. But for the private sector, it forces them to, one, get into a lot of initiatives, make sure that the expenditure is done at the right places, and also
reporting is so important. Actually,
Yes.
reporting forces them.
Yes, and the latest, for instance, geopolitical turn of events happened through CBAM. You are an expert of that subject, where European Union is now forcing people who import into Europe. For us, Europe is 50% of our export market, to report emission numbers at each stage of production. This is unheard of. And we are sure that this is going to set a precedence not just in European market, but I'm sure US market and maybe eventually even Indian market, because that was the need of the hour. Now coming to where women fit into the picture, I think the more and more women, not just as regards geopolitical concerns or manufacturing space or politics in general, the representation of women has been abysmally low. In the entire manufacturing setup, probably the best companies will have 16% women representation. In India, I think in political scenario, we have about 19% of women representation. And does adding women into the workforce make it a better place? I think diversity has its own role. It's not just about women, it is also about bringing in people from different ethnicities, different regions, because diversity and different perspectives force you to be rational. They force you to consider the other point of view. And yes, I think women are very professional wherever they are.
So thank you so much, and it was intellectually very invigorating and very great learning experience.
One last point before we close. I mean, I really want to say this. When we are talking about ESG, and this is a community of communicators, so I really want to make this point, and please don't get me wrong. But the PR guys, the corporate communications guys, please be very careful about greenwashing. Okay, you all work for different companies. Companies are now forced to get into ESG, especially if you are a top 1,000 company, and your management may be interested, may not be interested. They are, like literally being forced into it, kicking and screaming. Okay, but once you are there, please do an honest job of this. That is the only way to have a good corporate reputation, because if you only do window dressing, this greenwashing business can backfire big time and you will have a reputational problem at hand. So if one message you want to take back home from this ESG session is, please, for God's sake, avoid greenwashing. Be truthful about what you're saying. Make incremental progress. Showcase the incremental progress, but don't exaggerate too much. Be honest.
I'll keep that in mind.
This may lead to sparks flying in the hall itself. So I'll rather avoid that. Thank you so much. So thank you so much. It was such a great panel.
Any questions from the audience?
And, if there are any questions, we would love to have. Yes, please.
I joined quite late. I'm sure it must have got addressed, but I wanted to know a little bit more about PRSR reporting. Of late, what has happened is it's more of just feeling the need for reporting as a matter of fact. But how much of truth goes in BRSR report is a question to be validated. So anything on it?
I think let's give them credit for the fact that if they're printing something on paper, companies will not say something completely, they will not lie. They will not lie on print, okay? So the fact that they are forced to print, they are forced to give data, and there's a format for the BRSR, as you know, and you have to show how much compliance you have done and how you are meeting the UN SDG goals through the BRSR, etc. So therefore, there is a kind of conscious effort which has been drilled into the companies because of this, and eventually that's the right direction to take, because frankly speaking, out of all the 1,000 companies, maybe not all the boards are so environmentally conscious. People will say, listen, I have a job to do, which is to run my business. I'm not here for the CSR and the ESG. But sorry, that's what the mandate is now.
And I am the they here in question, by the way. So BRSR, annual report, website compliance, all other compliance, I have a full team that is doing that throughout the year. So you can imagine the seriousness that goes into the process and the amount of sweat I have to, from August to September, the amount of reporting that goes into compliance is probably all that corporate communication does for all big listed companies. So it is huge effort, and it has to be sincere, it's printed.
Any more questions? One last question that we may have time for. Anyone?
Does anyone have any question? One last question we have handled. Anyone wants to ask anything? Yeah, if you want to connect offline. You have both the options. I guess they prefer the second one.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much to all of you. Huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for all these wonderful people over here taking time from their respective busy schedules to be with us. It's a busy weekday. Can I please have our photographers over here for a group photo with all of them over here? Thank you so much to all of you for sharing all those wonderful insights and knowledge, and I'm pretty sure it's going to be helping a lot of people over here. And I believe we are pretty sorted with the chairs. That's exactly the number of chairs that we need for the next one. All right, so quite a few. All right, so quite a few panel discussions and fireside chats since morning. And I've been listening to them as much as possible, trying to understand and decode what they mean, how they can be helpful, etc. But this one is particularly very, very interesting for me because this is about podcasts, and me being a YouTube creator myself, where I do podcasts with people from the Indian film industry, so I understand the value and how you actually do that. So this is something that's going to be very, very interesting, ladies and gentlemen. The topic for the moment right now is effectively using podcasts to engage and communicate. I'll repeat the topic for you all once again. It's effectively using podcasts to engage and communicate. The session is going to be chaired by Udit Pathak, founder and director, Media Mantra. Can we have a huge round of applause for Mr. Udit Pathak, ladies and gentlemen? Thank you so much for being with us over here. We have some wonderful speakers joining for this session as well, ladies and gentlemen. Can I please have up on stage Darshan Shah, co-founder and CEO from Newsreach as well. Thank you so much, sir. Welcome once again. We have Mamta Dhingra, global PR consultant and podcaster, Lateral Sutra over here as well. Thank you so much. Give it up for Mamta, ma'am, please, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. And we also have Vaishali Sood, who's the Senior Managing Editor, Integration, NDTV. Can we please have a huge round of applause for her as well, ladies and gentlemen? Thank you. And ladies and gentlemen, we also have Mr. Uday Pratap Singh, Editor of IMAGEXX. A huge round of applause for him as well, please. Wonderful man. Known him for many years. Always a pleasure to meet. All right, so the stage is set. The plan for the podcast is ready. Looking forward to learn a lot more personally. Thank you. Over to you. Is the mic working? Yeah.
Thank you, guys. Good evening. Namaskar. Can I say good evening and namaskar to all of you guys? All right. So, guys, this is a topic which is very close to my heart these days. I've recently started podcast, and I've become a podcaster apart from leading a public relation firm called Media Mantra. When Joya came to me and she asked me about, will you want to moderate the session? I said, who are the panelists? And she said, there will be 2 people from media. And guys, I'm on the opposite side, and it really feels very, different experience to question anchors who questions everyone. Thank you. Right? So I think very, very important topic, looking at the current scenario of the communication industry and also how the marketing initiatives are going right now when it comes to podcast. Today we have a very diverse panelist. We have Darshan, who himself runs a PR tech firm. Darshan is the founder. We also have a podcaster, another podcaster called Mamta Dhingra on show. She also runs her own podcast. And then we have Vaishali, who's the senior editor of NDTV, and also Uday Pratap, who is the editor of NewsEXX. Without further delay, let me set the context straight and start with the questions. I think, guys, my first question to everyone, and we can start with Uday, with you, is why do you think the entire industry is growing currently, the podcast industry?
So firstly, thank you very much for that question, and thank you to AdGully and the organizers of today's event for having us. It's appropriate. It's the IMAGEXX 2024 Summit, so it's appropriate you have someone from NewsEXX, firstly, here. And as Udit was reminding me, he's of course been on our channel on a show hosted by me. So today, tables have turned. He's asking me the questions. But I think podcast is the buzzword today, really. And earlier, it used to be, of course, restricted to digital media. Today, podcasts have truly gone mainstream. I think, the moment it starts coming on television news channels, it's gone mainstream. And I think it's headed in a great direction because we've seen, of course, a lead taken in the industry with big anchors, well-known faces all start their own podcasts. I myself have not yet started my own one, but I've contributed to a few on the channel, and I'm also facilitating a few for our editor-in-chiefs, etc. So I am, clearly in the podcast thing, and I think every time I meet my owner, they say, "When are you starting your podcast?" It's not when are you doing your next interview, when are you starting your podcast? So it's clearly a buzzword. I think that pretty much sums it all up, and we'll talk more about it, but I'll hand over to the others for their opening comments.
Yeah, I think Uday summed it up quite well. Podcast is the buzzword, and news organizations, I have to say, have come into the game a little late. So a lot of individual podcasters like yourselves have taken the lead, and we're playing a little bit of a catch-up here right now. But it's a great, great medium. It's a great medium and another distribution platform, so to say, of content. And one of the wonderful things about podcasts is it's a slow medium. It's a medium where you can have long conversations, where you can have long, meaningful conversations. And in this rush of news that we live in constantly, it's a great space to sort of bring back those long conversations that used to be an interesting part of news and storytelling.
Thank you once again, AdGully. Thanks, Udit, for that introduction. And yeah, podcast is the pause, I think, in all of our lives, all of our busy schedules where we are lost. And podcast has come and hit us at a right time because the way the content was booming and inundating us, podcast has made sure that we get our sanity back into the whole humdrum. It's a new wave which has been around for over 10 years, which was never recognized to this level. But yes, some of the podcasters have made this really relevant for us to not go untouched with this wave. So it is here to stay, and more as we go along.
Hello, everyone. So thanks, AdGully, Sudhir, Joya, for having us here. So mainly, I was just reading up that why the podcast is getting so popular and all. So the report says that 43% of your company is going, 43% are the chances. If your founder is good, your thought leadership is good, then it's likely to succeed in your business. And I think, podcast provides that platform to your thought leadership, the way they come up with their thoughts, ideas. And that platform, somewhere down the line, it was missing. It was just, a bilateral communication earlier in the form of interviews only, which was getting, I guess, monotonous and all. And this provides, the influencer space came in along with the podcast that is making, wonders. So this is what, why it is working so good is because of the lot of innovation which is happening within the space, and podcast is providing that platform.
And I'll just quote another example apart from, of course, what the owner of our channel told me. I'm going to quote him here, the host of today's summit outside. Yes, there he is. He told me off record, but I'm saying it on record, कि आज कोई session सुनूं ना सुनूं, आपका session ज़रूर सुनूंगा आप लोगों का, because podcast is his interest area as well. So I think that says a lot.
Hello. Okay, yeah, absolutely. I think that's how the industry is growing, and also the fact that a lot of communication people are also, inching and working towards it for sure, right? I want to ask this question, especially to you both media guys. When you talk about, podcast, there's one thing which keeps coming back is the content, right? How do you guys create different content when it comes to podcast? Because, in media, you are actually everywhere. You talk about being on channel, on print, online, video, you're everywhere. But how do you differentiate that, right? There could be, that, okay, this is the content which will go to the podcast, this is the content which will come on air live in front of your target audience.
So I think, it's a lot with the presentation as well. So of course you can have big names doing it. I think Barkha Dutt has her own podcast now. You have Smita Prakash, who's also doing one at ANI. But how do you differentiate becomes the big question, and I think that's what you're trying to ask us as well. How do you create different content? So you create different content, of course, by the guests you get. You create different content by the presentation and the look, because earlier podcasts you thought it would only be audio. But now it's video, right, as well. So you've got to, spruce up your presentation. So maybe for a podcast, I wouldn't be dressed how I am today. I would perhaps be in a cooler look, because podcast is something that is catering to Gen Z as well. And they want to see a, more casual, relaxed atmosphere and relaxed conversation. That's why politicians also, I know that's a, topic you'll also be talking about later. That's why politicians are also, going to podcasts today, and ministers as well, because they want to cater to a different audience. And that's something brands are also going to do. You all are all PR people. So, brands are also wanting to cater to different audiences, and podcasts give them that. You spruce it up also through the presentation. So for instance, one of our shows, it's an all black setting. So there's just black behind the anchor who's hosting the podcast, and there's just black behind the guest. So that, kind of gives a very cool look when you're watching it on television, and you really get engrossed. It seems like, you're in an interrogation room, or, that kind of vibe and atmosphere. You also, differentiate content in your podcasts by also putting out there what you wouldn't necessarily on television. TV, I know now the lines are getting blurred as well, because TV is also, as Vaishali said, we were late to the party, but we've arrived at the party now. We are now also getting podcasts as part of our mainstream news content as well. In fact, every conclave we do, we have a separate podcast section. Now I'm actually thinking aloud, we perhaps might have a podcast on stage as well at our next conclave. So it's mainstream definitely. But it would be your different questions to what you would ask in a formal interview. That's what would differentiate the two. And finally, I think you would also, cater to a digital audience as well. We all know that the future is going digital. And if we in television do not understand that, then we're going to die a natural death. So we've got to, become TV and digital companies. You cannot just be a TV company, or you cannot just be a digital company. You have to, mainstream everything. And to cater to the digital audience, podcasts are really working by getting the kind of views on YouTube or Instagram and Twitter and wherever else. And the rest Vaishali can add.
Yeah, a lot of what Uday said, but as editors, when we think of what will go into a podcast, for us, it's really the story behind the story. So the story that's happened, that's broken, everyone's spoken about it, it's been tweeted about, broken on TV, etc. But what is the actual story behind the story? And if you look at podcasts through that lens, it lets you really get behind the scenes, lets you get to the granular details that you're possibly going to miss in like a 2-minute package, and also gets you to speak with a very diverse set of people who, on a day-to-day basis, you don't have space for on a television channel. So that's a lens we put on podcasts at NDTV, and and then there's also obviously the daily news podcast. So we have this podcast called The News with NDTV, which is a 10-minute capsule of the day's events. The storytelling in that is again very not rushed. It's really telling you what you need to know without the fluff. And it is also a mix of stories. So it's not just the top political stories of the day. It's a mix of politics, sports, lifestyle, some wonderful news that's taken place somewhere in the world. So I feel like for a podcast, for an audience that's looking for podcasts, that's the kind of content that they would want and expect from a news network. And I think that's where all of us are moving towards.
Yeah. And podcasts earlier, as I was saying also, one just thought when you looked at podcasts, it can just be cool and casual. That's it. But now it's adapted. Like say when the Ranveer Alabadia show started, and that's again another podcast that the youth really connects to. You would see him with actors, sports people, maybe nutrition people, fitness influencers, but you wouldn't necessarily imagine that you would see him with a Piyush Goyal or a Nitin Gadkari or Rajnath Singh. But now, as I was saying earlier, the lines are blurring.
Yeah, I'd like to add to that.
Hello?
Should I just take
Hello?
over? No.
I think something happens with Mike, and Mike also wants the anchors to do the job and not me questioning you guys. All right, so, while we talked about, the content, how do you select when it comes to podcasts, I also want to talk to a podcaster, and you have also hosted, I think, your company has hosted around 10, 12 podcasts. So the question is basically, how do you guys, question the people who are coming on the show? Because, if you look at, as he was talking about Ranveer's show, I've seen on Ranveer's show, there are politicians also going, right? And you have also talked about Gen Z. If Gen Z is also going to see the similar guests, they might get bored, frankly speaking, and they don't have patience to go through it because they watch podcasts because they want everything very quick, right? So Mamta, how do you select, and Darshan to you as well, how do you select your guest, and how do you select the content which goes out to your guests?
Yeah, so I think the answer to that for me would be very simple because as a content creator, let me understand why am I there in the game in the first place. Why did podcasts happen to me? Because I genuinely had questions in my head which I wanted answers to. Very unlike a media or a publication house, which will be very tied up with its editorial guidelines or its brand image, I am not tied to that. So as a podcaster, I have that leverage. As a content creator, I have that leverage and a creative freedom. And you could be seeing the same guests on my show, your show, and someone else's show, which could be either on a television news channel or maybe somewhere else. But it's really the inquiry and the style of the podcaster that kind of defines the content. So you can obviously become a specialist at that. As you continue to do certain things in a certain way, you can develop, you can change, you can evolve. I mean, just like how Uday very rightly said that nobody would have expected a Nitin Gadkari on Ranveer's show, but that's the evolution, right? People started relating to Ranveer and his conversations with the style that he would put it out to. So for me, it is the genuine inquiry to know the person behind the profile or the persona that my guest is carrying. So for me, the questions is not about how did he make it to the success. For me, the questions will be about the challenges and failures and disappointments and things that he had to face to be where he is. So the story will start very differently for me. Yeah.
So in our case, Mamta actually rightly said, the persona matters, everything, But more on our end, when we are looking from the business point of view, we are looking this as a vertical in our business. So we would be, I'd say, only PR tech company having one particular vertical doing press release distribution. And the second vertical which we started is completely into podcast. And, when we did our first complete podcast series, there, we understood that something or the other, the topics which are not being touched, you have to pick up those topics, the niche you have to create, and then you have to go to the market leader and tell them that, if you do this, okay, this will be something very popular, will get very popular, this kind of audience has never been touched. And in our case, it was AWS. So we spoke with AWS, we told them, now when you go to Shark Tank, it's only maybe, tier 3, tier 2 guys are coming up. And if you talk about the big ones, unicorns, but nobody is talking about the middle layer, okay, which are the companies in the B2B and B2C space, which are doing wonderfully well. And they are also profitable, but their stories have not come out. Let that be Chalo, Blue Smart, and even for, GoQuick, SoulStore, MobiQuick. So a lot of those stories were, very important. So when we decided the show structure, we told them, let's have it into complete, a couple of, I would say, segments into place. One segment, we talked about the ground up journey which they had. Second was like I would say, rapid fire round that they had to answer in a very short, that what kind of, challenges they faced, and what were the, the angel investor which came to their rescue when they did not have any funds. How was their first experience about the fundraise and a couple of other things. And the third segment, which came in was particularly that coming from the audience, coming from the partners. Okay, so this was something, engaging at the ground level. So somewhere down the line, the content has to be that way, which is more engaging and covers everything on the persona side.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so I very jokingly say to my PR colleagues and people that I meet that the podcast, for me, my podcast is not about what nation wants to know. It's actually about what really, really I want to know, and in the way that I want to know it. So it begins from there, and obviously once you have a following and an audience base, then you pick on the pulse, that what is being liked out of your own content, where is the wave moving, can I create more of the same, or can I keep experimenting with that? Unlike maybe let's say a television show or a news capsule or a news segment, which will ongoingly, continue to be in a certain format. So I think that's the creative freedom of the content.
So talking about unfiltered conversation, that's what we're talking about. Yes. And that also brings to my next question, where we talk about, do you all see there should be some standardization of metrics or tools that will be developed to actually gauge the impact of the podcast? Because a lot of people, if you actually look today, in the last 1 year or so, I've almost met more than 60, 70 startups and looked more than 60, 70 different entrepreneurs. Out of them, at least 10, 20 people have their own podcast, right? And, there's too much of content for everyone. So, there should be some kind of standardization. There should be some kind of metrics. That's when you will realize what value podcast will bring in, right?
Yeah, possibly, at the end of the day, you also have to decide whether, you believe a podcast success is because of its quality or because of its quantity. If it's quality, then you'll probably look at, the kind of guests coming in, the production value, the style of anchoring, the way of asking questions, the questions themselves. If you're looking at quantity, you're going to look at views. How many views does it have on YouTube? What are the episodes? Are they in millions? Are they in thousands? Or are just 10 people viewing them? So that, it depends. Are you looking at quality or quantity? Then are you going to get an external agency to do it? We in the TV news industry know about the rating system. So first, of course, it was TAM. Then it's BARC now. A lot of channels, though, are not in BARC. I don't think NDTV is in BARC. We aren't in BARC either at NewsEXX and India News anymore. Then it becomes, the question of which rating agency as well. And I know where you're coming from, because some sort of metrics or measurements is required, because that's the way you attract brands, right? To, sponsor a podcast or ally with a particular show or property. You want to show how much reach it has. So that's something for people to ponder over. But yes, eventually, if this is the way we're going, then yes, maybe there will be an agency for this as well.
Yeah, so in a platform like YouTube, it's there to see, right? The numbers are there to, the views are there to see. Now, whether you boosted them, not boosted them is irrelevant. But the numbers are there to see, and similarly on these distribution platforms. So slightly different from how TV ratings were judged. Here, it's a little bit more democratic in how content is judged. And so standardization, I think the tools that already exist. And what will work and will not work will actually depend upon the quality of your podcast, right? And the reach that it is able to generate and the reach that you as an individual are able to generate. A lot of podcasts work wonderfully through word of mouth. And, and a lot of podcasts work because you've managed to pull in some great guests. And then a lot of podcasts work because, as you said, Mamta, due to the personality of the podcaster. So I think there's, in terms of, judging the success of the podcast, the numbers are nowhere close to what regular videos generate. But I mean, Matrix exists.
Because, then there becomes a question for a brand. Say you're a brand and you're looking at two shows, and one has, 2 million, 3 million, 4 million. But then there's the other which has great guests, big guests, and the quality is amazing. And perhaps the interviewer is a really renowned face. Do you go for that one, or do you go for the one which simply may have whatever it has, but has 2 million, 3 million, 4 million? Maybe we just have, Big Boss stars, for instance, and has 2 million, 3 million, 4 million. So there's that question. So will a metrics help in that direction, or will a brand just rely on his PR team and marketing team? What's your take? Counter question.
I think there will be a slice of pie for everyone, because they will always be very niche content creators. If we look back at the origin of audio content, for example, that never got defined. Its success never got defined by the numbers. Its success always got defined by the level of interest that audience was giving you, even if they were 10. So, for example, if I am hosting the show and my audience for year-on-year growth remains to be the size of a room full of these people. So that's enough for me, because I am catering to that niche. So it totally depends on, what's your vision also as a content creator, and what remains relevant to you as a content creator.
So ROI is subjective. So when corporate is doing some podcast, their ROI in their mind will be completely different as compared to if anybody else is doing. Maybe some of the youngsters, they are doing a very good podcast and they are generating millions in views, but they never see the the standardization, that what kind of views I'll be gathering, what sort of. They just want to make that interesting, and that's what this is, when it comes to standardization, I don't think so. We are very early actually to speak about this. But at least when we, get into this, and a couple of years down the line, I think, based on the reach, of course, the subscriber numbers you see, the engagement that creates, and everything else. And mainly, when we were doing our podcast, so we were seeing that reels are performing very well. Whereas the long form content, and we saw the percentile view, we were hardly seeing 50% people going above that 50 percentile views, and they were not even consuming the whole content. But whereas in case of reels, which is 1 minute, 2 minute, 3 minute maximum, okay, we were having more than 90-95% retention ratios, and there were a lot of replays. So, of course, the content for short form content is performing way better, and the other, the standardization per se, it's difficult as of now to comment.
I don't know what is happening. Okay, so I think let's come to the brand side also, right? I believe, I will just give you an example. I went for a pitch. I also run a PR firm, as I said, right? So I went for a pitch, and that pitch stated a different SOW, which said that they need 7 podcasts in a quarter. And I was like, where did this number come from? Right? And, brands have realized the power of this content, right? how do you see, especially the agency people, we have two PR professionals also, and you might also want to contribute towards it. How do you see this becoming a dedicated service when it comes to our industry, the PR firms? Right? Because we have seen influencer management becoming a dedicated service, a dedicated practice. I've seen a lot of PR firms opening their own influencer management, different firms too. Darshan, when you spoke about PR, podcast, and you were the only one. Keeping that in mind, we also launched something called Pure Reality with Udit. Right? That's a show which I'm hosting. Right? So that's a service, and mind you, there are a lot of brands who are inclined towards and want to participate. So how do you see the PR firms making this as a dedicated service and a dedicated, maybe the PNL as well?
So, of course, the dedicated service has to come because the production of this, the host, this is going to define how your podcast is going to perform. And secondly, what we saw, what was the most selling point with AWS or even with any corporate branch which we are talking is mainly about the amplification which is being done along with the podcast. Because when you see the podcast, so khali baat kiya, wo digital reh gaya and chhod diya. But if you are able to amplify that across, all the other mediums which is available, let us say you do a half a page print article on Mint, okay, the way we did it. Then you do a radio promotions on that. You do digital PR on that. And then you let influencers talk about your podcast as well. So there are a lot of things, which is to be done in order to make that more popular. And, rightly Vaishali said that this is more like a word of mouth. Why we know Ranveer and Raj Shamani and all? Because everybody somewhere down the line has watched. And we have seen, let us say, hundreds of podcasts, but we talk about 2 or 3 or 5. Reason being, it's very popular. So we just need to make that popular, and it has to be amplified fully 360 degree. And then you see this as a potential that yes, that can be a dedicated service where you're going to make money.
Now, coming from the PR perspective, because I don both the hats, so so long as there will be scope for interesting stories to be told, anything that keeps adding into that category will be added to PR. So podcasts, like we have been speaking about, allows for a very democratic view on any kind of theme, any kind of storytelling, even a personal and a deeper dive. So I think where PR industry will look at it and clients will look at it as a solution is to bring the other side of the story. So it can be more humanitarian, it can be more in-depth, it can be more authentic, and one is not compelled to just put out a business position to the story. One can take a very independent stance and a voice. So long as leaders will keep acknowledging that, and this platform very beautifully allows that democracy, I think this will be a very relevant KRA for PR.
Yeah. Shai, do you have anything in mind?
Yeah, no, I think you guys have encapsulated it. We have a similar struggle, right, where somebody can say, give us something in news, in print, in digital, and also podcast. But what strategy will work where is something to be thought about. And pure play PR, I don't see it working in the podcast space. But behind the scenes of a brand, the storytelling of a brand, the personification on the brand, I think those are kind of stories that one can look at and collaborate on. There used to be a show on CNBC which was on ads, right? And so what's behind that ad, the story behind the ad, those are the kind of conversations one can hold on podcasts where I think the space would be more suited for that kind of content.
Yeah, the moment something looks too staged or paid or put on, it's going to fall flat, because at the end of the day, podcast is meant to be raw, real, bare, right? That's where it's different. Otherwise, it would just be like any other content.
I'd just like to add that, again, from the PR perspective, see, like Vishali has said that already, that podcast allows for a long form. And through PR or a news article, you can only achieve so much. So, for example, if I am a menstrual hygiene brand, in an article or an interview, business interview, I could only say so much. But if I actually commission a podcast series, which is an educational wellness program around that, like a podcast show, of course, I will resonate with my community and there'll be a better shelf life. And then coming to the part of digital, because podcast is a digital medium. Now, you've created a digital asset for life. So if you are published on Spotify, if you're published on YouTube, which is your own platform, like your own channel, then you're there forever. You know, the news article and I can actually go incognito after a point in time. It will still have a shelf life. Yeah.
The watch says time's up, so we want to keep this conversation going. But last question from my side would be on key takeaways. What are the challenges and the changes you foresee in this industry? I will start with Uday, then Vishali, Mamta, and Darshan.
Well, changes, will come in because it's, as I said, a very new sort of, buzzword podcast, right? So the future is looking very, very bright for it right now. This is just the start. I think there's a lot more potential in this space for everyone, both in TV and in digital and, of course, on the brand side and corporate side, for government as well. You know, they often say that why films become a effective means of reaching an audience, is because of the visual medium. And again, this is again another medium where you can send a message out. She cited the example of, Mamta cited the example of menstrual awareness. That's something that, again, film like Padman did as well. And there have been other films as well on various other issues. So podcasts, yes, can also be used to spread social messages, but can also be used to, work well with brands as well for corporates. And they can also, of course, be used for some cool content, which they are initially meant for, which it was initially meant for.
Yeah, I mean, I'll just sum it up very quickly. Isn't it wonderful that audio is back in play? There's too much focus on visuals. It's good to go back to audio and the quieter world of audio. So I think there's a huge, huge scope. And it's a sign of our times that a podcast is back in play, where people want to slow down, listen, and really get into the grips with the story. So I think there's a lot of space to grow.
But the TV person in me will say that, see, this is why podcast में भी video की ज़रूरत थी, जो video आ गया।
Podcast रहेगा।
मैं इस पे 2-3 चीज़ें बोलना चाहूँगी। वन इज़ ऑफ कोर्स, जब तक हम अडेप्ट करते रहेंगे, डिजिटल आया, बहुत कुछ आया, and a lot of things have changed also. So long as a tool or a medium like podcast will keep adapting, ऑडियो आया, वीडियो बना, अब शायद लाइव पॉडकास्ट होंगे, लाइक हाउ उदय सेड, मे बी वी वुड लाइक टू जस्ट डू अ पॉडकास्ट आउट ऑफ एनी प्लेस, वाई अ स्टूडियो, वाई रिस्ट्रिक्टेड टू अ स्टूडियो. So long as there will be that adaptability and agility, we will see a continuous growth of conversations that can be done via or through or calling it a medium like podcast. और पॉडकास्ट का जैसे हमारे वैदिक टेक्स्ट में बोला जाता है कि नॉलेज जो है वो पहले श्रवण और श्रुति से ही मिलती थी, और पॉडकास्ट में ये दोनों है.
So just a single key takeaway from the business point of view. Podcast will be sold only when it is integrated with any other services. This is what I personally feel, and I've seen that, done that. Integrated with any other services. Okay, and podcast standalone would be very difficult to sell.
Okay, different people, different take, that's fine. Okay, so can I open this for the audience as well, and then we'll wrap it up. I know the time, so we'll take 2-3 questions if anyone wants to ask. She wants to ask. This question is for whom? Anyone? Anyone?
Big, yeah. It's at the end of the day, podcast, as I was saying earlier also, podcast is a podcast. You can do it any way you want. You can do it in any background, you can do it with any anchor, and you can do it in any language as well. And I think regional cinema is growing and booming. Similarly, regional podcasts will also grow and boom. Right now, it's only a lot in English and Hindi. But पूरा देश है और हमारा इतना विभिन्न देश है, विभिन्न भाषाओं का देश है, तो ज़रूर ये जो पॉडकास्ट है, मैं हिंदी में ही बोलना चाहूँगा ये कि मराठी में भी होंगे, पंजाबी में भी होंगे, असमीज़ में भी होंगे, कन्नड़ा में भी होंगे, हर भाषा में होंगे. So I think the future is huge for regional podcasts as well. 100%.
Yeah, I just like to answer your question. Actually, podcasts में regional languages ही सबसे ज़्यादा booming है. Pulp fiction, crime, true crimes, जिन categories में education, जिन categories में podcast बढ़ रहा है, वो सबसे ज़्यादा regional में ही बढ़ रहा है.
Hi, so I have a question that in podcasts, do you think that generalized podcasts will work better or will specialized focused podcasts work better? Like if I talk and give a parallel example of YouTube channels, right? Channels like FitTuber, Food Farmer, they specifically cover a certain topic. They have an audience which is very interested in that topic, and each video of theirs gets 10 million views, 12 million views, and they specifically focus on a certain topic. Now, going forward, because there is so much clutter which is going to be there in podcasts, which anybody can open a podcast, do you see specialized the way to go or general the way to go?
So, again, I have my personal opinion on this. Simply put, if any celebrity is there who is having the following, okay, I think they're the generalist, whatever they say, that will flourish. Okay, that will float like anything. But when it comes to specific, the niche one, I think, that's more educational oriented, whatever the targeted one, that should be the best ones to have actual view. There you are creating the audience, which is actually listening to you and where they are interested. General में you are not targeting anyone. Everybody is getting targeted. So, सबसे ज़्यादा मुझे लग रहा है जो चलेगा आगे जाके, that would be niche ones and not the general ones.
I may disagree with that because of course you can't just be a jack of all trades, but if you are successful with a few, then you can then straddle different sectors. Ranveer is a great example, which we were citing earlier, that he started off with maybe actors, then he went to sports people, but then he ended up with politicians as well, and now of course he has other people. Again, Smita Prakash on ANI, she also has films. She had Ranjit, for instance. Then she also had Amit Shah. Then she now has Chirag Paswan. But she's also had, say, Gautam Gambhir as well. So, I think...
Yeah. I just like to answer it a little differently. May I? Rahul, for you. हमें यहाँ पे थोड़ा सा ग्लोबल सिटीज़न की तरह सोचना होगा. हम इंडिया में रहते हैं. बहुत बड़ी आबादी वाला देश है. हम नंबर्स से ऑब्सेस्ड हैं. बट जब मुझे अपने पॉडकास्ट पे, अपने शो पे ग्लोबल इंक्वायरीज आती हैं और उन्हें मैं बोलती हूँ कि मेरी 10,000 ऑडियंस है, दे आर वेरी हैप्पी. सो दैट काइंड ऑफ आंसर्स योर क्वेश्चन इन अ वे. दे विल बी रूम एंड स्कोप फॉर एवरीथिंग टू वर्क.
That niche is the way to go. I think podcasts will work in communities, much like YouTube videos as well. Podcasts will work in communities. It will cater to certain communities and interests, which is why a lot of organizations are now launching podcasts in various different niches to reach out to a wider audience in that sense, right? So yeah, that's my answer, and I think that time really is up. Yeah.
Any other question, guys? We don't have time. Sorry, guys. We can chat offline.
Please kindly take it forward offline. We generally do not have bandwidth.
Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you for listening to us. Thank you, Art Gully, for hosting us.
Thank you so much. A huge round of applause, please, ladies and gentlemen. Podcast is the present and podcast is going to be the trend for the future. Thank you so much. I'll request you all to pose for the shutters. Chairs simultaneously. Thank you so much. A huge round of applause once again, please, ladies and gentlemen. One of the most fascinating and engaging podcasts. I would say conversations on podcasts, rather. See, I'm so obsessed with podcasts as an individual myself. I ended up saying podcasts. Can we get the chairs cleared, please? We have a keynote session right now. So ladies and gentlemen, we are now all set to have a keynote address. The topic that's going to be discussed right now is Tech to the Rescue of PR, how technology will change public relations in the decade. The topic, I repeat, right now is going to be Technology to the Rescue of PR, how technology will actually change public relations in this decade. So I think it's already up there in the display board and our speaker is also already over here. So without wasting further time, ladies and gentlemen, please give it up for Akriti Bhargava, co-founder Viziki, over here as she talks about technology to the rescue of PR, how technology will change public relations in this decade. Thank you so much for being with us, and over to you.
Thank you so much, Shubhadeep. Thank you so much, everyone. IMAGEXX, you've had a long day. All of you, how many of you have had tea already? Okay, so I'm pretty sure that you're awake. Okay, for the rest of you, I'm going to ask a few questions to begin with so that all of us wake up. And then we can listen into how, okay, I'll ask certain questions. But first to introduce myself, I'm Akriti, I'm co-founder at Viziki. I've been in several roles within PR. First, I was in an agency. Then I was in corporate communications. Then I ran an agency for 10 years. I don't know why, but yes, I did. And then I ended up saying that we need to change something, and that's how Viziki happened. Viziki is a product which believes that tech should serve PR. And which is why I'm here, because I think we are very, very smart people in this industry. Very quickly, how many of you are more than 5 years? Raise your hands. More than 5 years of experience. Okay. Okay, more than 5. More than 5, no. Less than 5? Less than 5. Okay. Very few hands were up because I think tea is still not well served. Okay, so, okay. But let's start with, let's quickly have another round of questions. How many of you use WhatsApp to communicate with your peers about news that has appeared in the morning? Okay, great. How many of you use Excel sheets and emails? Okay, great. And how many of you end up at the end of the month collating it all in an Excel sheet? All the news? Okay, one. Okay, okay, great. Okay, so yeah, I think the peeves of are very clear here as to why we need tech to work for us. And yes, one of the things that we want to know, I don't think it's working. इधर करके करना है. Yes. So friends, I don't want to really delve into history because history is the most boring subject to me, not to everybody. Please don't take it. But yeah, I think it makes us, but we got to know a little bit about what evolution of PR is. Let the first three be, you can absorb it for yourself. But early 20th century or maybe beyond that till the 2010 or so, we've been consuming a lot of print and broadcast media. And then, to the woo of all of us, right, that we had a media explosion that we really did not know how to understand and take, which is, we got websites, we got social, we just, they had a very fantastic panel here on podcasts. So all of this happened pretty quickly for us, and media explosion has happened, and we're still reeling under it, but we're still evolving from how the change has been so fast-paced. We are still evolving from how we used to collate and understand this analysis and analyze how it impacts us, right? Okay, so what has happened today? And if you agree with me, just raise your hand. The speed of news, the pace that it is getting generated has gone 10x, if not more, right? And media has also exploded, and in this whole, maze and unpredictability of things, we are starting to have an unpredictable life, right? Apeksha and I were talking the other day, hey Apeksha, and she was saying that the pace is so much, we got to get things done, and right now I was at another meeting, people were handling crisis on the go, because earlier we had to wait till the next day for a crisis to happen because it would happen in papers, but today, left, right and center, it can happen on Twitter, it can happen on anything, right? So that's where we are, and therefore what has happened is, this is how our first 15 minutes of the day go. Right. The first 15 minutes of the day basically is the time which decides for us how our rest of the day would go, right? You all must be looking at your early morning trackers to decide if there is a crisis that will change the course of your day. So that said, I was constantly thinking about why is tech not intervening in PR. Did you ever think about it though? Sales has a lot of tech. HR has amazing tech. Okay? Think of any function and it has a lot of tech. But we always had big data. We had so much news which had to come together and give us insights from it. I was a young girl at 18 years. I thought, oh my God, I'm going to get into PR because PR, I read in Michael Porter's competitive strategy that news helps you bring a lot more strategy. And then I entered the industry and we had a lot of big data, but we were all doing manually. We had algorithms running in our head every day. We are scanners, right? We could scan papers like in a jiffy, but we had very little tech because tech so far lacked emotional intelligence. And thanks to Gen AI, this emotional intelligence has now come into technology that is serving a lot of functions, but of course it can serve PR much more effectively. And therefore it can complement humans. I'm not saying it will take away anything from what we do, but it can complement humans. How will it complement humans? 3 things that will really impact us, and it will change our lives for the better in the next wave. Yeah, these are really the things that we've all brainstormed internally at Viziki as to what can change in the next few days. First thing, and I'll just go through one by one. First is speed. We do things at a pace which is unbelievable today, right? News is coming at unbelievable pace, but what happens is when it comes to reports, creating reports or creating media lists, how many hours do you put into creating media lists? Not now, but yeah, maybe 5 years back. Or how many hours do you put into creating reports today? Like 2 hours, 4 hours, 10 hours, 2 days in a week for the monthly report. So this is what AI and technology can definitely immensely change, and I'm going to show you an example of this as well. Accuracy is another place where we will be deeply impacted as a business. So PR will change because we will need to, tackle deepfakes. So AI and technology would be able to remove deepfakes. Sentiment analysis will happen more accurately, not completely accurately, but more accurately. Okay, and it will happen at a fantastic pace, like 1 lakh articles in under a second. That's the pace we're talking. Predictive analysis, okay? So we were working with one of our customers and they said, look, we have crisis globally and we want to know as soon as possible where is it that we've been mentioned, especially negatively. We said, okay, we'll bring it to your email. They said, we don't check emails, we check emails every 2 hours, 3 hours. Okay, so what are we going to do about that? They said, we want it on WhatsApp. Today, this is possible and it's already done. We did this for one of our customers where a negative news, when it gets triggered and it's tracked and it's into data, it will immediately come to your WhatsApp. So that's predictive analysis will go even a step further. It will analyze the news and it will tell you in advance that you are facing a potential crisis because of the policy changes that are going to happen. So that's another predictive analysis is going to come big time into our, sorry for the typo there, it's analysis as we say in North India. AI summaries of large amounts of data, this is already happening, it's going to happen. You can use several tools for it. You can use Claude, GPT, you can use, there are many where you can quickly put in data and get summaries, but collection of data would be harder for you. So for that, you would definitely need technology to bring data sources from across the world and bring that data to your dashboards. And one thing that you will definitely change is that you will start seeing all that you are looking at for your competition and for yourself on one single dashboard. And then my favorite part is creativity. We all are creative people and sometimes we get so much fixed into the rut of work, we don't end up brainstorming ideas, and that's exactly what you can do with GPT, you can do it with Claude, you can do content, generate content, give ideas, generate that content into videos. And last, I think matching should have been somewhere on speed. Matching is you've given an idea and it can find matching content across the globe. So that's something that is going to happen in PR. So speed, accuracy and creativity are just how we'll get benefited. But for me, it means fun, science and magic. I think that's what is really happening to our profession now at the intersection of Gen AI, ML, AI coming into our lives. We're going to have more fun in our daily jobs. We're going to have more science in our daily jobs and it will lead us to magic. So moving on, so what our lives, I mean, I think we've heard so many times and I don't like it that PR is among the most stressful jobs in the world. Do you like that? I mean, do you think that is it true? And do you like to be called out that you are in one of the most stressful jobs in the world? Why is it so stressful? Of course, it's unpredictable. There's a lot of crisis. We manage CXOs. But we do want to go from stress to success with metrics, with satisfaction of what we're achieving every day, right? This is not working. Can you play a video?
Hello, everyone. I'm Amara.
No, that's not the video. Not this one, the earlier one. If it's not there, it's okay. Basically, remove this video. Okay, basically, you will read a lot of text here, but if there is a headline, the headline can be used by AI today using various algos. It can be matched to all that is there in print, in online media, and give you that coverage which is relevant to that headline that you fed in the system. Are you with me on this? And then it just creates, suppose there are 50 headlines that come up, it creates it into a dossier along with metrics on those 50 odd headlines that you got out of the press release that you issued. You might ask me, is it going to be accurate? Yes, it is accurate up to 60% matching. We can lower the matching to 50%, 40%. And that's how the era of making dossiers and converting coverage reports from press releases should be, according to me, should be already over. And within the next 1.5 years, we'll see more such technologies that will make sure that we don't have to do this manual work. And if you're with me, just please, for one moment, feel the joy of having tech in our lives, which is not taking away any jobs, by the way. Okay, if anything, I feel tech will only give us more jobs. Okay, now another one. Now sharing insights with management has always been this painful, large, or month on month dossier of coverage or some sort of PDF, right? Or do you use any other formats? Do you use audio formats? Video formats? No, okay. So we said, okay, it does make a lot of sense to have these good all coverage put into one package, but how about getting some smart insights which can be automated, like get story weight analysis into it, news score into it, voice of the brand, all of these put into together, and that's how you get, we got an avatar into place, and this is just first of the avatars in the world for PR, but I'm pretty sure we'll have few more again. And suppose you have, I'll show you what a coverage dossier in this would look like, and now let's play the video.
Hello, everyone. I'm Amara, Chief Reports Officer from Wiziki, your single source of comprehensive information of media coverage for the PR and comms team. I'm going to present an analysis of media coverage for the G20 Virtual Summit hosted by PM Modi on the 22nd of November. Let's get started. The November 22nd summit secured over 203 online articles within a week across major Indian and global publications. Potential viewership topped 623 million, led by outlets like NDTV, Hindustan Times, India Today, and many more. Sentiment was overwhelmingly positive, with around 90% of headlines articles highlighting India's leadership on global issues. The remaining articles included critical perspectives about whether the summit dialogues would translate into concrete action. Let's move on to the key themes covered in the media. Technology governance. Over 35 articles focused on PM Modi urging all G20 nations to jointly regulate technology, including AI, to ensure responsible development and prevent misuse. Climate action. At least 25 reports highlighted India's calls for accelerated climate financing from developed economies to assist vulnerable countries. Geopolitical issues. Vladimir Putin's call for de-escalation of the Israel-Palestine conflict and stronger G20 cooperation amid global fractures was covered in 20 news items. India's leadership, quotes like, "India brought credibility to fractured summit" in the Hindu and "Modi greets G20 leaders stressing delivery in times of India," demonstrated appreciation of India's bridging role. That's it for me today. Thanks for watching.
Thank you, Imara. Okay, so Imara is just an avatar. She is not a real person. But all I'm saying is that there are better ways of bringing together what you've achieved via your work in PR. It could be for an announcement, for a month of work, or for an annual, or even just a policy announcement and figuring out what's going on. And that can be done through algorithms. So Imara is basically a mix of 51 plus algorithms that brings together analysis. It could be in a format that you require. And this is how we will move more to what Michael Porter initially thought, that news will give us signals. It will not just give us the number, the SOV, or the number of articles or the reach. We got to understand how we are placed in a competitive landscape. And therefore, please don't, So let's make PR great again, and let's just figure out how is it going to be in the next left 5 years in this decade, okay? So we'll have more information synthesis. That is, it's impossible that we will not have more burgeoning of the, news and media landscape. More and more will happen. In fact, as PR folks, we'll be urged to see various forums, we'll be urged to see various, podcasts or webcasts. So we would need all of that together. I don't know how many of you have gotten of late crisis coming not only from Twitter, but from Glassdoor, but from Reddit. All of that is coming into our lives, and it is actually there in our lives already without us realizing it sometimes. So we would also move to a point where visibility impact on business will happen, which means that we will be urged more to look at metrics that are driven by business and the impact of PR on it. Give you an example. Like a lot of sales and HR softwares have integration of how leads are coming in. So you would see coming together of dashboards of Viziki with dashboards of Salesforce, dashboard of HubSpot. We already have Google integrations. So you would be able to see if mentions go up, will the leads go up? If mentions go up, does the traffic go up? All of those integrations would happen because we'd want to see the impact on business. And of late, global leaders are talking about, for example, Brian Chesky of Airbnb, or it could be, of late, there were a couple of more brands who said PR will play a greater role in brand management. And therefore, what's going to happen is that all of this data will start streaming into your hub. And I think within this decade, we will each have a private bot within the company that will centralize all information within one space, and you'd be able to diagnose or do prognosis of how you'd have a digital doctor of sorts, which will help you do your complete PR, whether from ideation to reporting in one single space. So that's all from me today. Thank you so much. Any questions?
Thank you so much. Any question? Anybody? Over here, any hands raised? No question? I guess no question. Maybe people want to connect offline. That's it. But thank you so much for sharing your views and thoughts. And please tell Imara that she's very pretty, huh? Thank you. I'm sure a lot of men over here must be feeling that way, Hannah.
All of you were off phones, so thank you so much.
Thank you so much for being. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for paying attention, all of you over here, and taking your time to listen to this wonderful, wonderful keynote session. We now have a panel discussion right now. The topic that's going to be discussed right now is data-driven PR. I repeat, the topic that's going to be discussed right now is data-driven PR. Quite an interesting panel discussion. It has all the makings. Some wonderful speakers joining us over here. I'll quickly give them some time to get the stage set. Thank you. कौन नहीं है? कौन नहीं? मुझे नहीं पता. So the topic that's going to be discussed right now is data-driven PR. लेकिन उसके पहले, a lot of you must have been here like since morning. कितने लोग यहाँ पे सुबह से हो यहाँ पे? Can you please raise your hands, the ones who've been here since morning? अरे वाह, so many people. Doubt हो रहा है मुझे, इतने लोग दिखे थे मुझे सुबह से. वहाँ पे लोग, हाँ, of course, दिखे थे, of course, genuinely. But then, if I individually ask थोड़ा बहुत, it's about making it interactive in the best way possible. Chairs वेयर्स तो लगते रहेंगे. But then जो लोग सुबह से रहे हैं यहाँ पे, and also the people who have joined in the second half, what according to you has been the most interesting session, fireside chat, podcast वगैरह कौन सा? सबसे ज़्यादा मज़ा किस में आया? Because of course knowledge तो हर जगह मिलता है, and that is exactly why we come to these forums. But then मज़ा किसी में आया? Anybody wants to share their opinion? This one is for the public over here. Anybody wants to share what they really loved? Then I'll take it as an answer कि किसी को कुछ अच्छा नहीं लगा. Is that what it is? Her session, na? Huh? The moment I said I'll take it as a no, everybody knows na कि AdGully team is over here. People will take it in a negative way. अगले साल भी होना event ये वो. But then good stuff. Thank you so much. I think we'll continue with my crap after the session, because I have a lot of crap to share with all of you. Time pass karna zaruri hai, but beyond that, it's important that we get these learnings going in. So I'll quickly introduce our speakers right now, ladies and gentlemen. This session is going to be chaired by Girish Huria, who's the head of growth, APAC, WE, and EVP, AVNV. Give it up for Mr. Girish Huria, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, sir. Welcome. I'll quickly introduce our speakers in alphabetical order. We have Apeksha Mishra, who's the head corporate communications, policybazaar.com. Give it up for Apeksha, please, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much. We also have Jasrita Dheer, Director, Marketing and Communications, Karkinos Healthcare. I hope I got the pronunciation right. Kya baat. Thank you. We also have the privilege of having with us over here Khushbu Mehra, who's the AVP, Corporate Communications, Zomato. Give it up for her as well, please, ladies and gentlemen. जो लोग ताली नहीं बजाएंगे, सबके ऐप में, सबके फोन में से Zomato अपने आप अनइंस्टॉल हो जाएगा. Please keep note of that, huh? Can we please have some appreciation going in for Mitali Darbari Prakash, Business Director and Partner, the Mavericks. This is the energy I want for everybody. क्या बात है? क्या बात है? Lady superstar walking in. क्या बात है? Thank you. ये testimony मिल गया. This is the energy that I want with everybody over here. Delhi, please show some love for all our speakers over here. Next one, let's see क्या होता है. It's Regal Ranjan, Senior Vice President, Value 360 Communications. बजा रहे हो आप लोग ताली same level पे. Thank you. We also have Ritika Johari. I hope I got the pronunciation right again. Thank you. Senior Partner, SPAG Fin Partners. देखो बड़े बड़े लोगों से ये सब thumbs up मिलता है, confidence आता है फिर ना. Otherwise, we really lack that. So that's it for our panel right now. The stage is set. The panel is once again ready. Let's get going. Thank you.
Hello. I can see everyone. I hope you can hear me. I know it's 6 o'clock. We are a couple of hours away from the nice beverages outside and from all the trophies. So we'll try and keep this short. In your interest, the panelists have kindly agreed that we will crunch this panel instead of 45 minutes to close to 30 minutes. Right? We got to go home. So with that, I'm just going to kickstart my first question is to, and we'll start with you, Jasrita. How do you see the role of data analytics evolving in the PR industry over the next 5 years?
So I think this is a bit of a crystal ball gazing sort of a question. I have three to kickstart, and then other of my co-panelists can chime in. I think first, more empowered decision making, because from intuition and experience-based, what data is allowing us is to move the needle from I think to I know. I think the story will work with this journalist. I feel this is the preferred platform. You've got that plethora of data that tells you for a fact it will work. So the decision-making is becoming more empowered, and therefore targeted journalists, preferred platform, better communication, crafting of the message. I think that's the first one. The second is PR's efficacy to move from only top funnel, which it is currently, to bottom line. And allow me to elucidate on that point, because the eyebrows have gone up, as I can see. Ask most top leadership and they'll say that PR's role is generating positive coverage in the preferred media, within quotes. But what data is going to allow you in the next 5 years is to include the goals which more directly impact a business and its ROI, if I may say. So for instance, 3 examples very quickly. Retaining and attracting top talent by building the employer brand through internal comms and beyond. Investor relations, those conversations. Raising pricing because you've been able to have a good brand image and enhanced equity, etc. Now, all of these things, if you see, which are staffing, regulatory, investment, pricing, cost, all of these impact the bottom line. So I think 5 years later, we should be able to say, कि since time immemorial, top funnel तो हम करते ही आ रहे हैं, but here is the impact that PR is doing also on the bottom line. I see that happening, that's two. And quickly, the third one is from bot chain, which it is today, to blockchain. Okay. Just yesterday we had the study come out that 60% of all influencers, more than 1,000, which we are working with now, are fake influencers, right? So currently from the bot chain that we have to the benefits of blockchain that you have of more transparency, enhanced security, streamlined efficiency, coming into PR. These are the three trends that I see.
Interesting. And I'm going to just take a cue on one of that. And I'm going to throw that queue open to the three people from consultancies who are sitting over here is from top line to bottom line. That's how data
to also bottom,
yeah, also bottom line and impacting business. So what's your view? Ritika, do you want to go ahead?
So, yeah, it's working. Girish, before that, I just want to harp on one aspect of, how do I see data being, evolving, data-led PR being evolving in the next 5 years. It's a very, very critical time that we are in because PR is becoming business critical. This is something that, many of my clients, because I come from an agency, we always work backwards. The first thing that we ask our clients is, what is your business objective? What does success mean to you? And therefore, now, once that is defined, understanding what data will help me achieve that objective is becoming very important, especially in healthcare. I think when the way we use and collect data to define what my audience is, why are they important to me, where are they consuming news, what do they want to hear, what are the questions they are asking, becomes my first step. And then from that, we define the channel and the content strategy. So I think that is my topmost, priority that I need to do. And in the next 5 years, it is going to become even more critical.
Yeah, I just want to add here that I think just looking at how the media landscape is also evolving, there's a lack of trust, within the larger community about brands. And I think that's where the role that data is going to play in establishing credibility and trust for brands over the next 5 years, it's just going to increase significantly.
Sure. Interesting. So we are all talking about data becoming critical or super critical to business decision making. Yeah. Now, I'll just throw open, that brings me to the next one, is we are all talking data. And trust me, all of us are consuming a lot of data. I know Akriti just spoke about data some time ago and how do you decipher data and what can you do with it. And somebody got super excited by seeing Imara as well. But that apart, there's so much data that is happening. How do you or how can PR professionals identify and focus on what's the most relevant data point to drive actionable insights? And especially I would like to ask Khushbu and Apeksha this question, and maybe Regal, you can pitch in on this one, is given the hyper-active environment that you guys are in terms of your businesses, where there's so much data that is getting generated, what is it and what are the actionable insights that you're looking at, and how do you think which point of data is the most relevant for you guys from that perspective?
Yeah, absolutely. So like you said, ours is an insurtech and numbers tell our story. So we are crunching data, we are doing data analysis on a day-to-day basis and talking to a lot of customers on a daily basis. So when these conversations happen at our call centers or whoever we are speaking to, we there are many conclusions that are drawn on a daily basis based on those conclusions and a lot of data actually. So we use those conclusions to plan our strategies, think of customers. I'll give you an example. During COVID, there was a lot of scared about the bills going like crazy, and will OPD, out-of-pocket expenses, be covered? Will my health insurance cover OPD expenses? Now that question was not answered by anyone because no one knew how the rules, the health plans would change, or the insurers were also trying to make sure that we are able to service our customers aptly. But what we did was, when we found out that this is the query coming in a lot to our customer calls, to our businesses and everyone, we as an industry, along with, because we have a lot of data inputs with us, we mentioned mentioned it to the insurers, and all of us, we all came together to come up with products that cover OPD expenses. This is just one example. There are maternity plans that we have now coming up because that segment was a little neglected. So why are these changes happening? And we are promoting this through our PR campaigns because somewhere through the data analysis, we are finding out that these segments, this is what a customer wants. And that's where we fill the gap, right? So we are making sure that our campaigns, and ours being a product company, the business is heavily dependent on the product PR that we do. Yes, we do brand PR, but product PR is something which we focus on heavily, and that drives our daily bread and butter. So another example I would like to give, there was an NRI campaign that we did in several countries on the term insurance side. I think 2 months back. So how do we gauge the impact of that? We went back to our business teams and we spoke to them that in these months, how are the leads coming in? It's a direct impact, right? So the mapping is quite easy. If you focus on the areas, the timeline, you will get to know what your customer wants, and that's what you want to give them. So as our story, from the day I've joined Policy Bazaar, I think I've made sure we have worked on data stories every month, like every business unit, 2 to 3 hero stories, data stories. That's how we build the business. That's how we work on a daily basis. So yeah, that's what I would say.
Khushbu, I know a lot of people would want to know how do you use data at Zomato?
No, very similar sort of an approach, right? I mean, it's very interesting to see that how the assessment of data and how you look at it is way beyond how you look at marketing and PR campaigns. I mean, that's something that's a given. But in terms of decision making, like for us, even in terms of launching new features and products, categories for both quick commerce and the main business, most of that idea actually comes from data assessment, which happens on a daily basis. And like obviously lots of examples to give on that front. But you just look at, newer categories that people want, say, on a quick commerce platforms. A lot of times those ideas are coming from what people are talking about on a daily basis. So, of course, there's a lot of social listening that, that's done practically every day. A lot of that is automated. A lot of that is also manual. But that makes the data assessment a lot more interesting because from PR to marketing to, and that's actually the end goal. But the starting point is how you're looking at business differently. And at least in our case, a lot of course correction happens because of what we hear from data. And that pivot is not only a pivot in communication or marketing, but that pivot a lot of times in our cases is also from a business decision. Because there are times when, at least in an industry like ours, a lot of new launches happen. And then you hear so much about it from practically 24 hours sort of a social listening, and you hear what perception it is, getting to and what people really want, which makes it very easy for at least such, consumer-facing businesses to actually pivot very quickly. So for me, that is the most interesting thing in terms of course, how does, a marketing or a comm strategy evolves. But more importantly, how does business also, very quickly can pivot depending on the industry that it is in, depending on how we're assessing data.
Regal?
Yeah. To add to what Khushbu and Apeksha has just mentioned, I would like to connect it to the MIT research wherein it was discovered that only 5% of data in the whole world is used in decision making. So just imagine where the gaps are. And being a PR professional, understanding big data is very important. It's very crucial because there are massive volumes of data which is produced on an everyday basis. And if we look at numbers, it is estimated that close to 3.5 gigamillion bytes of data which is produced on an everyday basis. So now look at, imagine, the perils and the challenges which a PR professional is facing today. One, in terms of, this data deluge, understanding the data, and along with this understanding, taking out those insights and those relevant pointers which are there, which are really important if a brand or, for our clients, if we are going for a strategy, or even for that matter, if we are planning a campaign. So that is the base. And this data, obviously understanding and taking out relevant pointers will make us look intelligent and also suggest logical pointers or campaigns, to our clients. Along with this, I also feel that there are many other things which are looking at KPIs. We need to also, set the objectives when we are looking at, drafting strategies for our clients or looking at the bigger pictures in the industry. And along with this, KPIs, both quantitative and qualitative will work. And our measurement, continuous measurement, and obviously amendment wherever we feel that current trends are changing. So according to those trends, we can also modify our strategy and suggestions which we are giving it to the brands and clients.
Anybody wants to add any more point before I go to the next? Yeah, go ahead, Mitali.
I think one interesting that has happened on the agency side, and a lot of you would agree here, is that at least when you're working with the not so digital first companies where data collection itself is a huge challenge, I think the kind of expertise agencies are now bringing in is onboarding data scientists, data analysts, right? At least having those checks and balances put in place so that at least that data can be collected and at least some sense can be made out. And that's where the collaboration, integration with the PR teams really helps it.
Interesting. So we are hiring data scientists in making those investments, and I think that's a very, very powerful path forward. And I'm sure many organizations are investing that kind of monies. And that actually brings me to the next point, which is around crisis, right? We all know crisis is critical and it becomes extremely important from a reputation perspective. How are you guys leveraging data to predict some of these crises ahead of time and then put in your checks and balances, number one? Number two, when the crisis happens, how is data really helping you navigate those crises? So, Jasrita, your views.
Yeah, so data is providing us with the boon of hindsight, foresight, and that elusive thing called time. So in hindsight, not every communicator has a benefit of knowing that what crisis had happened in the company or at an industry, right? But data helps you to say what was the trigger, which strategy worked, what tanked, what didn't work, right? So today you don't have to, that learning doesn't have to be on account of you or that brand. So that's one. In terms of foresight, I think your social listening tools are excellent, which tells you when there is a spike that's happening. So if there is a new offering which is going to come in the market, right? There's a new service or a product, you can pick up spikes of any negative backlash against it. So that window between negative perception to negative coverage, that window, that time you have for very gainful utilization of all the PR interventions, internal and external, that you want to do at that time. All the options are available to you to, depending on the severity, to pull back the product, to defer the timing, to engage some advocacy, so on and so forth. Because so many times in a crisis, we've heard in hindsight people saying, oh, only if I had more time. But now we get that data is giving us that elusive thing called time to be able to do that. So therefore, in a crisis, both in crisis prediction through the tools, etc., and in crisis management, when you're managing that crisis, your business needn't suffer because you can use the AI-powered chatbots, you can use some automated responses, and again, the sentiment tools to tell you, are you shifting some of the negative to the neutral at least, if not positive.
Ritika?
So I'll just add to that, when Jasrita, you mentioned about the crisis management. In terms of the qualitative data, one thing becomes very integral is that apart from the organization itself, who are the other key opinion leaders who are, speaking for us, or they are in alignment to the narrative that we are trying to shape in times of a crisis. So I think data collection from that aspect is also very important. Apart from tracking what we as an organization are doing, what our competitors are doing, it is very important to keep a track of some of the individuals, organizations, influencers who can possibly be our allies and can come, for our rescue in times of these crises. So I think that is an important aspect. The other, way that data helps us in managing a crisis is we need to be very, on a regular basis, we need to slice and dice the data and understand, especially in healthcare, because if whenever we hear about a disease condition, the first thing that people go to is Google, right? They search it online. So one of the key important things when we are defining a campaign strategy, and even after that, when we are mapping the progress, is what are the questions that my audience are asking? What are the questions? How has it evolved? When I started with my campaign, and therefore during crisis, it will help us in preempting that, okay, these are the questions that might now have an increase. So this is, again, a very, very important aspect that can help us.
I'll ask that question to Khushbu and Apeksha again, especially given there are so many interactions that happen on your business, especially on social media, that there is possibly a crisis every hour, I guess. So how are you really taking advantage of these data analytic tools to predict some of them and keep yourself ready from a business standpoint or a communication standpoint?
I think sentiment analysis, like she mentioned, media monitoring, just tracking what your customer is saying, the CRM, there is a lot of things going on LinkedIn. You give a post and then you have comments to it immediately. So I think as a brand, as a person you're managing the brand, you need to keep track of these points and gauge them. That leads you to understand, what can be a crisis in the few days. And anyways, if you are managing PR, you're well aware of, what is talking and what is the talk of the town, and you can take control of things that way. So I think you have to be very, very. It's a little tricky, but you have to be very smart in understanding what these data points on social media, through media monitoring, what they tell you, and on a daily basis you need to gauge them through an agency or through your team in-house. That depends, but yeah, you need to study those numbers really well to understand what your customer wants and work accordingly.
Just adding to that, I think in terms of anticipation. Is this okay? Yeah, I don't think it's okay.
Don't worry.
I think in terms of anticipation, how, at least in our case, how social listening helps is to just keep a track of different stakeholders and what is being said on different platforms, which at least for us helps us draft very, very customized messaging only for members who are, who have a pain point with whatever you're trying to do. So not only does that help in anticipation, but also when a crisis hits, not every stakeholder needs to hear something, but definitely there's one set of a stakeholder that wants to hear some sort of reassurance from you. So how data assessment in that sense helps us is to identify where you need to focus your energies on and customize your messaging going forward. So I think that's something that really...
It's interesting that you talk about not carpet bombing, but exclusive narratives with particular audiences.
Personalization is what matters. Yeah,
so I think that's a great insight to have in terms of how data analytics can really help be more razor focused and sharp towards particular audiences.
Yeah.
Okay, I think in the interest of time again, we got close to 5 minutes. So this question is open to all, and whoever wants to take a shot. What's the one key takeaway for PR professionals when it comes to stay ahead in the industry as far as data is concerned? What's your thought? I know you feel very passionate about it. So
yes. Also because we're a young organization and we feel we have the opportunity to be really agile. I think it starts with the art of integration. Like I was saying earlier, it's important to have people with the desired skill sets collaborate with the PR folks. Second, continuous learning, I think, is extremely important. Technology is moving at a much faster pace than we are. We'll have to play catch up. And thirdly, I think PR still remains a people's profession. Till the time we're not building those relationships, no matter what kind of insights we're sitting on, they will never make it out to the world. So
interesting. Yeah. There is still a human touch required, is what you're suggesting. So there's...
I think I just add one point, which is with, of course, so much data, we're so much empowered now than we were before. And for all of us, no matter which side of the fence you're on, just assessing that data and linking that to what a business really wants, because that is the starting point from which every be it a marketing KPI or a PR KPI, Upcom KPI kind of comes from. But I think just linking that and having that deep assessment of what an organization wants and what their KPIs are, I think that skill set, if we are able to head to that direction, that changes a lot in terms of what we do.
Yeah, go ahead. Anybody?
Yeah. I'm going to quote an author, Daniel Pink, on this. I think he mentioned that AI is not going to replace humans. Humans using AI are going to replace humans not using AI. So my only one-point message to everyone is please adopt AI and embrace ROI. Till the time we do not embrace those conversations, we are going to be on the fringes.
So I have one message for all PR professionals, the young ones and the ones who are already in it. You need to know your business completely properly. You need to know your business through and throughout. It can't be that you're a comms person and so you need to cover only the softer aspects of things. You need to know the numbers pretty well. You need to know how to crunch out data in Friends. You need to know how to make a report. You need to know how much revenue, how much basically you need to know through every detail about your business, the numbers specifically. So when you know these details, I don't think there is there will be a problem in thinking on lines of creating a data story or trying to understand what this means and how the narrative should be. So that's my one key takeaway, that you should know your business very well.
Regal?
Yeah. To stay ahead, I would say that PR professionals need to have a continuous learning mindset. And that, the expansion of learning beyond PR, and that should be, cross verticals, cross industries. I'll just give you an example. If we have our content department, we have advocacy department, both, a PR agency, consultancy side, and even, brand side. So if we look at the content or journalism side, then how we can learn that they are crafting compelling narrative that really, engages or resonates with the audience. That is one bit. Maybe advocacy, how they are crafting messaging which is really targeting the audience again. They are very focused. So this cross learning, taking care of best practices, borrowing these best practices is what I feel that really take you ahead. And then we all know that staying agile and informed in today's environment, because information is open to all, and how we use it and how we become smart professionals is what matters the most.
So I'll keep it short, but I think one key takeaway is that data should help you solve a problem and not itself become a problem, which definitely is happening. And therefore, three things that we need to do is, first being, we need to invest enough time, and it is important. It is important to spend enough time in the data collection strategy. That how am I collecting the data that really matters and takes me closer to the problem that I'm trying to solve. The second point is that this needs to be a continuous thing. You need to clean up your data, as you use it. So inaccurate data has no place. Data that is redundant, data that is not credible enough has no place in there. And define your performance measures. I think this is the most important thing to be able to help you in leveraging data for what it is here for, and really finding the benefit of this particular panel. So.
Good. I think we are on time. Thank you. Just 30 seconds more is what we've taken. But in a nutshell, what you've heard is embrace data, learn from it, and utilize the right relevant data to tell compelling stories. So thank you all. Really appreciate all the time, energy, and effort. Thank you, Adgali. And before we sign off, I'm going to ask the audience a question just to see whether they were listening to us or not. How many gigabytes of data is being used on today? So that was the data that was thrown by Regal. Anybody who has an answer? Okay. At least she had the guts to give some number. So she was listening. But the rest is sayonara. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Huge shout out, ladies and gentlemen. I think नॉलेज के साथ साथ अगर ह्यूमर भी मिले, that's exactly what we got over here. एक बार सर के लिए भी जोर से ताली बजाइए please, specifically for the humor that he brought to the table. A huge shout out to this entire wonderful panel as well. Can I please request the shutters to kindly take the photograph? I think you'll need to come forward, all of you. And I really love that line. क्या था वो? AI will not replace humans. Humans using AI will replace humans. हाँ. And what about humans using humans? There are also humans like that. Beyond the scope of this. Thank you so much. Wonderful, wonderful panel indeed. Great knowledge. Thank you so much to all of you for being with us over here. And मजा आ रहा है अभी, शाम का टाइम हो रहा है, धीरे धीरे अवार्ड्स की तरफ हम लोग बढ़ रहे हैं धीरे धीरे. Are you all having fun? I mean, sir also brought a huge element of humor to the table. आप लोग को मजा आ रहा है कि नहीं? थोड़ा जोर से बोलो Delhi. Come on, show some love, show some energy. I've heard that Delhi is known to kind of, you know, be very partyholic and energetic. वो मुझे दिख नहीं रहा है यहाँ पे. You got to take a stand for your own city, right? Are you all excited? Yes. क्या बात है? one इंसान, एक नारी सब पे भारी. क्या बात है? All right, so we now move forward to the final panel discussion of the summit. And when I say final, I'm not kidding, I genuinely mean it. It's the final one. Huh? So the topic that's going to be discussed right now in this final panel discussion is the PR's ethical dilemma in a hyper-connected world and the need for a blueprint. I'll repeat, the topic that's going to be discussed right now is the PR's ethical dilemma in a hyper-connected world and the need for a blueprint. Are we sorted with the chairs? Oh, thank you. So, I'll be quickly calling in our respected moderator and then I'll be calling our respected speakers in alphabetical order. So, this session is going to be chaired by Deepti Sethi, CEO, Public Relation Consultants, Association of India, PRCAI. Give it up for Deepti Sethi, please, ladies and gentlemen, as she comes over here on stage to moderate this session. Do we have Ms. Deepti over here? I believe not. Okay, so हमारे जो moderator है वो अभी फिलहाल नहीं है. So मैं speakers को अभी, she's outside. Can I please request somebody to request Deepti Sethi ma'am to kindly come inside? You know, कुछ देर पहले मुझे बोल रहे थे सब लोग we are running late, जल्दी जल्दी करना है. Can I please request somebody from the AdGully team to get Deepti ma'am inside? Without the moderator, I can't start the session. Can we? Deepti ma'am. Yeah. So, I think you deserve every bit of. मैं 3 बार 4 बार भी introduce करूँ वो कम ही है. Give it up for Deepti ma'am, please, ladies and gentlemen, our honorable moderator for this session. Thank you so much for joining us. I'll be now calling our respected speakers in alphabetical order. We have Nandini Chatterjee, Chief Corporate Brand and Communications, Shri Cement. Give it up for Nandini Chatterjee, please, ladies and gentlemen, as I welcome her on stage. Nandini ma'am, welcome. Shout out जो है वो जब स्टेज पे आ रहे हैं तब बजाना चाहिए तालियां. Thank you so much. We also have Nidhi Gulati, Country Director, Communications, Prinjan Nature, as well over here with us. Give it up for Nidhi Gulati, please, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much. We also have Prachi Sharma, Head Communication Cars 24. Give it up for Prachi Sharma as well, please, ladies and gentlemen. Can I please request Prachi Sharma to kindly join us over here on stage? Do we have Prachi Sharma inside the room? I think the evening tea has just started to settle, I believe. I'll quickly call our next speaker. We have Rahul Mehta, CEO, Media Mantra, over here with us as well. Can we give it up for Mr. Rahul Mantra as well, please, ladies and gentlemen? Thank you so much. मैं next बुलाना चाहूँगा Tehseen Zaidi, Head Communications, Syngenta India. Can we please give it up for Tehseen Zaidi as well, ladies and gentlemen? And I'll also request once again Prachi Sharma, Head Communication Cast 24, to kindly join me over here on stage. We still do not have. Do we have Prachi over here? Can I request somebody from the AdGully team to, because I think this is the final panel discussion, it's only fair that we start with everybody once they're there. Can I please request somebody from the AdGully team to kindly get Ms. Prachi Sharma, Head Communication, Cast 24 over here on stage, please? I'm not sure. So I think in the best interest of time, let's get going and let's start.
Check.
And get going. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for having all of us. What's beautiful about this panel is that we have a diverse group. We have corporate communicators. We have them representing various different sectors that they represent. And we also have consultancies and corporates together. And we all are tackling a very important discussion about ethics and dilemma around it, the role of communicators. I think this topic is going to live forever. It's not going to go, but every time we talk and have a conversation, we are going to come a little bit more clear about what is the right thing to do. So that's an interest that we are doing. Really happy to be here with the panel. So let's just start the ball rolling. And the first question that I'm going to ask to all my Prachi, thank you for joining us now. Prachi's here. Big round of applause for her as well. Okay, the ethical dilemma is a telling fact. We all know that. While we all want to write the blueprint as communicators, what is the real dilemma? So it'll be good to hear from your examples that you faced in the past to say this was a dilemma and how did you come out of it? So can we have the first set of reactions? Nandini, for you to start.
I do a lot of voiceovers. I would have loved to do the voiceover, but then you have mic.
Check.
I think some mics are not working.
Hello. Yeah, this is working now. Okay, so let me just narrate a small incident, and that will kind of set the stage for this discussion also. So I remember some time back, I was hearing some of the independent directors of boards having a discussion, and a question came up that what is the role that you can play? Should there be a sensitive situation or a crisis situation? And interestingly, one of them, and I'm sure it was not in a lighter vein, the person said, you can turn to the PR people. They are the spin doctors. I was in the audience over there and I was listening. I was like, okay. And then another one over there actually said that, the PR guys are there to put whatever the chairman wants. They will just roll it out and they'll manage. So just imagine that is the kind of impression or the impression of the ethics or the integrity or what we do. I mean, I understand we are working for an organization, but probably there is a reputation management over here which needs to be done in terms of what all of us bring to the table. So the most important thing and a challenge I would imagine that we face when we're facing an ethical dilemma is, can we speak truth to power? That is the most important thing over here. And sometimes we need to muster the courage to be able to tell our leadership that yes, in the short term, there might be a pushback from whether it's from the stock market or from consumers or from some other stakeholders, but in the long term, dividends are going to be there, and you are going to get credibility for this. And the other point I would like to make over here is that where the question of holding back data or information comes in, where it impacts the well-being of people, I think that is one area that we must step in. So whether it's like food or safety or health, and you would have seen situations like auto, where they've rolled back, they've got, the cars back. Or you remember the famous Tylenol example where it was cyanide lacing and they got it back. I mean, there are so many examples where such things are involved, where we really need to put the foot down and be able to show to the leadership. It's difficult, it's not easy, but I think ethics and integrity of the profession, the individual do come in.
Nidhi, do you want to add to that? But more like, do we feel cornered, especially when the business impact or the bottom line is at stake? So any examples and thoughts
We
to that?
definitely do feel cornered, and a lot of times, right? But what I'm going to add to what Nandini mentioned before I go there is the fact that sometimes business fails to understand, especially business leaders, that public relations is not a propaganda relation. It is very important to drive messages authentically and create credibility. I think that is what goes missing. And coming to the question that you posed around how does it affect the bottom line, a lot of times we see that there are, and I'm going to take a personal example here. I come from the publishing industry. It's not a very common one and known to us very well. But when we do stories, or when we are looking at the editorial independence of what we publish, there are so many times that we know it's going to hit us very badly because we might be at loggerheads or facing a different situation in a certain country. A recent example was during the elections, one of our very prestigious magazines, the Nature magazine, which is known worldwide, it had a worldview story published. And the story was trying to tell us how scientists are not receiving the right funding in India, despite a lot of laws and policies in place. We had a massive, massive lashback on social media on why was this done. And mind you, election times, you know how things work, right? And in a hyper-connected world where everything just travels so fast, it was something that we anticipated. But what happened is, the business was of the opinion, and the local business I'm talking here, that we should retract. We should retract the story because it's not in favor of what we're doing in the country. And as a business, we want to grow in the country. However, globally, we were of the view that it's a fact. It's a fact-based story done after massive research, inputs taken from all quarters. Why should we retract? And these are dilemmas that we face every now and then. And then comes the spin masters, right? Oh, comms can manage all of it, Why don't you try and spin it around and tell the government or tell people that this is something that is fact-based? But we're not magicians. We are mere mortals. We have to also manage stakeholders the right way and also ethically again.
Yeah, great point. And I think first we need to get rid of the word spin doctors. I think that's the first thing we all take a pledge to. Anybody says that, maybe we coin a new vocabulary because that's what we need. Rahul, I'm going to come back to you, but I want to ask Tehseen from a perspective of publishing to media, ethics, and it all depends from that, and your experience with NDTV. Do you want to just share about what are those dilemmas in the newsroom? We've known what the fate of NDTV is, but tell us a bit more about that.
So for that, I'll say I spent over a decade at NDTV, and I will say ethics, honesty, integrity were and are in my DNA. So I'll give a very small example. I was part of the 2611 crisis communications team, and I was leading it because I was the only one available at night to handle that, and for 1 week I was stationed to handle all the crisis. So the shots were coming, as you are aware, the first shots, and I, as a youngster, enthusiastic person who is also responsible for TRP, I said, take these shots, these are exclusive, before someone else goes to it. And I saw someone putting a hand on my shoulder. Stop, young girl, don't be over enthusiastic. Lives matter a lot to us. Businesses matter a lot to us, but not our business. I don't want a TRP which will take up someone's life or which will impact anyone in any way. we were the only ones who were not flashing those exclusives. So I learned this lesson of my life, that there are no shortcuts, and there are no shortcuts to gaining credibility. For a very short duration, you can get the limelight, you can get the visibility. Now in this era of social media, you will get more of it. But to maintain that credibility, a lot is required, which sometimes, as a professional, you have to choose whether you need a short-term solution and a short-term publicity, or you need a long-term credibility, which matters. So coming from that point of view, I will say that as a communications expert, I always tell, right now also working in a European company where we will be late, but we will not give any information in a hurry or to just gain that kind of publicity. So I'll give another examples when we come to our later discussion, but I'll say that there is no compromise to credibility, ethics, humanity. And once you follow all this, the TRP is in television language or the publicity in communications language, that will come to you yourself. And of course, the business will flourish somehow, is what I have learned in my life. With this, I'll pass on to my fellow panelists.
Yeah. Prachi, do you have some comments about it?
Absolutely. One thing that I'd like to say is that the role of PR is not to hide the truth, but rather to communicate truth, accept it, and take corrective measures as well. I personally come from startup. I worked with startups, and one thing that I've noticed is that the leaders there, they are very effective communicators. They want to say the truth, and they will not shy away from it. I will give examples of Zomato, for example. The recent crisis that happened where they released the veg non-veg fleet, right? They were quick to go ahead with it, and they were quick to retract. But the best part about it was that the leader was communicating about it. Similarly, for Cars24, the leader, the founder, Vikram, there are a lot of times where I am saying, you know what, we should not say it, we should not do it. And he's like, why? Be brave, right? People are not stupid. At the end of the day, they're going to find out. But our role there is to say, yes, we've made a mistake, and we're ready to correct it, and you do it whenever you have promised. It's very important to be transparent with the people, but that leads to another question, is how much honesty is too much honesty, and where do we draw the line there, right? Because there is a thin line between being honest and being stupid. So the role of PR is how and when to stop being honest.
Great point, how much honest you need to be. So we are talking of dilemma of PR people, and I'm just going to add to an example of what Tehseen said. It's all that something like this happened. Of course, there was panic. This was so important. BBC, London, Diana's death. They really had to check the facts before even announcing it. It was such a temptation to say, can we go on news first? But I think the principle and the dilemma was tested when they said it's more important to get the news right first than having the news. So I think that's what, on that end, is the role. But Rahul, I'm going to come to you, a very important bridge here. It looks like sometimes it's only the corporate communicators who are writing the blueprints. But today's environment, there is a very strong handshake between consultancy's role and corporate communications. So how do you manage that with your clients? What do you think, what's the contribution, or rather, what should be the contribution of consultancies in helping in writing this ethical practices?
Yeah, so I think in a hyper-connected world today, sometimes, in a era where, journalists have very little time span to kind of absorb the kind of news and the kind of barrage of news they get from different corporates. I think the agency's role is critical as a bridge between the corporates and the media to be able to, one, give good counsel to the clients, and, because, we talked about the startups, right? So some of them, like you said, there is a, kind of a very fine line between, stupidity and intelligence, but not to be that brash, of course, draw that fine line, also act as a filter between what they're saying. So I think here also corporates need to give be more collaborative with agencies before they send out any messaging. I think agencies are the gatekeepers, and I'll give you an example. So we signed on a company called Tesla Power USA. Now, the client could easily have ridden on the wave that everybody in the industry would think they are Tesla. And in the US, there are 30 companies which are registered in the name of Tesla in different business divisions. But as a consultancy, one, we verified their credentials, and when we went to the media, we clarified to all the journalists that there is no linkage between the Tesla cars and our client, and did not kind of help kind of avoid any kind of a controversy. Because again, had we ridden that wave as a consultancy and got them much more coverage, eventually they would have had a loss of reputation and a crisis. So I think from that perspective is very important. I also feel like in the auto industry that she was talking about, there was a time where a lot of auto companies were scared of admitting any faults and recalls. And I think when we were working for Honda, we gave them that feedback that, always give the correct messaging. And I think that really helped them get that kind of brand recognition and trust that Honda has today vis-a-vis some of their competitors who did not do it.
And I think also the role of communications is now just not PR and media.
Of course.
You're responsible for customers, right? And that is what you have to think from a larger prism. But Nidhi, I'm going to come to you about hyper-connected world and vulnerability of leaderships, right? We were having a backdoor conversation. What do you think? Personal brandings are becoming important. We all have those on our mandate these days. How does that dilemma and how ethics come in when you have tough leaders or too easy leaders? So would love to share some thoughts on that.
Sure. I think a hyper-connected world is also today a very hyper-transparent world, thanks to social media and the digital technology that we have. So what happens mostly is when we push our leaders to be connecting with masses, not just media, but in general to customers, other stakeholders, without preparing them, without equipping them with the right content to be taken out and the right tonality in which it needs to go out, we are actually pushing them in a very vulnerable position. And more often, when this vulnerability leads to a small error, it means massive backlash. As I said, it's such a hyper-connected world that when the backlash hits, it hits from all quarters. And hence, it's very important as communicators for us to have a blueprint which is culturally also looking at the cultural nuances and significances, then connecting to the right audience with the right content, and at the end, making sure that what you say, what you go and talk about is credible, it's authentic.
But what about leaders who don't want to listen, or leaders, how are we handling that piece? Tehseen, you had a point of how, something went on social across the globe, and how did you manage that piece?
So the first thing in this, I will say that, again, I'll start my conversation with credibility. So you have to establish your credibility with the CXOs, with the leadership team, and you have to make them understand that if they will not listen to you as the custodian of the brand and the organization, they will get into trouble. So it recently happened to me last year on our global social media handles, from LinkedIn to Twitter to Instagram to EMEA social media handles to India social media handles. There was a gentleman sitting from somewhere in UK writing that one of our products is being consumed by his father-in-law in Kerala, and his father-in-law is in ICU. We had a crisis meeting with our leadership team where some of my marketing team colleagues and all, they were suggesting, let's delete. So I stood up. I said, who is the communications expert here, you or me? You do your work, let me do my work. And I then turned up to my India CEO saying, can you please back me up and make me take the last decision on this? He said, yes, we are giving her a free hand and we are trusting, because she's a former journalist as well, whatever she will do will be good for the company. So that is where, I convinced, and I said, no, we are not going to delete anything. I said, now I will do what I will feel like, please don't ask me. And they trusted. So first thing is to build that kind of trust. I sent a message to that gentleman without saying anything. I said, can I please help? I'm from Syngenta and please share your number. The moment he shared his number, I called him. We connected him to our number one toxicologist. The toxicologist helped him, helpline numbers. We were there 24/7. 3 days, his father-in-law was shifted to a general ward from ICU, and after 7 days, he was discharged. When he was discharged, he called. I said, look, I just want to clarify one thing, and congratulations, your father-in-law is out of danger. He's back home. But one thing which I wanted to clarify is that this is not our product. We don't deal with it at all. It was just that we had a leading toxicologist sitting with us. We thought we'll be able to help you somehow cope up with this situation rather than playing this social media game. And we totally understand that you had no way to reach out to us. So he thanked us, and he himself said that, wrote a very nice message on all our social media handles without us asking that, thank you for being a responsible organization and thanks for reaching me and helping me in crisis. So I feel that we have to, take responsibility somewhere, and once we maintain that credibility and everything else follows. But we have to, as I said, starting my conversation earlier, that there's no short-term or there is no shortcut to anything while we maintain our ethics and we remain committed to what we are doing. We will ourselves get what it is. Yes, as Dipti was asking, it is difficult to convince leadership, but then you have to stand up and be yourself sometimes, and everything else will follow if you are doing the right practice.
So Nandini, I'm going to come to you. You're experiencing very different cultures. PwC, 23 years, to now Sri Cement. How is that helping on, is the blueprint the same? How different it is?
So if I look back at PwC and the base business being audit, it looks as if it's like a cakewalk, but believe me, qualifying statements, the financial statements, is a very tough decision, but it is something which the company needs to stand, and I think most auditors are today doing. And I still remember an instance where the company was qualifying for a particular organization, and the auditors and their families had actually been moved into a hotel for their safety. So you can imagine that what a strong stand the firm took because of ethics, that they're going to stand by it. And on ethics, there were mandatory trainings which were done, and everybody had to attend it. And I remember there was an instance in Australia, and some of you may have heard of it, where some of the senior people, because they were advising the government and they had access to what decisions were being made, actually shared that information with some of the clients. And they came under so much of flack, and centrally, not only the entire team, the chairman of the Australian firm had to step down and was removed. So, the stand on ethics had been kind of put into each and every person that we need to stand. And I find the same thing over here, and I'll give you an example. It's very easy for an organization to say, this is the kind of investment we're going to make after 5 years or within 5 years, or this is the kind of capacity expansion we're going to do, because we're talking about 5 years. You can always go back and say that, okay, fine, this is what we had planned, but this didn't happen, and this happens. But when I saw the tone from the top that no, we're not going to be putting any figure out like this, there has to be a detailed worksheet. And I saw the strategy person actually work from plant to plant to plant. What are the new plants? What are the brownfield ones? What are the greenfield ones? What is the investment? What is it going to go on? Spread it across the years, add the total, add people, entire due diligence. And when we came to the figure, take a conservative view and then put that out. Said we will only stand and talk about things we can do. For that matter, cement is one of the industries which is known to be most polluting, the kind of pollution that is there. And greenwashing, is there. So it's very easy to again say that this is what we're doing, but no, the organization is very clear. And I think that this is the tone from the top which has to come and go down to everybody, that stand for what is possible and what you will do, and not just go and throw a figure and say that, okay, by 2050 we can do this, because nobody is going to be there at that time to question you.
Great inputs. I'm going to ask a question to the audience. How many of you have gone through an ethical training in the last 1 year or have organized? So raise of hands, about 4. So I think that there lies our answer, right? I think this is something which we should demand and we should work through. And again, I'm going to come back to you, Prachi. From a startup unicorns to other culture today with Cast 24, how are you seeing, is the blueprint any different? What are you doing different, which is like the established cultures, manufacturing, very process-oriented. So how are you tackling that piece?
Lucky for me, I'm working with the founders who are ready to listen and who are trying to ingrain transparency and honesty in every and anybody in the organization. One thing that is very important in this entire scenario is also timing, right? Timing plays a very important role. If there is a crisis, if there is something that is going wrong, how soon can you respond to it and how soon can you take a corrective measure? That really matters. And I think at startups, it's a lot more faster. You can roll out products faster and you can retract them faster. Another thing that I feel is very important and for PR people to understand is that we are very fearful of backlash. However, you'll talk to any startup leader, one point that they will say is, I need it. I really want that backlash. I really want that feedback because otherwise my product is not going to grow. So being fearful of backlash will lead to a stagnation, right? So that happens to be very important. Another point is, and this is something that I keep telling people, is that while saying things, communicating is very important. Not everything requires to get communicated. Sometimes silence is the answer and not everything needs to be said, right? So you need to be quiet at times and the things are gonna quiet down, or mostly you will find a better solution. And if you do not have a solution in your mind, please don't go around saying anything and everything, because that is gonna cause a bigger backlash than anything else.
I just want to add one point. If, once again, if it's going to impact the well-being of people, it's very important to take a larger perspective and put the information out. Otherwise, you're right.
So well-being, Gen Zs, so let's drive a conversation with there, because today I think there's a social massacre that happens with issues and crises. How do you think, Rahul, I'm going to start with you, how that platform, amplification on crisis, where does all those blueprints, I think they go out of the window. So what is something that one should not do at the time of, with social media, with the hyper-connected world we are, and how do we keep the ethics intact? So what is your thoughts with, especially, today we have about 60% of, in any consultancies if you see, are Gen Z people, right? That's the data which is coming in, and we are dealing with that new crop of talent and demographics. So Rahul, how do you think what should be the right thing to do as this amplification happens on social?
I think the Gen Z today looks for transparency, and they look at holding brands accountable. And, so gone are the days when you can hide under the carpet. So I think, like Tehseen also said, and Prachi also said, we need to be transparent and own up to our mistakes. I think the Gen Z appreciates that, because then they see that the brand is owning up and they're saying that these are the corrective actions we are taking, and this is what we will do to ensure that this does not happen again, or what are the corrective measures we're taking. I think we have to own up to that. I think that is the biggest learning, because and the second thing is to be able to analyze the situation and then decide how to respond and take a correct, and not do it in a hasty way. So I think these two things would be important from my perspective.
Nidhi, any comments from you?
I'm going to start with, I differ and I do not want to use the word PR professionals. I think, and this is not for PRP here, but this is generally public relations professionals. I think all of us today are communicators. Whether you are from a PR agency, whether you're from a corporate team or a consultancy. Now, when you talk about how do we deal today, I think in this world, we are wanting more and more people to talk. That is why we are in a hyper-connected world. And in companies, in larger organizations, we are creating a massive brigade of people from amongst employees, from amongst customers, who can also talk. So we want them to speak. What we do not want them to do is jump the gun. And that is where providing the right blueprint to them is very crucial. How do you communicate? How do you, again, I'm not going to repeat that credibility is important, but being authentic is important. Credibility will come, but being authentic is very, very important, and that is what they should do.
Okay, thank you. I think it's a bell. Can we close with just one last comment to say, if you were writing the blueprint today, what's that one thing that you would do or stand up to? So Nandini, one thing, one-liner.
I think if you're joining an organization, check out whether your ethics and your integrity, your values match with that of the organization.
All right, that's a great one.
I'm going to say purpose. That is what binds each and every individual to make the right communication.
I would say that I think right now what's happening is that companies have their individual policies and they can be different for each company. I think as an industry, we need to have a framework which should be a combination and collaboration between agencies and corporates, and we should have a standardization of ethics. And if we can have some kind of a framework in place and a guidelines where we can also know if somebody is doing trolling against a company, if somebody is doing something unethical, what are the repercussions they can face as an organization. So I think we need to, collectively as an industry, work on that kind of a framework.
Tessin?
So I will say, and I started my conversation with ethics, credibility, no shortcuts, and also one more point I'd like to add to the previous discussion. Content. These days, I see no one bothers. Everyone is just busy writing, talking, whatever they feel like. And sometimes I see social media posts which are grammatically not correct. So one should really keep a check on that. And to the budding professionals, I will say, we understand that, of course, media, interaction is important, media coverage is important. But do you actually read what you're sending? No one reads. Everything is a pitch. Everything is a story. Your journalist, okay, I'll give my example. My husband is still with NDTV, but that doesn't mean that I'll get anything and everything published. He will say, what is the takeaway for me from here? What will I give to my organization? What is my storyline here? So please, before doing or reaching out, do your own research. That is most important for building credibility.
Prachi, last words, one line.
Lastly, as long as whatever you're doing is for the well-being of people, you will not go wrong. Secondly, you should never ever shy away from owning your mistakes. That's it.
Thank you. And I would say train. The more we train, I think we're going to get perfect. On that note, thank you for the panelists for a great discussion. Can we have a round of applause? I hope you guys enjoyed it.
Man spoke about train. Can we please rain some appreciation for all of them over here? Zor se bajaiye tali. The final panel discussion of the day. I'll request all of you to kindly stand up and pose for the shutters. Can I please have the photographers over here to kindly take the photos for the final panel discussion of the day? Thank you so much to all of you over here for joining us. Thank you so much. एक बार audience अपने लिए भी जोर से ताली बजाइए. A lot of people of, you all have been here since morning. A lot of people have joined late. But what's remained constant is the attention span. That's always been there for every session, whatever the reason may be. Thank you so much. We'll be closing with the final fireside chat for the day. And with that, we'll be coming to an end with the summit. And after that, we'll be having the awards. So the topic for the fireside chat that we are all set to have right now is synergizing marketing and communication, creating a unified strategy for success. I'll repeat the topic for you all once again. The topic for the fireside chat is synergizing marketing and communication, creating a unified strategy for success. This will be a fireside chat, and a quick request to all our speakers over here for the final fireside chat. We're really delayed when it comes to time. So I'll request both of you to kindly please stick to the timeline that's being there. हाँ? नहीं, cancel नहीं कर सकते आप लोग आए हो ऐसे मेहनत से. But then, thank you so much. The session is going to be chaired by Deepak Jolly, founder and director, Consortia Advisory, and joined on stage by Dipali Nair, Group Chief Marketing Officer, CK Birla Group. Can we please have both of them on stage, please, as we welcome them with a huge round of applause. Ladies and gentlemen, zor se bajaiye tali for the final session, for the fireside chat today. Thank you so much, sir. This one is for you, ma'am. Huh?
Yes. Great, thank you. This must be late. I think we are more than an hour plus late, but we'll try to don't ring too many bells for me now. Yeah. But thank you. I think the last is always but the best. I can assure you with Dipali here, I think there is always a lot of experience sitting here. Very, very cherished and experienced marketer we have who has been in different facets of marketing, whether it's FMCG or it's, you were in advertising as well. And then went on to insurance, to IT, and now so many businesses under the CK Birla Group. I'm sure you must be always in tenterhooks and always lots of excitement and adrenaline rush. Let me take the subject, which is about synergy between marketing and PR. So in my own career, I've been through so many companies, about 5, and what I have seen is when marketing and PR and both, are communicating to consumers, when they work in tandem, results are absolutely phenomenal. And whether it was in my cola advertising days when nothing official about it was there, or it was brand advertising in Airtel, it was always about how do you reach the earned media and, try to collaborate with the paid media and shared media. All that has created so much of excitement. I'm sure you would like to comment on your career, the perspective on how you felt all these years on how both PR and marketing have synergized and brought the results to the changing consumer landscape.
Thank you, Deepak, for that long question. And Deepak last night called me up and told me this. He said, Dipali, they're not here to learn anything. They only want stories from you. Okay, so I've been well instructed to only share stories and anecdotes, okay? But let me answer, a few of his questions through stories. He spoke about, there must be so many things happening. So we have about 15 different brands, 10 different companies, 7 different trusts. I have a crisis going on at any point of time. The only thing is you don't know about it, and I'm very happy about it. And I work in Connaught Place. वहाँ पे प्राचीन हनुमान जी का मंदिर है. मैं प्रसाद बोलती हूँ जब भी कोई crisis की बात चलती है. Okay, so that's the story of my life, right now. But I think let me step back. I've spent 30 years doing sales and marketing, but I think only from 2006 onwards have I been in roles where corporate communications is also reported into me. I personally do believe that marketing and corporate communications should be very well integrated. That's when the brand narrative, the company narrative, the corporate narrative can come together. And especially in the last 10 years when digital, social, digital assets that you build, are all coming together and it's become a very interactive world with your audiences. This brand narrative needs to be led by one person, according to me, who can hold it together. So I wasn't native corporate communication professional. I still ain't. So that means that I can't pick up the phone and be friends with a journalist and, call up a journalist ever. But I do therefore appreciate what the PR agencies and the corporate communication consultants bring to the table. But I also feel that there is a gap when I look at my own career and how one has learnt it. Some great veterans in the corporate communication space with whom, who were leading corporate communications around the time when, I was younger. Some of the skills that are required need to undergo change. And I heard you speak about training, which is that the old methodologies, and I know you spoke about nothing official about it, and back, at some point in time I used to work for Marico, 2006 I worked for HSBC. Some of the way we did the narratives earlier on, the execution and the amplification of the narrative has completely changed now, And let me again give you a lovely anecdote or a story to share with you. So I told you we have 10 different companies. I was just addressing all the CHROs, inside our organizations. And one of them came and said that, Dipali, we must have a corporate AV, a corporate audiovisual. Now that to my mind was the older way of doing it. No longer can one AV suffice what your brand or corporate, narrative is. That narrative needs to be built with different digital assets over a period of time. Various social media posts, within that various LinkedIn posts, how do you manage employer brand both on LinkedIn and on Instagram is just one piece. It's just absolutely small one aspect, but the corporate AV will not do the, justification to that. I mean, it's the same world. When I was with Marico, I used to manage brands called Saffola, Medica. We did one TVC. We worked very hard at it. We did research. We found out one insight. And that one film, would then make or break our, careers and would also make or break the brand. But no longer today. That one TVC is not the answer and you all know it, So I think I just wanted to paint a picture that the world is very different. I accept that corporate communication and marketing needs to sit together. The challenge is that you do not have too many senior people who even think about it or believe it. So the challenge to this room is, how do you make believers out of people who do not believe it needs to sit together or it needs to be synergistic? I think the effort, if you look at the seat on the table, first of all, marketing itself may not have seat on the table in a lot of boards, in a lot of, places. Marketing themselves sometimes do not even report into the CEOs. And after that, the corporate communication professionals, who are hired by the organization may not even have that much seat on the table. So I think the issue is both. You need to create a place in the heart of the marketing professional. I mean, that's the, people sitting in this room that you need to do. And then that person also needs to have a seat on the table. I think it's a double whammy in that sense.
No, thank you.
And I do say it the way it is.
Good one. So, I was going through your articles and I was reading something very interesting, which you talked about, that you believe in fail fast and fail small approach. Now, how do you do this with a consumer if you have done that? And how do you involve PR in that? And that should be a very interesting lesson for each one of them.
So I think the fail fast, fail small philosophy got developed around the time that I hit the 10-year mark in my career. That's when I started leading teams and started taking decisions on brands. But I think more importantly, with the advent of digital. In digital, you can actually run many experiments and you can know exactly whether they are working or not, and you know what to scale up. But I think the best example of this is how I use it in my work life. So everywhere that I have worked, every single company in the last 15 years, be it Mahindra Holidays, be it L&T Insurance, be it HSBC, I actually have a pact with my own team that we will keep 7% of our marketing budgets, whatever they are meant to be deployed for, performance marketing or brand or whatever, 7% of the marketing budgets will be kept aside for experimentation. And the 93% of the budget needs to deliver to the 100% KPI that we have. Your KPI doesn't become 93%. So you need to be that much more efficient. And with this 7%, as a team, we will run pilots and we will run experiments every quarter. The ones which work will be scaled up the next quarter. The net result of this is, in a year, you may be running 5, 6, or 7, 8 experiments. One of 7, one of 8 definitely proves to be a huge success. You end up therefore having a great innovation or a great success. The way it also works for the team is, we do not share this outside of marketing with the rest of the world. We do not acknowledge the failures that we have. We do not pin those failures to any one particular person. That's a pact that you have inside the team. So that way you do great culture building for the marketing team. And you also have a situation within the company that you're experimenting, but more importantly, you're innovating and you are discovering new things. It also keeps the energy and the morale very high, because youngsters do like to do new things. And if you don't give them room to do new things, and if you make them do the same things that have been done for the last 2 years or 3 years, then they also lose interest and energy.
But my second part of the question, because it's also about integrating.
How does it apply to PR?
How do you communicate that? The failure? Because that's something which people, don't want to admit it openly. How do you do that?
I just committed to it. I just admitted to it that only 1 out of 7 experiments succeed, which means that 6 fail.
So you admit it openly?
Yeah. We admit it within the marketing team. I must say that. I don't think we make a show out and go and show it to the board saying these are the 6 things that didn't work. We tell them that there are some things that didn't work, but we tell them on the back of a success to say, okay, this one worked brilliantly and this is the one we're scaling up. But I'll tell you where it works very well. You very often, especially in the corporate communications and marketing domain, have business heads, sales heads, CEOs, board members who will come and tell you, why don't you try this? Everybody has got creative ideas. They want to definitely come and advise you and say, why don't you try this? A lot of the times we've already tried those things and we say, sir, we've tried this, it didn't work. Okay, so that's when, it comes of great use.
So this is a very interesting question. In today's VUCA world, marketing has become extremely challenging. You want to put an ad, something has happened in one part of the world, something has happened to a society, and suddenly your campaign goes for a toss. How does a marketer look at the challenging times and the narratives to be communicated? And, again, how do then you reach your narratives to the desired audience? So, again, this I picked up from our interview and podcast from Sanjay Bahal, where he called her BBC. I thought BBC was my grandmother who would broadcast everything, but this means a bright and bubbly companion from your college mate Sanjay Bahal. So Deepali, how do you face the challenge of the VUCA world narratives, and how do you kind of offset this in your communications and the narratives?
I think it all goes back to planning. And let me give you an example. I used to be with L&T Insurance, and we wanted to do a teaser campaign, talk to people about health insurance and how it's not adequate and so on and so forth. So we launched a website for it. We did a social media campaign around it, and we said we will do this teaser and then we will unveil, and we will run the teaser for about a month or 2. Within 7 days, we knew that it was not working. Okay? Now, the problem with most marketers, and including communication professionals, is we are in love with our own ideas. We had spent 6 months planning that whole thing, right? Now, it's up to us to say, ek din or ek din, or you say, look, 7 days, this is the way we had planned it. We had decided that within week 1, this should have been the results. Week 2, this would be the results. Week 3, this would be the results. It is phenomenally underperforming in week 1. Let's pull the plug on this. I think that is the way to deal with the VUCA world. If you know that something is not working, you need to pull the plug on that. But for pulling the plug, you should have done the planning where you should have said that these are the measures I will go with. I was working with IIFL Wealth, and they basically have about 1,000 highest net worth, clients in their book, right? My RMs would come and talk to me and say that, Dipali, please help us find a nice gift for my client. Okay, the client doesn't need anything. The client has a plane of his own. He has virtually, anything that you can buy under the sun, the client can buy. So what's a gift that you buy for this person, right? And the challenge to us was, how do you do, therefore, an equivalent of a Diwali greeting or a, New Year greeting? What do you do? How do you enable the RMs? We did something very, very interesting. Now, my question always is, how will we measure that we did a good job? And we decided for that one. We said, we're going to give this to the RMs, and we will wait for anecdotes to come to us. If even 3 RMs come and tell us, without us asking, I sent it to my client, or that my client liked it, that means we've done a good job. The point is, we know how to measure it, because if it was average, nobody would come and tell us. If it was bad, everybody would come and tell us, right? The problem is that we deal with averages or very good. If it was very good, that's when only 1 of 100 RMs will come and tell us, okay, or 2 of the 100. The other 98 are not going to queue up outside my room to say very good, very good. So you have a good measure of how to measure, and then you say, okay, this is the way to do it. So that planning is very important. I've given you 2 examples. When to pull the plug, and also to know how to measure it. And you decide that just anecdotal mention to any member of the marketing team is going to be a measure for us. So that's how you deal with the VUCA world. And that's how I remain bubbly always.
Great, absolutely. This question is relevant for most of people here. You have an integrated function where marketing and PR, you lead together. So let me ask you, you've got 15 companies, and how do you look for hiring a corporate communication person? What are the attributes? I think a lot of people will get excited now. What are the attributes you look for hiring a corporate communication person?
So, first, I've been here 15 months. First, it's taken me about, I think, 8 to 9 months to convince all the respective CEOs that a corporate communication person is a specialist and that you must have one in your team. Okay? So therefore, I now have JDs, floating around. So for example, we are currently looking to hire a corporate communications specialist for our fertility business. We have a chain of, fertility clinics. By the way, we are the fastest growing fertility chain in the country. Wow. Number 3, will soon get bigger, better. We are definitely the fastest growing though. So for that business, we are now looking for a corporate communication professional. Well, what do I look for, right? Some other things remain common between what I look for in a marketing professional and, in a corporate communication professional, which is, and the younger generation doesn't like me for saying this, but I have to say this, you need to be bloody hardworking. Okay? And then I look for a culture fit. Within our own group, there are organizations which will give you that sense of balance, might give you work from home sometimes, and maybe an easy culture to work with. But some of the organizations within our group have very, very long working hours and things like those. So I do a match. I do a match in terms of culture. I have recently rejected a, PR professional who, came and met me and then spoke about the fact that 3 times in a year she disappears for treks where she doesn't take her phone along with, along with her. She's going to be a single individual contributor in the company that she's joining. We do not have a team. Okay, so I can't hire her. So some of those things are common, culture match at the hardworking. But some of the skills that we expect corporate communication professionals to bring to the table are different from marketing. You may like it or you may not like it, but we are looking for higher order writing skills. Okay? Most organizations, and I have worked for 8 different organizations, expect PR professionals or corporate communication professionals to be better writers than the rest of the team. That if not your core skill, then I ask you that question saying, listen, you're not going to get somebody else who's an expert writer to write for you. Now, after this better writer thing, I have realized that some people may be great at English, may write poetically well, will get ChatGPT to do the punctuation correction and the grammar correction, but do not know how to build a narrative. Do not know how to do structuring of an answer that a CEO needs to write for the email questions that have been sent to him by a journalist, right? So that's what I mean. So structuring and narrative. But writing is one of the key skills, right? One is also looking for a person who is very collaborative and resilient. You know, I heard 2 panel discussions before this, and they were all talking about the fact they don't listen to us, right? They don't listen to us. They don't know how this is done. They expect me to do this. That collaboration and influencing skill is extremely important. It's your job to influence the business leaders and get them to listen to you much before the crisis, so that they know what you can accomplish and what you can't accomplish. So I look for that too. Then I'm also looking for a resilient and a very self-motivated person, because that PR professional is going to be alone in this team. There's nobody else who will come and sympathize and empathize, say, I get it, what you're going through, because none of them have been a corporate communication professional before, you know. Of course, the core skills of, you know, how to deal with the PR agency, how to deal with media, how to deal with journalists, that of course are taken for granted, and, you know, that's hygiene. Yeah, and I do have a role for about 10 plus years. I have the details of the HR person and the phone number. Please take it from me and circulate wherever.
Well,
yeah.
Here are the jobs in the running.
Yeah.
Oh, no, thank you.
They did ring the bell.
Can I go for 2 minutes? Okay. So I think the lessons, 5 lessons or 5 demands which everybody note down. A good, successful corporate communication person needs resilience. He has to be collaborative, has to influence, has to fit in the culture.
And writing
12 घंटे काम है तो है भाई, मतलब no working from home in that case, you know. Commitment and zeal, writing skills to the core, to the T. You need to build the narrative and how to respond to a question, right? So these are some skills you are looking at, and I'm sure, you know, these are the skills which each of them need to build, whether it's the agency or it's in the company. And I think that's I had many more questions, but this guy is looking over there. Will you give me a prize for that? If I
I can't do anything.
No, question to मेरे पास बहुत हैं. But my last question to you, you know, you've hopped at several companies. IBM, I found it very exciting because I worked with IBM on 2 projects for a digital project on education. Tell me, I mean, how do you adapt to change in just plain and simple 4 or 5 lines? How do you adapt to change? Because you've been marketing every bit of sector I have seen, you know, straddled across 8, 9 sectors. Over to you.
3 things. I'm very hardworking. I do learn fast. Okay, and the 3rd thing, and very important, I've done a LinkedIn post on this. You can find it. It's about learning agility. Okay, it's not about speed of learning. It's not about learning fast. It's about knowing, if I've done this today, what's the framework? Have I learned the framework, and can I take it to somewhere else? Let me give you a very simple example of that. IT companies have a concept called bench, right? They put skilled people on the bench so that they can be quickly deployed. I have that bench at home for my staff. So I've never taken it off. I've never gone to my CEO and said, "Aaj mera driver nahi aaya, aaj meri maid nahi aayi." Okay. Similarly, how have you learned frameworks in FMCG, deployed them in banking, deployed them in B2B in IBM, and today deploying them, you know, with 15 different brands, including, you know, trust-run schools, trust-run hospitals. Yeah. So it's about learning the framework. In fact, I personally think the fact that I shifted categories every time that I moved when I was younger probably developed that framework, mentality with me. But do look up the article. It's on learning agility. And I did that post a couple of years ago on LinkedIn. Yep. So that's what.
Fantastic attributes. We came to know lots of insights in just about 17 minutes, which you gave me. Sorry. Okay. But thank you so much. It has been a pleasure interviewing you and some of the things which we talked about. I'm hoping each one of them would appreciate and it'll help them.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Sir mentioned about each one appreciating. Can each one of us actually appreciate and show some love? Thank you so much. I'll request both of you to kindly stay and pose for the shutters. Can I please have the photographers over here to kindly take the photograph? देखो दीपाली मैम इतना अच्छा बोलती है, मजाक में बोल रही थी कैंसिल कर दो, ऐसे कैसे इतने अच्छे अच्छे आप चीजें बोलते हो मैम? हाउ कैन वी? 100%.
I didn't bribe you, right?
नो नो नो, ये फ्री का प्रमोशन है, ऑर्गेनिक प्रमोशन है. आई हैव नॉट बीन गिवन एक्स्ट्रा मनी फॉर दैट, बट मैं करता हूँ अलग से. हाँ, उसका जुगाड़ अलग से करेंगे दूसरे इवेंट में, नॉट इन एड गली. बंद कर दिया उन्होंने, नहीं अभी चालू कर दिया. हाँ हाँ, they love to listen to you.
To listen to my podcast, brilliant SEO has been done. All you need to do is just type Dipali and then Nair with the correct spelling and write podcast, and you will get my podcast.
It's the magic of double A's, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much, sir. Wonderful, wonderful stuff indeed. And on that note, finally, ladies and gentlemen, we come to the end of the summit of IMAGEXX 2024. I know a lot of you have been waiting for this, and a lot of you are also waiting for the awards to begin. But awards चालू करने के पहले थोड़ा सा time हम लोग को लगेगा. We'll take that bit of time, and I'll quickly request everybody to kindly please vacate this auditorium, because we'll be getting the place ready for the awards that's set to begin in the next 30 to 35 minutes. So thank you so much to all of you. You've been a fantastic audience right from the morning, and it's been a pleasure to host you over here for the summit of IMAGEXX 2024. And another quick announcement for all of you over here. I think we need to do a re-registration for the awards. That's what it is, right, Shivam? We need to do a re-registration for the awards, right? So we need to do a re-registration for the awards, all of you. So a lot of you, every one of you must have done a registration for the summit. There needs to be a re-registration for the awards outside. Please take a note, everybody. There needs to be a re-registration for the awards. Even the people who have been there, who have registered for the summit, please kindly go ahead and re-register yourself for the awards. And on that note, we'll take a quick break, 30 to 35 minutes, and then we get going with the awards. Thank you so much. Alag time. Hey, Delhi, please come on, let's show some noise. Can you all hear me loud and clear at the back? Yes. Okay, perfect. It's quite cute, huh? मैं बोल रहा हूँ at the back, but then people over here are making the most noise. Good stuff. So, ladies and gentlemen, officially welcome back once again to IMAGEXX 2024, the awards. We just had the summit. We started in the morning and we just finished some time back. It was quite a grand success, some interesting panel discussions, fireside chats, a lot of humor, knowledge, insights, a culmination of everything in the true sense of the term. Thank you so much to the entire PR fraternity, corporate communications fraternity for being with us over here. And all of you over here who have turned up in large numbers to ensure that this award show is a grand success. Can you all please clap for yourselves for making it over here? Kya baat hai? Love it, love it. So, award show तो चालू करने वाले हम लोग. We are going to be celebrating, but उसके पहले कुछ quick announcements है. We are actually quite delayed, and when I say quite, you can note it as quite in caps. तो मैं awards के नाम बोलूँगा, and आप लोग थोड़ा जितना जल्दी हो सके आना please जल्दी, and we'll do the photos and then we'll quickly move on to the next award. I know it's perhaps quite a hustle, but then we genuinely do not have an option because I'm pretty sure none of us want to be here till 1 a.m. at night, right? So thank you so much. And on that note, before I get going, it's very, very important that the entire team of AtGully, we thank our sponsors from the bottom of our hearts for ensuring that this award show, the entire summit is a grand success. So on that note, can I please request my friends over there at the console to kindly please play the sponsor AV for all of us over here. Give it up, IMAGEXX 2024, the awards, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you.
जो भी करो दिल से करो।
सन 1929 में यही हमारी सोच थी।
आज भी हमारा यही विश्वास है। असल में आसानी से मानने वालों में से नहीं है।
सवाल करते रहते हैं खुद से, दूसरों से,
अपने आप को चुनौती देते रहते हैं। जो भी करो दिल से करो।
क्या ये सही है या इससे कुछ अनोखा कर सकते हैं?
दीवानगी ही कह लो जाए, एक जुनून पे सवार रहते हैं।
क्योंकि जानते हैं जो काम दिल से करते हैं उसकी खुशी कुछ और है।
और फिर शायद ऐसे ही तो लोग औरों को भी खुशी दे जाते हैं। जो भी करो दिल से करो, तभी तो वी कैन क्रिएट व्हाट्स वर्थ क्रिएटिंग। DS Group, create.
Sponsors who have supported this wonderful, wonderful event. Can I please expect everybody to clap loudly for our sponsors? Thank you so much.
There's a guest called Nandini Chatterjee. She has misplaced her iPhone.
हाँ मुझे वही announce. So I mean we would have loved to start on a very, very positive note, but then थोड़ा कुछ उल्टा सीधा कांड हो गया यहाँ पे. So there's our guest Miss Nandini Chatterjee. She has lost her iPhone. It's green, I believe. I think it's already found. Wow. Oh, it's not found. मैं पॉजिटिव बातें करता रहता हूँ, मैं इसलिए बोल दिया कि मिल गया. फटाफट मिल जाए hopefully. So if anybody finds a misplaced iPhone, please know that it's Nandini ma'am's. But can I please know, ma'am, where did you last keep it maybe? Like, was it inside the auditorium over there? Okay. So I would request people over there particularly to check if, you know, there's anything over there in the floor or something. Just a request because, I mean, mobile phone is something very important, so we genuinely do not want any sort of mishap regarding that. Have we found it by any chance? Just requesting everybody to kindly please have a look. And, you know, I mean, I would have loved to continue the search, but then at the same time, time is restricted, so I have to move ahead and get going with things. And of course, I love a full house over here. एक बार ना एक चीज़ मुझे बताना है, सबको पता है कि award shows में cheat shots वगैरह कैसे होते हैं, right? So यहाँ पे full house मुझे मिला है यहाँ पे, not just मुझे, the entire Ad Gully teams को. So they want to shoot an entire shot of the entire full house, because जब full house नहीं था, वो वहाँ पे वो shot चिपकाएंगे. Are you all ready for that? So can I please have the team, the videographers over here? भाई जितना भी फटाफट बाहर ना निकल जाए लोग, हाँ? जल्दी जल्दी. अवार्ड शो जब तक चालू नहीं होता तब तक कुछ भी हो सकता है, मेरे तजुर्बे से बोल रहा हूँ मैं. Full shot एकदम. And everybody please be candid, huh? Don't make it look like कि we actually cheated with the shot. So please clap. सब अवार्ड शो यहाँ पे चल रहा है. Please clap, please do your thing. एक दूसरे के साथ बात कीजिए as if कुछ ना कुछ किसी ने किया है उल्टा सीधा. Make it look as candid and natural as possible. If you want, I can do some activity over here for you. मुझे अवार्ड मिल रहा है. Thank you so much. मैं वो भी कर सकता हूँ. या फिर मैं अवार्ड दे रहा हूँ, इनके लिए बजाइए जोर से ताली, वो भी कर सकता हूँ. So I can do multiple acts at the same time to help you all with this wonderful thing, and I hope अब तक मिल गया होगा ना? क्या बात है यार, एक्सपर्ट है तू भाई. Thank you so much. All right, so cheat shot हो गया. अभी कोई cheating नहीं करेंगे. अभी genuinely we'll get going with the awards. But before we get going with the awards, it's very important that we actually call the lady who matters the most. मैं उनको बोलता हूँ a force to reckon with in the true sense of the term. And when I call her, I'm pretty sure that you all are going to be validating in the best way possible. Ladies and gentlemen, please give it up for Joya Ghosh, founder and CEO at Gully Network. जोर से बजाइए ताली for Joya ma'am. आ जाओ. Fellow Bengalis के लिए ज़्यादा प्यार निकलता है मेरा. But on that note, ma'am, over to you. Looking forward to your vote of thanks.
Good evening, friends. Well, we are pretty late in the day, so I will not take much of your time. In fact, I'm overwhelmed to see all of you here in this room. When we started so many years back, in fact 4 years back, we did not have anyone by our side. Today, I see so many of you on our side, not only agencies, clients, and so many of you have turned out to be my friends. On that note, thank you so much. I'm really overwhelmed, and thank you for being with us since morning. So many of you have been with us since morning. And as we go forward, I hope you'll be with us in our journey forward. Thank you so much, friends. Thank you. Have a good evening. Thank you. And may the best person, best agency, best client win. Thank you. All the best, everyone.
इतना ही था, इतना ही vote of thanks था. But I'd love to hear more ना, but then unfortunately क्या करें, सबको घर भी जाना है. दिन में 24 घंटे ही होते. This is the third time I'm repeating my dialogue, but then let it be. We can get going. So on that note, quickly, ladies and gentlemen, IMAGEXX 2024, the summit is done. We are all set to get going with the remaining set of awards. And on that note, the first award that we have now is बहुत लंबा लिस्ट है, मिल नहीं रहा है. हाँ, मिल गया. Okay. So the first award is the gold for excellence in the field of education. Ladies and gentlemen, I want you all to make some noise for Pearson India, and it's nominated by Ad Factors PR for PTE Kar Befikar. Kya baat hai? Give it up for Pearson India, Ad Factors PR. Entire team, it's a full house over here. Please, सबको Mexican wave पता है क्या होता है, right? Audience में सब लोग Mexican wave इधर से चालू करो. Let it go from here till here. Thank you. देखो प्रेशर मैंने सब कुछ किया लेकिन जो प्रेजेंटर्स हैं उनको नहीं बुलाया. सो क्विकली, क्या बात है. सो क्विकली लेट मी कॉल अप ऑन स्टेज Deepti Sethi, who's from PRCAI, and Dipali Nair, CK Birla Group. I will give it up for our presenters, ladies and gentlemen, for the first set of awards. Thank you so much. Our honorable presenters are here. Trophy bhi ready hai abhi. And on that note, jab diya jayega trophy, can I please request all of you to kindly please clap and make some noise for this wonderful, wonderful initiative over here by Ad Gully. Thank you. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much to all our winners for joining us over here. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I'll request our honorable presenters to kindly stay. देखो pressure होता है क्या? 140 awards है, फटाफट निकालने हैं. So गलती से हो गया, please pardon me for that. But on that note, can I please request for next winner, and it is the bronze for excellence in the field of health and wellness. Give it up for Milan Fertility, nominated by Media Mantra for pledge to preserve fertility. Media Mantra is at it. Milan Fertility. Can I please request the team to kindly join us over here on stage and accept this very special award honor? Pen. Help me with the pen. So much. Quickly moving on to the next award, and I'm really sorry, I genuinely have to rush. I literally have to fly because time hai. The next award is, ladies and gentlemen, silver for excellence in the field of health and wellness. Give it up for Pacholi/Health Survey, nominated by 1XTEL Communication. Can we please have a huge round of applause for our winners for this wonderful, wonderful category? Can I please request our winners to kindly come up over here on stage? Thank you so much and many congratulations. Many congratulations. Thank you. We'll get the photographs done. Thank you. Pleasure. Congratulations. And on that note, the next one is the gold, ladies and gentlemen, for excellence in the field of health and wellness. This one goes to Artemis Hospitals, nominated by PR Professionals. Congratulations. #Pathway to Wellbeing. Congratulations to the entire team. Can I please request the winners to kindly join me over here on stage? Congratulations to the entire team. And हम लोग का बात ये हुआ था, हम लोग मैक्सिकन वेव करेंगे, सबको winning this for a gateway for e-commerce businesses. Congratulations to the entire team. Thank you so much. Quickly moving on to the next award. This one is the Silver for Excellence in the field of IT and technology. Ladies and gentlemen, this one goes to Indian Space Association. Give it up for Commune Brand Communications. Kya baat hai? They win it for bridging the digital divide with Satcom. Congratulations for the silver. May I please request the team to kindly join me over here on stage. Moving on to the next award, ladies and gentlemen. This one is the gold for excellence in the field of IT and technology. Ladies and gentlemen, I want you all to make some noise for CyberArk. Zor se bajaye taali, nominated by Condor Communications for CyberArk, a formidable presence. Congratulations to the entire team. I request all of them to kindly pose for the shutters. Thank you so much and congratulations. On that note, we'll quickly move on to the next award. Ladies and gentlemen. Candor Communications. Candor Communications, chalo. It is Candor Communications, Candor Communications, Candor Communications. Abhi galti nahi ho sakta. Thank you. All right, so the next one, ladies and gentlemen, this one is the bronze for excellence in the field of real estate. Ladies and gentlemen, please make some noise for Housing.com. Nominated by Value 360 Communications for Housing.com, leading the way for PropTech evolution. Congratulations to the entire team. And this is a full house over here, Delhi. आप लोग और जोर से ताली बजा सकते हो, appreciate कर सकते हो to your fellow winners. Please clap and appreciate. Congratulations to the entire team. On that note, we'll move on to the next award. The next award is the Silver for Excellence in the field of real estate. Ladies and gentlemen, the Silver goes to RPS Group, nominated by the Right PR. Give it up for RPS Group, nominated by Right PR. They can never really go wrong. That's why they are the Right PR. For living the RPS dream, that's what they win it for. Silver. Congratulations to the entire team, RPS Group. We have a special recipient over here. Please make some more noise for this wonderful, wonderful beauty over here. Kya baat hai? Proud moment. Congratulations. Record bana liya, youngest to get an award. Noted. Brilliant start to life. On that note, quickly moving on to the next award. Ladies and gentlemen, this one is the gold for excellence in the field of real estate. May I please request all of you to clap loudly for DLF Limited, nominated by PR professionals. Zor se bajaye taali for DLF Limited. The team is over here. Appreciate and make some noise and make them happy in the best way possible. Congratulations. Congratulations to the entire team. On that note, we'll quickly move on to the next award. I know a lot of people might be cursing me. Post करते करते मैं नकला वाला बोल रहा हूँ, but option नहीं है, genuinely. I hope you all understand. Thank you. The next award is, ladies and gentlemen, the bronze for excellence in the field of gaming and esports. This one is particularly my favorite. Give it up loudly, Delhi, for Pokemon Go, nominated by Allison. They win it for Aao Khele Pokemon Go. Congratulations for winning the bronze. Pokemon Go. Congratulations. Oh, see, so many Pikachus over here displayed as well, huh? Memory of a lot of people, right? Congratulations. Pokemon Go is certainly ensuring that a lot of awards come. Fantastic. On that note, quickly moving on to the next award. Ladies and gentlemen, this one is the silver for excellence in the field of gaming and esports. Please clap loudly for All India Gaming Federation. Nominated by Kaizen, they win it for empowering innovation, steering India's skill gaming industry towards success. वो जो हूँ सुनने को मिला ना, एक और बार मिलेगा सुनने. क्या बात है, that's the vibe. मैं इधर एक कंपटीशन कराना चाहता हूँ. सब लोग अपने अपने टीम के साथ आए हो, राइट? जो भी अपने टीम के लिए सबसे ज्यादा जोर से आवाज करेगा, they win a special gift hamper. देखो ऑलरेडी गिफ्ट हैम्पर के लिए अभी से चालू हो गए. क्या बात है, हाँ? This is what we want. So the challenge stays, they get a special gift hamper at the end. On that note, moving on to the next award, this one is the gold for excellence in the field of gaming and esports. Zor se bajaiye tali, Delhi, for Puma, nominated by Art Smith, Concepts and Visions for Puma Dive. Gift chahiye, hamper chahiye, apne team ke liye chahiye, please clap loudly for Puma Dive. Thank you so much. Congratulations. And on that note, I'll quickly request our presenters to take their seats. I know you've been wanting that for a long time, ma'am. Thank you. On that note, quickly, I'll be calling our next set of presenters. इस बार गलती नहीं करूँगा. बहुत पहले शेक्सपियर ने कहा था, to err is human, right? उसी का फायदा उठाते उठाते लोग गलती करते रहते हैं, right? But then अभी नहीं करूँगा, वरना, you know. I'll quickly request Akriti Bhargava from Viziki and Tehseen Zaidi from Sinjeta to kindly come over here on stage and join us, our next set of presenters. Give it up for the both of them, please, ladies and gentlemen, as our next set of presenters. We have Tehseen Zaidi from Sinjeta and Akriti Bhargava from Viziki. Do we have Akriti over here? Can I please request Nandini Chatterjee over here from She Cement to kindly join us over here as an honorable presenter. Give it up for Nandini ma'am, please, ladies and gentlemen. सबसे पहले मैम बताइए, फोन मिला? अरे वाह, फोन मिल गया. Thank you so much. क्या बात है? अरे वाह, क्या बात है? Delhi showing spirit for somebody getting their mobile phone back. I love it. Quickly moving on, ladies and gentlemen, to the next award. This one is the bronze for excellence in the field of sports. Give it up loudly for Divyang Cricket Control Board of India, DCCBI. Nominated by PR professionals for Divyang Cricket, the true spirit of India. Congratulations to the entire team. On that note, we quickly move on to the next award. Ladies and gentlemen, आज फोटो नहीं हुआ. Congratulations to the entire team. And on that note, we quickly move on to the next award. हमारे वीडियोग्राफर शॉट लेने में लेट करेंगे, हम लोग घर चले जाएंगे, उनको इधर ही रख देंगे. All right, ladies and gentlemen, next one is the silver for excellence in the field of sports. Please give it up, Delhi, for Puma, once again nominated by Art Smith, Concepts and Visions for Puma World Cup. Congratulations to the entire team once again. Can I please request them to kindly come over here on stage and join us? Congratulations. Few नुमा डाइव. ऐसे ही डाइव मार मार के ये लोग अवार्ड लेके जा रहे हैं. On that note, we will now quickly move on to the next award. Ladies and gentlemen, this one is the gold for excellence in the field of sports. Zor se bajaiye tali Delhi and make some noise for Indian Racing League. Nominated by Media Mantra for India's first street racing league, putting India on the global motorsports racing map. क्या बात है? ये हु करते रहिए, कोई बात नहीं. It's awards at the end of the day, right? We want to appreciate and ensure that our winners are motivated. Thank you. On that note, quickly, अरे वाह, मैं भी करूँ हूँ, मजा आ रहा है मुझे. Done, अगले वाला पक्का. On that note, quickly moving on to the next award. Ladies and gentlemen, this one is the bronze for excellence in the field of travel and leisure. Ease My Trip के लिए बजाइए जोर से ताली please for Value 360 Communications. Ease My Trip, they win it very easily. Cliche, but then fact. Congratulations to the team of Ease My Trip. Wow, multiple people coming in and receiving the award. That's what we want. Team spirit in the true sense of the term. Mark, हाँ. We have some special appearances, इसलिए फोटो में थोड़ा डिले हो रहा है, but then कोई बात नहीं. They're also very important. Can I please quickly request all of you to kindly clap for the hotel staff? सुबह से लेके चेयर इधर उधर करना, quite a hectic task. So thank you so much to all of you as well, showing some great determination and work. On that note, quickly moving on to the next award, ladies and gentlemen, this one is the gold for excellence in the field of travel and leisure. JW Marriott New Delhi Aero City के लिए बजाइए जोर से ताली. You know, whoever makes the loudest noise gets 10 days free stay at JW Marriott. अभी बजाओगे ताली आप लोग? जब तक मोटिवेशन नहीं तो तब तक लोग करते नहीं है कुछ. Congratulations to the team of JW Marriott New Delhi Aero City. Congratulations. And वो free stay वाला मजाक था, वरना मेरे ऊपर बिल फाड़ेंगे वो लोग. Quickly moving on to the next award, ladies and gentlemen, this one is the silver for excellence in the field of travel and leisure. बजाइए जोर से ताली for Booking.com. Nominated by Allison for House at Your Perfect Stay. Booking.com के लिए बजाइए जोर से ताली. Congratulations to the entire team. And on that note, we'll quickly move on to the next award. This one is the silver for best PR event, healthcare sector. Ladies and gentlemen, please make some noise for Manipal Health Enterprises Private Limited. Nominated the entire team. They win it for Royal Challengers Bangalore. The best PR event, healthcare sector. Congratulations, ma'am. Congratulations to your entire team. We'll quickly move on to the next award. This one is the gold for PR event, healthcare sector. Ladies and gentlemen, this one goes to GE Healthcare. Bajaiye zor se tali, please. Congratulations. They win it for Innovate in India, for India and the world. Wow, kya baat hai. Naam mein hi dam hai. Congratulations to the entire team. Thank you so much. On that note, I'll quickly request for our next winners, ladies and gentlemen, the bronze for excellence in the field of consumer products, FMCG. Give it up for Xiaomi India, nominated by Rudafin, Redmi Note series launch ke liye. Congratulations to the entire team. Do we have the team over here? I guess we do not have the team. Acha. Wow. It's almost like Delhi aa rahe दूसरे दिल्ली से. इतने लोग हैं यहाँ पे. Time तो लगेगा. Please make some way for them and make some noise as well, please, for the wonderful team. They won this very, very special award. Congratulations to the entire team. Very, very special campaign. Redmi Note series launch. Thank you so much to the entire team. Congratulations. Calls for celebration indeed. Thank you so much. Quickly moving on to the next award. Ladies and gentlemen, this one is the silver for excellence in the field of consumer products, FMCG. This one goes to Bicano, ladies and gentlemen, nominated by Teamwork Communications Group. They win it for justice for Son Papri. Kya baat hai? Congratulations to the entire team once again. सोन पापड़ी को पहले जस्टिस मिला कि नहीं पता नहीं, अभी अवार्ड मिल गया, अभी पक्का जस्टिस मिल गया होगा. Congratulations. Quickly moving on, ladies and gentlemen, this one is the next award. This one goes to, this is the gold, and it goes to Fab India for excellence in the field of consumer products, FMCG. They have been nominated by Kaizen. They win it for Sport Name Campaign. Congratulations. ये हु और करते रहो यार, please. क्या बात है? Love it. Love it, Delhi. Love it. Thank you. On that note, we quickly move on to the next award. This one is the bronze, ladies and gentlemen, for excellence in the field of environmental. Give it up for Hikal Limited, nominated by Ad Factors PR for Hikal's pledge for green change. Hikal Limited के लिए बजाइए जोर से ताली. Yes. And करते रहिए जोर से who and whatever that you're doing. Whatever it is, it's good. Congratulations to the entire team. Now quickly move forward with the next one. This one is the silver for excellence in the field of environmental. Jindal Stainless Limited के लिए बजाइए जोर से ताली. क्या बात? Nominated by PR professionals, they win it for JSL's commitment at COP28. Congratulations to the entire team. ये तालियों का सिलसिला जो है सिलेक्टिव नहीं होना चाहिए कि जिसका टीम है वही बजाए, जिसका टीम नहीं भी है वो भी बजाए, क्योंकि जब आप लोग जीतोगे दूसरे लोग भी चाहते हो ना आप लोग के लिए बजाए. Congratulations to the entire team. And on that note, I'll quickly move on to the next award. The next award is the gold for excellence in the field of environmental. Thank you so much. Congratulations. Next one is the gold for excellence in the field of environmental. Ola Electric के लिए जोर से बजाइए और बोलिए होला. Congratulations, Ola Electric. They have been nominated by RF Thunder for End Ice Age. They win the gold for this. All right, so thank you so much, and time for a swap with our presenters. Thank you so much for being with us. I'll request you all to kindly take your seats. Quickly बुलाना चाहूँगा मैं हमारे अगले set of presenters को. Can I please have Arun Mittal from Boat along with Prachi Sharma from Cars 24. Give it up for both of them, please, ladies and gentlemen, as our next set of presenters. Do we have Prachi over here? Oh. All right, so can I please have Geetika Bangia from Striker over here as our honorable presenter? Can I please have Geetika ji over here on stage, please? Geetika ji bhi hai? Yeah. And I'll also call upon stage Ajay Maharaj from Fortis Healthcare as well. Please, ladies and gentlemen, can I please request Ajay Maharaj, Fortis Healthcare, say to kindly come up on stage as our honorable presenter. All right, thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. अभी बढ़ते आगे चलते हैं अवार्ड्स के सिलसिले को आगे बढ़ाते हुए. Ladies and gentlemen, this one is the bronze for excellence in the field of BFSI services, FinTech. Give it up for UnoCoin, nominated by Media Mantra, your gateway to decentralized future. हमारे पास बुबुजेला नहीं है, लेकिन आप लोग ह्यूमन तरीके से बुबुजेला की तरह आवाज करोगे, मजा आएगा. सच में बोल रहा हूँ, आप लोग भी जीतोगे जब दूसरे लोग भी बजाएंगे. Can I please have a woohoo from everybody over here? See, you all are so good at it. This is the mark, yes. All right, quickly moving on to the next award. This one is the silver for excellence in the field of BFSI services, FinTech. Bharat Pay के लिए जोर से बजाइए ताली. For Bharat Pay, the shop owner's best friend. भारत पे के लिए भारत के कैपिटल वालों प्लीज बजाइए जोर से ताली. I think that is how it is. Do I have representatives from Bharat Pay over here? We'll quickly move on to the next one. This one is the gold for excellence in the field of BFSI services, FinTech. Give it up, ladies and gentlemen, for Credible, nominated by Kaizen for building working capital infrastructure for the world. Kya baat hai? Congratulations to the entire team. This is the mark. This is the mark. This is the mark. Woohoo, woohoo, woohoo! बजाते रहिए. Come on. Thank you so much. Quickly moving on to the next one. This one is the bronze for excellence in the field of automotive and transportation. Static के लिए बजाइए जोर से ताली please. Nominated by Teamwork Communications Group. Change करो, drive करो, and eventually जाके award लेके जाओ. Congratulations to the entire team. चेंज करो, ड्राइव करो. अगले वाले कैंपेन का नाम अवार्ड लेके जाए, वो भी कर सकते हो आप लोग ऐड. Congratulations. Quickly moving on to the next award. This one, ladies and gentlemen, is the silver for excellence in the field of automotive and transportation. MG Motor India. They have been nominated by Rudafin for making India EV ready. Congratulations to the entire team of MG Motor India. आप लोग इतने अवार्ड्स लेने आ रहे हो, इधर ही जगह कर देता हूं मैं. Congratulations once again to the entire team. Thank you so much. Quickly on that note, मुझे भागना है, so I have to really rush and fly and whatnot. Maybe move at rocket pace. The next one is gold for excellence in the field of automotive and transportation. Please, ladies and gentlemen, clap and give it up for Honda Motorcycle and Scooter India. क्या बात है? Nominated by Ad Factors PR for Honda Shine Key 100. Congratulations to the entire team. Congratulations to the entire team. Very well done. Another one added in the list of milestones for Honda. Quickly moving on to the next award. Ladies and gentlemen, this one is the bronze for best use of analytics. This one, ladies and gentlemen, goes to Bajaj Capital, nominated by Wiziki. Can I have the team over here from Bajaj Capital, nominated by the team of Wiziki, over here on stage, please? नेक्स्ट टाइम से क्या करेंगे, अगर तकलीफ हो रहा है लोगों को बीच में, सेपरेट कर देंगे, रेड कार्पेट रखेंगे, वहां से सब लोग स्वैग वॉक करते हुए आएंगे. इज दैट अ गुड आइडिया? डज दिल्ली वैलिडेट दैट आइडिया? करेंगे नेक्स्ट टाइम पक्का. On that note, quickly moving on to the next award. Congratulations, Bajaj Capital. This one is the silver, ladies and gentlemen, for best use of analytics. OP Jindal Global University, nominated by Dow Agency. Congratulations to the entire team. Congratulations. You know, mainstream तरीके से आने का जरूरत नहीं. आप लोग ऐसे cheer करते करते भी, डांस करते करते भी आ सकते हो. मजाक नहीं कर रहा हूँ. Genuinely mean it in the true sense of the term. Congratulations to the entire team once again. Very well done. On that note, we'll move forward with the next award. Ladies and gentlemen, this one is the gold for best use of analytics. ये वाला award जाता है to Apna, nominated by Ad Factors PR, once again for Apna Employment and Workforce Report. Apna. Like I said, people can actually come and dance. Congratulations to the team of Apna. Congratulations once again to the team of Apna. IMAGEXX के award ने आपको अपना लिया है, genuinely in the true sense of the term. And on that note, I'll quickly move on to the next award. This one, ladies and gentlemen, is the gold for best multilingual campaign. Give it up, ladies and gentlemen, for Department of Industries Bihar, nominated by PR professionals for Bihar Hai Taiyar. Bihar, of course, hai taiyar. एक बिहारी सब पे भारी. Congratulations to the entire team. Once again, Bihar genuinely hai taiyar. An award भी आपके लिए है तैयार. Congratulations. All right, so thank you so much to our honorable presenters. I'll request you to kindly take your seats. Thank you. एक बार उनके लिए भी बजाइए जोर से ताली, please. Award जो लोग लेते हैं उनको तो मजा आता ही है, but award देना भी is an art. So thank you so much. Quickly moving on to our next set of presenters, I'll request Geetika Bangia from I'll quickly request Kulpreet Vesuna from Impact PR to kindly join me over here on stage as an honorable presenter. And I'll also request Madhurima Bhatia from Ipsos to kindly join me over here on stage as well, please. Our next set of presenters for the next set of awards. Please give it up for these wonderful ladies over here, looking absolutely beautiful, both of you. Thank you so much. All right, so let's get going with the next award. This one, ladies and gentlemen, yes. So ladies and gentlemen, this one is the gold for best PR event, telecommunications sector, India Mobile Congress, IMC. Nominated by Commune Brand Communications for Pushing Limits, IMC 2023, Asia's largest tech forum. Congratulations to the entire team. Kya baat hai. On that note, I'll quickly request for our next award. This one is the bronze for best use of content. The award goes to Sanfe or Sanfe. I believe I'm getting the pronunciation correct. What is it? Is it Sanfe? Music थोड़ा कम सुनाई नहीं दे रहा. I need to get the pronunciation right. क्या है? Sanfe. Okay. हाँ. फिर वीडियो गलत आएगा वो लोग मुझे मारेंगे ना बाद में. ऐसा कैसे? So ladies and gentlemen, the best use of content goes to Safe, nominated by AdBuffs Media. Zor se bajaiye taali once again. I request the team to kindly join me over here on stage. Do we have the team over here? I believe we do not have the team. इतना साफे सीखा टीम ही नहीं है अभी. कोई बात नहीं. Quickly moving on to the next one. This one is the silver for best use of content. Please, ladies and gentlemen, जोर से बजाइए ताली for JBL. They win it for JBL World Music Campaign 2023. The silver goes to JBL. Can I please request the team to kindly come over here on stage and accept this award honor? Congratulations to the entire team of JBL. Special JBL speakers for all of you who are clapping loudly. Nobody wants JBL speakers? अच्छा competition. Trigger word use करना होता है तब जाके लोग करते हैं. Congratulations to the team. On that note, quickly moving on to the next one. Ladies and gentlemen, this one is the gold for best use of content. Please give it up loudly for Practo. They win it for hashtag Journey to Integrated Healthcare. Congratulations to the entire team of Practo. This is your moment. Celebrate and embrace it in the best way possible. Kya baat. Thank you so much. All right, so the next one is the bronze for best small budget campaign. देखो small budget में भी धमाका होता है. Give it up for Pernod Ricard, ladies and gentlemen, nominated by Hype Squad, powered by Team Pumpkin. They win it for celebrating 30 years, 30 convivialists and 30 stories. I'm not Shakespeare, so my pronunciation can go a little wrong, but give it up for Pernod Ricard, ladies and gentlemen. Congratulations to the entire team. We'll quickly move on to the next award. The next award, ladies and gentlemen, is the silver for best small budget campaign. Give it up, all of you, Delhi over here, for Tipsy Beauty. Nominated by AdBuffs Media for product launch campaign. Congratulations to the team of Tipsy Beauty. Do we have somebody from Tipsy Beauty coming and accepting this award? They are tipsy. अरे वाह, मैम ने भी मजाक किया. मैम के लिए बजाओ ताली प्लीज एक बार जोर से कमाल वाला मजाक किया. We need this kind of humor to keep the show going. So I think we should let them be tipsy and go ahead with the next award. Chalega, so tipsy, please remain tipsy and enjoy the award later. We'll quickly move on to the next one. Ladies and gentlemen, this one is the gold for Best Small Budget Campaign. Please give it up loudly for ENTOD Pharmaceuticals. Nominated by Teamwork Communications Group for More Green, Less Green. Do we have the team over here as well? All right, we have the team. And they are not tipsy. Congratulations to the entire team. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. The next one, the next award, ladies and gentlemen, that's the bronze. Photo important, of course. Congratulations to the entire team. The next one is the bronze for best use of digital. Give it up for Mahindra Manulife Mutual Funds, nominated by the Small Big Idea LLP for Mahindra Manulife Business Cycle Fund. Please बजाइए ताली जोर से उनके लिए for Mahindra Manulife Mutual Funds. Best use of digital. They win the bronze for this one. Do we have somebody from Mahindra over here to accept? All right, so we'll quickly move on. They are also tipsy. Mutually missing. अरे वाह, एक और बार ताली बजाओ प्लीज. एक खतरनाक वन लाइनर ला रही है मैम. हाँ, क्या बात है. Mutually missing. वाह. एंकर मैं हूँ, धमाकेदार वन लाइनर्स सीखना है मुझे उनसे. Quickly moving on to the next award. This one is the silver, ladies and gentlemen, for best use of digital. Give it up for Ministry of Power, Government of India, nominated by PR professionals. Congratulations to the entire team. Thank you so much. आप सब विनर्स से रिक्वेस्ट है कि थोड़ा आगे आके पोस्ट कीजिएगा. जिंदगी में काफी आगे बढ़े हो आप, तभी इतने अवार्ड जीत रहे हो, तो थोड़ा पोस्ट भी थोड़ा आगे आके प्लीज कीजिएगा. We'll save some time. And on that note, the next award, ladies and gentlemen, this one is the gold for best use of digital. Give it up for Audity Healthcare, Bold Care, nominated by Value 360 Communications for hashtag Take Bold Care of Her. Thank you so much. Congratulations. Thank you so much. एक सेकंड के लिए डर गया, मुझे लगा हमारे फोटोग्राफर नाराज हो गए. गुस्सा हो गए. All right, thank you ma'am. Thank you ma'am. Request you to take your seats please. Thank you so much. Pleasure having you. Quickly, I'll be calling our next set of presenters. May I please request Neha Arora from Triveni Engineering and Asta Khurana from Rate Gain to kindly come over here and join us over here on stage as our honorable presenters for the next set of awards. Give it up for our next set of presenters, ladies and gentlemen. When I say give it up, you actually need to give it up, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. All right, so quickly moving on to the next award. This one, photographer से smart है, पता है वो खड़े रहेंगे उधर तो सब उधर ही pose में हैं. Good strategy. The next one is the silver for best use of media relations, BFSI. Ladies and gentlemen, this one goes to MobiQuick, One MobiQuick Systems Limited. They've been nominated by Current Global. They win it for MobiQuick's road to IPO. The team of MobiQuick, congratulations once again. They win the silver. I'll quickly call our next winner. Ladies and gentlemen, the next award is the gold for best use of media relations BFSI. The next award is best use of media relations BFSI. The gold goes to Trust Mutual Fund. Congratulations to the team of Trust Mutual Fund. Can I request Colin Tandem PR to kindly come over here and join us over here to accept this award? Do we have representatives from there? Yes, we do. Congratulations to the entire team. Trust Mutual Fund mein hai hum log ka trust. Quickly moving on, this one is the silver, ladies and gentlemen, for best use of PR by a brand, healthcare sector. Give it up for IPL Biologicals, ladies and gentlemen, nominated by Media Mantra. At it once again. They win it for redefining sustainability. आप लोग बहुत एनर्जी के साथ बजा रहे थे ताली, क्या हो गया? Congratulations. All right, so the next one is the gold for best use of PR by a brand, healthcare sector. ये वाला award जाता है Dr. Reddy's Laboratories Limited को. They win it for Nerivio, a drug-free migraine management device. Congratulations to the entire team. लगता है वो वाला हैम्पर यही लोग लेके जाएंगे. Congratulations. On that note, quickly moving on to the next award. This one is the bronze, ladies and gentlemen, for best use of video. Alstom ke liye bajaye zor se taali. Nominated by Genesis BCW for taking India places. Congratulations to the entire team. Quickly moving on to the next award. Ladies and gentlemen, this one is the silver for best use of video. एक और बार जोर से बजाइए ताली for Oddity Healthcare Bold Care. They have been nominated by Value 360 Communications for hashtag Take Bold Care of Her. Congratulations to the entire team once again. What a fantastic campaign, huh? Made a lot of buzz when it came out. Congratulations. All right, the next one is the best use of video. The silver goes to Luminous Power Technologies for illuminating lives. Diwali campaign. Congratulations to the entire team. ये team नहीं है, squad है, literally squad. Congratulations to all of you. Quickly moving on to our next award. This time it's the gold for best use of video. The gold goes to ITC Mangaldeep. Congratulations to the team of ITC Mangaldeep, nominated by Avin V for ITC Mangaldeep Sixth Sense. Congratulations to the team. Congratulations to our winner representative over here. Thank you so much. On that note, we move on to the next award. Ladies and gentlemen, it's now time for gold for the best use of VR/AR. This one goes to Britannia, nominated by Genesis BCW once again. Congratulations to the team once again. Congratulations, very, very, very well done. Team Britannia, Team Genesis BCW. On that note, we'll move on to the next award. This one is the silver for best brand development, product and services. Canon India ke liye bajaiye zor se taali, please. Once again, ladies and gentlemen. They've been nominated by Rudafin for redefining perspectives. Do we have representatives? Acha, haan, we do. Congratulations to the entire team once again. कितने अवार्ड हो गए? ट्रक मंगाऊं मैं अवार्ड्स लेके जाने के लिए, बहुत सारे हो गए. Quickly moving on to the next award. This one is the gold for best brand development, product and services. Give it up for GCI Health, ladies and gentlemen. क्या बात है? Love the energy in the house. Congratulations to the entire team. All right, quickly moving on. Congratulations to all of you over here, team of GCI Health. On that note, the next one, ladies and gentlemen, this one is the bronze for most effective crisis management. Please give it up loudly for Indian Racing League, IRL, nominated by Media Mantra. They win it for India's first street racing league, putting India on the global motorsports racing map. Congratulations to the entire team once again. So much. All right, next in the same category for most effective crisis management, we have a joint silver over here. I'll call our first winner. This one goes to BLS International, nominated by PR Professionals. क्या बात है सर, बजाओ बजाओ बजाओ, क्या बात है. Congratulations once again. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, the silver for the same category also goes to the team of Rapido, nominated by AdFactors PR. They've been ensuring a safety net for Rapido riders in Bengaluru. Congratulations to the entire team once again, Rapido. All right, so the next one, the gold for most effective crisis management. Give it up for Akums Drugs and Pharmaceuticals Limited, nominated by Teamwork Communications Group. They've been doing it for fighting cough, saving India's image. Congratulations for winning the gold. Thank you so much. All right, so I'll request our honorable presenters to kindly settle down. Thank you. It's almost like 3-4 award के बाद मुझे presenters देखते कब भेजोगे but क्या करें? That's how it is, that's how the game works. I'll quickly request our next set of presenters to kindly join me over here. I'll request Rahul Gosain from JSA and Neha Garg from Axtria to kindly join me over here on stage as our next set of presenters. Bajaiye Tali, please, Delhi, for our next set of presenters over here.
You're doing a great job.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. All right, so the presenters. मेरा तारीफ किया गया, मेरा चेस्ट थोड़ा चौड़ा हो गया है अभी क्या? तारीफ की वजह से होता है, हाँ? Thank you. All right, so on that note, ladies and gentlemen, this one is the silver, ladies and gentlemen, for best use of media relations. Lionsgate India के लिए बजाइए जोर से ताली, please. It's nominated by RF Thunder. They win it for John Wick Chapter 4. Lionsgate has got greatest action movie ever. Congratulations to the team once again. Oh, we have the same set of winners, huh? Genuinely बताना जगह बचा है उधर अवार्ड रखने के लिए? नहीं बचा है और जगह खाली करा देंगे हम. We'll do that. Congratulations, 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 and of course, celebrations. A little forward, please, everybody, when we do the photos. Thank you so much. On that note, quickly moving on to the next award. Ladies and gentlemen, this one is the gold for best use of media relations, ABP Network. अभी आ रहा है मजा, हाँ? क्या बात है? Nominated by Ad Factors PR for ABP Network Ideas of India 2.0. ABP Network, congratulations. Congratulations to the entire team of ABP Network for Ideas of India 2.0. On that note, अच्छा यहाँ पे ज़्यादा लोग हैं, विनर ज़्यादा टाइम लगेगा of course फोटो के लिए. Thank you so much to all our winners. Quickly moving on to the next one. This one is the silver for best use of PR by a brand, F&B sector, Bicano. They've been nominated by Teamwork Communications Group for Justice for Son Papri. जो सोन पापड़ी has killed it. Justice मतलब वो खुद इसको इतना जस्टिस मिल गया है वो कहीं कोर्ट में जाके जस्टिस खुद बन जाएगा. सोन पापड़ी मिलनी चाहिए यार. कहाँ है सोन पापड़ी हमारे? You'll get पक्का? हाँ, अगर नहीं मिला स्टेज पे, हाँ वीडियोस पे प्रूफ है. नहीं आया then you know. Thank you so much. Congratulations. Justice for Son Papri. Congratulations to the entire team. And please congratulate whoever has thought of this name. हाँ, मैं इतने campaigns करता हूँ, मुझे नाम याद नहीं आते. ये लोग कहाँ से नाम लेके आ जाते हैं. Awesome stuff. Congratulations on that note, ladies and gentlemen, the gold for best use of PR by a brand in the F&B sector, Samosa Singh, nominated by Media Mantra. India snacking के लिए उनको मिलता है ये award. This one is the gold. Samosa Singh. समोसा खाने का स्वाद बन रहा है यहाँ पे, खाने का फ्लेवर बन रहा है. अभी कुछ और होगा शायद मेरे ख्याल से. Delhi is known for momos, right? कुछ मोमो वगैरह का है क्या, मैं देखता हूँ. Congratulations to the entire team. Samosa Singh. ये अवार्ड के बाद समोसा must be really singing celebrations वाला song. On that note, quickly moving on to the next award, ladies and gentlemen, this one is the gold for data privacy and security campaign. This one is for sflc.in. They've been nominated by Evoke Communications Consulting for empowering people to manage their digital privacy and security. आज के ज़माने में बहुत important है ये, and of course a very important award, very well deserved award as well. जोर से बजाइए Delhi, please make some noise. Congratulations to the entire team. All decked up and ready to celebrate. आगे आ जाइए प्लीज थोड़ा. Congratulations to the entire team once again. On that note, the next one is the Gold for Diversity and Inclusion campaign. ITC Mangaldeep is added once again, ladies and gentlemen. Avian V. Do we have the team over here? Yes, we do, of course. Congratulations. Sir, आपकी टीम नहीं आई आज? टीम नहीं आई? They must be planning the next campaign for the next victory, right? Congratulations. I've seen him come up for many awards, and I wish you many more in the future as well. On that note, the next one is the bronze for emerging technology integration. Medulens के लिए बजाइए जोर से ताली Delhi, please. Nominated by Teamwork Communications Group for emergency care in 11 minutes. Congratulations to the entire team of Medulens. Thank you so much. Congratulations. हमारे सारे विनर्स बहुत हम्बल है, जिंदगी में आगे आ गए लेकिन अवार्ड के टाइम पे पीछे चले जाते हैं. Then we'll get them forward. Thank you so much. Okay. On that note, the next one, ladies and gentlemen, this one is the silver for emerging technology integration. Nerolac Paint के लिए बजाइए जोर से ताली, please. They win it for Nerolac Paint omni-channel campaign. The silver goes to them. अब लोग ने अवार्ड शो के पहले चालू किया था बात मैक्सिकन वेव का, मुझे एक भी बार दिखा नहीं. Can we start from here, please? You all must be knowing the Mexican wave, right? Thank you. Congratulations to the entire team. The next one is the gold for emerging technology integration. And this one, ladies and gentlemen, goes to ANSR Talent 500. क्या बात है? इतना ताली बजा रहे हो, एक बार बोलो ANSR, ANSR. Thank you. क्या बात है? I love the energy, I love the vibe. On that note, quickly moving on to the next award. This one is the gold for Employee Advocacy Program. Ladies and gentlemen, no surprises, Bharat Serums and Vaccines Limited. Nominated by Avian Media Private Limited for Womentoring. Love the name, huh? Womentoring. Congratulations. चलो congratulations, आगे बढ़ा जाए अपने next award को लेके. The next award is the gold for FPO launch. Vodafone Idea के लिए बजाइए जोर से ताली please. So everybody over here in the house, especially the people from Ad Factor Sia. And of course, celebrations that follow. The next one is the bronze for experiential PR. Money control. Give it up, ladies and gentlemen. Nominated by Kaizen for fulfilling innovation in times of transformation. Congratulations to the entire team. I love everybody smiling when they're coming and getting the award. This is the day that you work hard for. You want the recognition. You want to work harder for future recognitions as well. Congratulations. On that note, we'll move on to our next award. This one, ladies and gentlemen, is the silver for experiential PR. Bajaiye zor se tali, please, everybody in the house, for Asian Paints Royal Glitz, nominated by Madison PR. They win it for Royal Glitz Tribute to West Bengal. इनके लिए कोई बजाएगा नहीं ताली, मैं बजाऊंगा, मैं वेस्ट बंगाल से हूँ. जय बांग्ला. Congratulations. I'll quickly move on to the next award. The next award is the gold. Inka campaign hit hai, it was time for the award to get a hit. Congratulations. On that note, the next one is the gold for experiential PR. Bajaiye zor se tali, everybody in the house, for Amazon India, nominated by Avian V once again. They win it for Amazon India Prime Day 2023 campaign. कोई है यहाँ पे? मैं लेके जाऊँ अवार्ड. मैं Amazon बहुत प्राइम सब्सक्राइबर हूँ वहाँ पे. काम भी करता हूँ, पॉडकास्ट भी करता हूँ Amazon वालों के साथ. मजाक कर रहा हूँ. The award is due. Credit must be given where it's due. Thank you. The next one, ladies and gentlemen, is the silver for best use of media relations F&B sector. This one goes to India Gate Basmati Rice. Nominated by Consortia Advisory for Basmati Rice. No compromise. So much. क्या बात है? Basmati rice, no compromise. On that note, I'll quickly move on to the next one. This one is the gold for best use of media relations F&B sector. Barista Coffee. Nominate. Thank you so much. Congratulations. Yeah, this is genuinely a houseful event, लेकिन हाउसफुल वाला फील नहीं आ रहा है because आप सब ताली नहीं बजा रहे हो. क्या बात है? हाँ, कॉफी अरे देंगे वो लोग. मैंने एक्चुअली कॉफी नहीं पियाना, मांगना भूल गया इसलिए. But then thank you so much. You both have been very sporty presenters. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I request you both to take your seats. Now I'll quickly call our next set of presenters, ladies and gentlemen. May I please request Joyshri Sakya from TI Medical and Mamta Dhingra from Lateral Thinker to kindly join us over here on stage as our next set of presenters. Give it up for them, ladies and gentlemen. Just a quick correction, it's lateral sutra, right? यहाँ पे thinker लिखा था, मैंने thinker बोला, मैंने सोचा नहीं, मैंने think नहीं किया, जो लिखा गया मैंने बोल दिया, but it's lateral sutra, ladies and gentlemen. On that note, quickly moving on to the next award. This one is the bronze for best influencer marketing campaign. Give it up for Ad Factors PR as it goes for Drool's Pet Food. One paw at a time, influencing pet care in India like no other. On that note, moving on to the next award, ladies and gentlemen, this one is the silver for Best Influencer Marketing Campaign. Give it up, all of you over here, Delhi, for ENTOD Pharmaceuticals. Nominated by Teamwork Communications Group for More Green, Less Screen. Calls for celebrations indeed. On that note, quickly moving on to our next award, ladies and gentlemen. This one is the gold for Best Influencer Marketing Campaign, Society Tea. They win it for Tazgi Bhari Yali Society Wali. Congratulations to the entire team. The next award, ladies and gentlemen, this one is the Best Influencer Relationship Management. This one goes to Subway India, ladies and gentlemen. Congratulations, they win it for launch of hot sellers. Congratulations to the team. On that note, quickly we move on to the next award. Ladies and gentlemen, this one is the bronze for multi-channel marketing, 3 channels or more. Ye wala jata hai Network 18 ko. Give it up as they're nominated by SPACFIN partners for Sanjeevni United Against Cancer. Congratulations to the team of Network 18. Congratulations to the entire team of Network 18 over here. The next one, ladies and gentlemen, is the silver for multi-channel marketing, 3 channels or more. Ye wala jata hai to AWS, nominated by Newsreach. They win it for Crafting Bharat. Silver goes to them. Congratulations to the team of Newsreach. बजाइए उनके लिए जोर से ताली. मैं इनको हाथ मिला हूँ, लेकिन ये लोग बन गए हैं मेरे दोस्त. Congratulations, brother. Awesome. Congratulations. मुझे ताली बजाना. Congratulations to the team of Newsreach. Thank you so much. Thank you, very well done.
एक बार इनके लिए भी ताली बजा दीजिए.
मैंने पैसे नहीं दिए मेरे प्रमोशन के लिए, ऑर्गेनिक है कंप्लीटली. बट मेरे साथ दोस्ती का फायदा यही है, देखो ऑर्गेनिक तरीके से मैं भी ज्यादा तारीफ करूंगा. सो मेरे साथ दोस्ती के बहुत फायदे हैं, एटलीस्ट आज तक. थैंक यू, बट जस्ट हैविंग फन. Quickly moving on to the next award, ladies and gentlemen. This one is the gold for multi-channel marketing, 3 channels or more. This one goes to Legrand Data Center Solutions. Can I have the team over here, please? मैडम मैं डर गया, मैंने बोला नहीं. कैंडर, राइट? Congratulations to the team of Candor Communications. Thank you so much. you so much. On that note, moving on to the next award. This one is the gold for IPO launch. Ye hai for Yatharth Hospital and Trauma Care Services Limited, nominated by Team at Factors once again. For better healthcare, better tomorrow. Congratulations. On that note, quickly moving on to the next award. This one is the gold for most innovative use of AI in PR. Give it up for Viziki, ladies and gentlemen, for Viziki AI Labs. Imara is their AI. They win it for Imara, world's first AI avatar for PR and communication. Congratulations to the team for Imara. And I'm not kidding, I saw Imara ka AI over there. She's genuinely very pretty. A lot of you will forget that she's actually AI. Correct, Tekini? Bhai is nodding his head. He knows I'm right. Congratulations. On that note, quickly moving on to the next award. Ladies and gentlemen, this one is the gold for Best Omni-Channel Marketing Campaign. Give it up once again, ladies and gentlemen, for Nerolac Paint. They've been nominated by Atski Media, Palindrome Media, and Anim Move Digital. Congratulations to the team once again. Calls for celebration indeed. Thank you so much. We'll quickly move on to the next award. This one, ladies and gentlemen, is the gold for Best PR Event BFSI. This one, ladies and gentlemen, goes to National Bank for Agriculture and Rural Development, NABARD, nominated by Concept Public Relations India. Congratulations to the team. They win it for amplification of Mahalakshmi Saras Mela. Congratulations to the entire team. Very, very well done. Ladies and gentlemen, the next award is the silver for Best Use of PR by a Brand, Real Estate Sector. Ye wala jata hai to DLF Limited, ladies and gentlemen, nominated by PR professionals. They win it for DLF Harbor, $1 million triumph. Congratulations, kya baat hai. Congratulations to the entire team. Ladies and gentlemen, quickly moving on to the next award. This one is the gold for Best Use of PR by a Brand. Again, Real Estate Sector. Ye wala jata hai to Naritco, ladies and gentlemen, nominated by One Excel Communication. Congratulations to the entire team. Congratulations to you and your entire team. Thank you so much. On that note, we quickly move on to the next award. Ladies and gentlemen, this one is the silver for Best Use of Media Relations Automotive Sector. Harman India के लिए बजाइए जोर से ताली please, ladies and gentlemen, for Experience Harman for Work and Play. इनके लिए इतना ठंडा ताली क्यों? इनका सिस्टम तो बहुत ही अच्छा है, तो ताली भी अच्छा ही होना चाहिए, right, ladies and gentlemen? Thank you, That's it. Self-appreciation is the key. Congratulations, Harman India. Congratulations. On that note, moving on to the next award, ladies and gentlemen, this one is the gold for best use of media relations, automotive sector. Ye wala jata hai Okaya EV ko for Media Mantra nominated, ladies and gentlemen. Congratulations. Drive green with Okaya. Congratulations to the entire team. Congratulations and celebrations, of course, all set to unfold. All right, quickly moving on to the next one. This one is the gold for best use of internal communications. Ye wala jata hai Skoda Auto Volkswagen India, nominated by AdFactors PR once again. AdFactors wale sab leke ja rahe. Congratulations to the entire team. We have our next award. This one is the bronze for best PR event. This is in the M&E sector. This one goes to Tata Play, ladies and gentlemen, nominated by Rudafin. Congratulations, Rudafin. Congratulations, Tata Play. Congratulations to the team once again. मेरा congratulations सुनते सुनते ये लोग भी थक गए. All right, so the next award is the silver for best PR event M&E. Ye wala jata hai. Ladies and gentlemen, please make some noise for ABP Network. Nominated by AdFactors PR for ABP Network Ideas of India 2.0. Congratulations to the entire team, ABP Network. Quickly moving on to the next award, we have the gold for best PR event M&E. Ye wala jata hai and TV Ko, nominated by Genesis BCW for Festive Roadshow. Congratulations to the team once again, ABP Network. ये मेरे ख्याल से slide change नहीं हुआ. I need to check the slide. Right. अभी done. I think we need to get the photo done again. Slide अलग था. आप लोग हो NTV से ABP का promotion आप लोग कर रहे हो वहाँ पे. Great stuff. Not even charging money for that. Thank you. Congratulations to the team of ANTV. Congratulations to Genesis BCW. All right, so thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much, ma'am. Please take your seats. Thank you so much for being with us over here. I'll quickly announce our next set of presenters. Ladies and gentlemen, Delhi, please make some noise for Amit Arora from Housing.com and Sadzat Rizvi from OneXtel. Please welcome our next set of presenters for the next set of awards. The names I mentioned, they're not here, so I'll quickly announce our next presenter. We have Gulpreet Vesuna from Impact PR. All right, ma'am, आप अकेले ही दोगे, क्योंकि आप अकेले ही 100 के बराबर हो. So quickly moving on to the next one. This one is the bronze for best use of social media. Ladies and gentlemen, please give it up for Dr. Reddy's Laboratories Limited. They win it for tension mat lo. Kya baat hai? Congratulations to the team. Look. I'll request people standing in front of the camera to kindly settle down and sit down. We do not want to block the vision and the frame. I'll request people standing in front of the camera to kindly please sit down and settle down. I'll request Mr. Amit Arora from housing.com to kindly join us over here on stage. Thank you so much. On that note, quickly moving on to the next award, ladies and gentlemen. This one is the silver for best use of social media. Ye wala jata hai Sunfeast Dark Fantasy, nominated by Avian V. Added once again. Congratulations to the entire team. Do we have representatives over here? I believe we don't have representatives over here, so we... समझ गया sir, मैं भी समझ गया. Quickly moving on to the next award. ओ अच्छा हो. यहाँ पे है. Sunfeast Dark Fantasy. Congratulations. Quickly moving on to the next award. This one is the silver for best use of social media. Ladies and gentlemen, please make some noise for Bharat Pay for transforming Bharat. Congratulations to the team. I request them to kindly join me over here on stage. से स्वैपिंग ऑफ अवार्ड्स हो गया है. हम लोग फिल्म इंडस्ट्री में अक्सर सुनते हैं कि स्वैपिंग ऑफ अवार्ड्स होता रहता है. कोई एक्टर आ नहीं रहा है तो बोलते हैं कि चलो तुम जाके ले लो, ये करो वो करो, बट देन दिस डजंट हैपन ओवर हियर. थैंक यू सो मच. ये स्वैपिंग वाले मूवमेंट का फोटो लोग लीजिए यार. Congratulations. So I believe I'm done with both Sunfeast, Dark Fantasy and Bharat Pay. On that note, I'll quickly move on to the next award. This one is the gold for best use of social media. Give it up for Udaipur Tales, ladies and gentlemen. Nominated by Media Mantra for the art of oral storytelling. Congratulations to the team. Quickly moving on to the next award. This one is the silver for best promotional activity. Give it up for ITC Febel, ladies and gentlemen, nominated by Hype Squad. Thank you so much. On that note, quickly moving on to the next award, ladies and gentlemen, this one is the gold for best promotional activity. ये वाला जाता है Pokemon Go. They've been nominated by Allison for Ao Khele Pokemon Go. Congratulations. Quickly moving on to the next award. This one is the bronze for best thought leadership campaign. Give it up once again for GCI Health, nominated by Genesis BCW. I know we are towards the final leg of this award. can I please expect people over here to clap? People over there at the back to please clap and show some energy over here in the house, Delhi. Thank you so much. And मैं अभी यहाँ पे थोड़ा रुक जाऊँगा. The reason being I do not have my award sheet. That has been taken away, snatched from me, and now we वापस भी दे दिया गया. So quickly I can say, the next award is, ladies and gentlemen, the bronze for best thought leadership campaign. I think we did this one, right? I'm sorry. This one is the silver for best thought leadership campaign. Ladies and gentlemen, please give it up for India Bonds. Nominated by Concept Public Relations India for India Bonds Public Relations Outreach. Do we have the team over here? Yes, we do. Please clap and appreciate and make some noise over here, Delhi. Congratulations, India Bonds. Thank you. Quickly moving on to the next award. This one is the silver for best thought leadership campaign. Ye wala, ladies and gentlemen, jata hai to Epic Foundation, nominated by Consortia Advisory for Epic Foundation, the catalyst for India's semiconductors and electronics industry. Congratulations to the team. Epic, really a truly epic win in the true sense of the term. Congratulations once again, Media Mantra. Quickly moving on to the next one. This one is the best PR tech platform. Ladies and gentlemen, please make some noise once again for WizzyKey. They win it for AI coverage report, turbocharging reporting. Kya baat hai? WizzyKey. Congratulations to the team of WizzyKey. Congratulations. Very well done. On that note, I'll quickly move on to the next award. Ladies and gentlemen, the next award is the bronze for best regional communication campaign. Ye wala jata hai to Amazon, nominated by AdFactors PR for winning over Bharat through regional media. Congratulations, AdFactors PR, Amazon. Moving on to the next award, we have the silver for best regional communication campaign. Ye wala, ladies and gentlemen, jata hai to Shalimar Paints, nominated by Kaizen for upgrade kiya kya. इन सब ने आपको भी अपग्रेड करना चाहिए. थोड़ा सेलिब्रेशन और कुछ हो सकता है डिफरेंट, समथिंग बूहू के अलावा. I challenge you for that, huh? क्या बात है? Yes. Congratulations to the entire team, and on that note, I'll quickly call for our next winner. The next award is the gold for best regional communication campaign. Gold for best regional communication campaign goes to India Gate Basmati Rice, nominated by Consortia Advisory for Basmati Rice. No compromise. Congratulations. Quickly moving on to the next award. We have the bronze for excellence in the field of reputation and issues management campaign. क्या बात है, ये वाला जाता है to Oyo. Nominated by PR professionals for Trust Oyo, committed to excellence and integrity. To the next award. The next award is the silver for excellence in the field of reputation and issues management campaign. Ladies and gentlemen, the silver, it goes to Indian Space Association. Give it up for the team of Indian Space Association, ladies and gentlemen. They have been nominated by Commune Brand Communications for bridging the digital divide with SATCOM. Do we have anybody accepting the honor? I believe not. All right, so the next award is the gold for excellence in the field of reputation and issues management campaign. Give it up for NABARD, ladies and gentlemen, National Bank for Agriculture and Rural Development. Nominated by Concept Public Relations India for NABARD Dairy Loans for Fake News Crisis. Congratulations to the entire team. Thank you so much, our honorable presenters, for being with us over here. I'll request you both to kindly take your seats. Thank you. Pleasure. All right. अवार्ड शो का सिलसिला, वो कहते हैं ना, क्या डायलॉग था, वो पिक्चर अभी बाकी है मेरे दोस्त. पिक्चर अभी बहुत बाकी है. Because पिक्चर में अभी आने वाले हैं some really impactful individuals who have really made the difference in the PR fraternity and corporate communications sector. 21 final awards remaining. थोड़ा हाइप बनाना बनता है. That is exactly what I'm trying. पता नहीं बना पा रहा हूँ कि नहीं, लेकिन बनाने की कोशिश जरूर है, because these are really special awards. And on that note, for these very special awards, of course, it's important that I call very special presenters as well. Ladies and gentlemen, the entire audience in the room, please clap and appreciate the presence of Joya from Ad Gully over here as our honorable presenter. जोर से बजाइए ताली please. मैम के लिए, ये अगर इनिशिएटिव नहीं लेगी तो ऐसे हम लोग इवेंट्स नहीं करेंगे, राइट? So of course it's important to appreciate the brainchild. I'll also be calling Bhaskar Majumdar sir from Comsadda over here as well. Thank you so much, sir. Been very patient with us right since morning. Thank you so much. On that note, ladies and gentlemen, Delhi IMAGEXX 2024, the final 21 awards remaining. Please, I expect you all to make some noise and turn on the heat over here. Come on. So, this one is the gold for exceptional employee environment. This one, ladies and gentlemen, goes to PR professionals. क्या बात है, वो वापस चाहिए, वो हो जिन्होंने भी किया सर, वापस इधर अभी शर्मा रहे सर. Congratulations to the team of PR professionals. Congratulations. Quickly moving on to the next award. Ladies and gentlemen, this one is the gold for best working culture of the year, jury's choice, Teamwork Communications Group. Team spirit, teamwork नाम है, इसलिए teamwork करके सब लोग आ भी रहे. Exactly, that's what we want. Come on, congratulations. Jury's choice, eventually leading to best party culture as well. Congratulations. Quickly moving on to the next award, ladies and gentlemen. This one is the gold for Best Working Culture of the Year. Ad Gully's choice. ये वाला जाता है to the team of Rudafin. कहाँ है team of Rudafin? Make some noise. देखो यहाँ पे एक और बेस्ट वर्किंग कल्चर का था, उन्होंने बहुत आवाज किया. हाँ, आप लोग को भी वही करना है, राइट? You're getting the award for working culture, right? Woohoo! Come on! क्या बात है? Congratulations! Very, very well done. And on that note, I'll quickly move on to the next award. नहीं, quickly नहीं move on कर सकता. We have the winners coming. क्या बात है? Congratulations. Rudafin. Hip hip Rudafin. Hip hip Rudafin. Hip hip Rudafin. इसके लिए भी मुझे अलग से पैसे नहीं मिले थे, ऐसे ही किया. Congratulations. On that note, moving on with the next award. This one is the gold for Best Working Culture of the Year. SPACFin Partners. जोर से बजाइए ताली. This one goes to you. यहाँ पे भी वर्किंग कल्चर दिखा मुझे. वहाँ पे जिस तरीके से you were celebrating, of course, that shows. Congratulations. All right. अभी मजा आने वाला है because the next category is the Ad Gully Young Guns of the Year. This one is the gold, ladies and gentlemen, goes to Priyanka Mani from Kaizen. देखो ये होता है एंट्री. उन्होंने अंदर आई and फटाक से आई स्टेज पे अवार्ड लेने. Congratulations, Priyanka Mani. Mani, 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 Mani. क्या बात है? Chalo. On that note, we move on to the next one, ladies and gentlemen. The gold for Outstanding Marketing Communicator of the Year. बजाइए everybody जोर से ताली for मीनू बागला. मीनू भी कर सकते हो आप लोग. She's winning it from Science Limited. Congratulations, Meenu Bagla, for winning the gold for Outstanding Marketing Communicator of the Year. All right, so the next one, ladies and gentlemen, is the gold for Outstanding Marketing Communicator of the Year. This one goes to Smita Hemige from ANSR. I hope I got the pronunciation right. Please don't crucify me if I have got it wrong. Have I got it right? Validate करने के लिए आ जाइए स्टेज पे. SPACFin Partners at it once again. Divya. Thank you so much, Divya Khurana. On that note, quickly moving on to the next award, ladies and gentlemen. This one is the gold for Corporate Communication Person of the Year. Manali Pilankar ji, please aa jaiye stage pe. She wins it from JM Financials. Manali Pilankar ke liye zor se taali, please, everybody over here in the house. Winner hai hamare yahan pe. She's not here, okay? So we'll quickly move on to the next one. This one, ladies and gentlemen, is the gold for Corporate Communication Person of the Year. Mrinal Kanti De from MobiQuick wins this one. Hey, khatam ho gaya. Thank you so much. Congratulations. Mrinal Kanti Day from MobiQuick. We'll quickly move on to the next one. Ladies and gentlemen, this one is the gold for Corporate Communication Person of the Year. This one goes to Rajan S. from Roche Pharma. Congratulations to Rajan S. from Roche Pharma. Okay, we have somebody collecting it on his behalf, of course. On behalf, congratulations and very well done. And please make him feel what he missed out. People cheering everywhere. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the next award is the gold. Congratulations. Quickly moving on to the next award. This one, ladies and gentlemen, is the gold for Corporate Communication Person of the Year, Viren Vesubala from White Rivers Media. White Rivers Media से कोई है कि नहीं है? शांति से लग रहा है नहीं है? नहीं है? Okay. Quickly moving on to the next one. इसका मुझे पता है बहुत जोर से आवाज आने वाला है. The gold for PR Agency Head of the Year goes to Vineet Handa from Kaizen. मैंने एक आगे देख लिया था अभी वो वाला. So we have Udit sir as well over here on stage, Mr. Udit Pathak from Media Mantra. This is truly a special moment. Everybody, I'll request all of you to kindly please clap, celebrate the wonderful work they have done. Kya baat hai? Congratulations. Udit sir is winning it for Media Mantra, PR Agency Head of the Year at Gully Choice, and Vineet sir is winning it for PR Agency Head of the Year from Kaizen. Both of them have won the gold. Kya baat hai? Congratulations. We'll request all of you, the photographers, to kindly take a photo. We'll do the photo. Cheer से ही समझ गया मैं काफी पसंदीदा इंसान है ये सबके. Congratulations. On that note, I'll quickly announce the next award. This one is the gold for Communicator Extraordinaire of the Year. Deepak Jolly जी के लिए बजाइए जोर से ताली. Consortia Advisory. क्या बात है sir? Congratulations. Very, very well done. Communications Group. Teamwork Communications Group, do we have you over here? Run, run, run. Award is waiting. Run, run, run. On that note, quickly moving on to the next award. Ladies and gentlemen, the gold for Specialist Consultancy Firm of the Year at Gully's Choice. Person के लिए बजाइए जोर से ताली. I'll request the representatives of Person to kindly join us over here on stage. Thank you so much. All for celebration indeed. All smiles, सब लोग पकड़िए. Thank you. Quickly moving on to the next award. This one, ladies and gentlemen, is the gold for Specialist Consultancy Firm of the Year. Candor Communications is it, ladies and gentlemen. Congratulations to the entire team of Candor Communications. Next award is the gold for Emerging PR Agency of the Year. Hindu. These people can never go wrong. Of course, it is the right PR, ladies and gentlemen. Right PR वालों के लिए बजाइए जोर से ताली, please. एक अवार्ड हो गया सबके साथ, एक इसको अवार्ड थोड़ा पकड़ के दे दीजिए फोटो. This is your first award. Oh, look at the smile, look at the smile. How cute, how cute. God bless, God bless. All right, quickly moving on to the next award, ladies and gentlemen. This one is the gold for Best Independent PR Agency of the Year, Media Mantra. आ जाइए सब लोग. Throughout the entire award show, these people. All right. अभी सब लोग को मजा आ रहा है, मुझे भी मजा आ रहा है. Last 3 awards left. And then we all can chill and party. So this one, ladies and gentlemen, is the PR Agency of the Year, Jury's Choice. बजाइए काइजन वाले ताली अपने लिए. पूरा टीम आ जाइए. पूरा टीम आ जाए. यहाँ पे स्टेज बहुत ज्यादा बड़ा है आप लोगों के लिए ही यहाँ पे. एंड थोड़ा विक्ट्री वाला फोटो वाला पोज भी चाहिए प्लीज, ऑल ऑफ यू ओवर हियर इन द हाउस. Kaizen, evolving perceptions in the true sense of the term. Woohoo! मैं देता हूँ shout out. Kaizen, 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 Kaizen. ये देखो अवार्ड शो को मैंने स्पोर्ट्स लीग बना दिया ऑलमोस्ट. People are cheering as if it's their respective teams, but then well done. Thank you. Kaizen, shout out to Kaizen, evolving perceptions. All right. Now is the time for PR Agency of the Year, Adgali's Choice. The gold goes to PR Professionals. आप लोग डांस करते करते भी आते हैं. देता हूँ मैं आपको. Professionals. कोई भी अगर फ्रेम से कट गया ना आप लोग के पेमेंट से समझ लो, एक शाउट आउट हो जाए। Hip hip. Congratulations PR professionals. Hooray! And now the final one. Hip hip. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. All right. अभी लास्ट अवार्ड है। थोड़ा एंटिसिपेशन बढ़ाऊं कि डायरेक्ट बोल दूं? क्या करूं समझ नहीं आ रहा। मेरे अंदर का होस्ट जो है उसको एंटिसिपेशन बढ़ाना है, लेकिन मेरे अंदर का इंसान जो है जो चाहता है कि सब लोग घर पे टाइम पे पहुंचे, उसको जल्दी बोलना है। Without wasting further time, ladies and gentlemen, PR Agency of the Year, gold goes to AdFactors PR! We'll call the entire team of AdFactors PR. Join me over here on stage. Congratulations to the entire team of AdFactors PR. Thank you so much. एक इनका हिप्पी पूरे हो गया ना, एक इनका आप लोग भी हिप्पी पूरे कर लो प्लीज। हाँ, फिर बाद में भाई वो अलग से कर लेंगे, उनको करना है अलग से। थैंक यू सो मच टू द एंटायर टीम एंड आवर रिक्वेस्ट। अच्छा लोग बाकी है, वो अपना फोटो शूट कर रहे हैं। ओके सो आई नीड हाँ ओके क्विकली एंड गुड वर्क। थैंक यू सर। तो नंबर अभी नहीं है ना प्लीज। The AdFactors team over here, they're going to be getting a group photo done. And then they need to leave the stage for me because I am yet to conclude the awards. I request the AdFactors PR team to kindly join because the awards is not officially concluded. थोड़ा सा पीछे आ जाइए प्लीज। Let's get the frame sorted quickly and move on.
So call the media mantra team.
We'll call. I'm yet to conclude the awards. Let's get done with the photo a little quickly, please. AdFactors. क्या बात है? Congratulations to the entire team. Thank you so much. And thank you. I'll just wait a little bit. 2 minutes, please. 2 minutes. I'm yet to conclude the show. I need to professionally conclude the show. Yeah, thank you. Are we done with the? I need the stage vacant for some time, please. Then you can come because I'm yet to conclude the show.
conclude ही हो गया.
I'm yet to conclude the show. I'm yet to conclude the show. I'll call. I need to conclude. I need to thank everybody. I need to conclude. Just give me 2 minutes. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So, आप सबने सुबह से मुझे सुना. I'll request all of you to kindly hear me out for the next 2 minutes more, please. I'll request everybody over here in this room to kindly please appreciate the efforts that AdGully team has taken to bring forward this wonderful initiative, IMAGEXX 2024. एक बार AdGully के लिए आप सब जोर से बजाइए ताली, please. I'll also request everybody over here to kindly clap for the hotel staff and also our friends over there at the console working very hard right from morning till the very end over here now. And lastly, एक बार अपने लिए बजाओ जोर से ताली Delhi. You've been absolutely fantastic. Thank you so much. I loved being over here in Delhi and I'm looking forward to coming again. Thank you so much. This is your host Shubhajit signing off and the stage is all yours. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Drink লাগায় সে
আমি ড্রিঙ্ক করি না স্যার
করিস না ওয়াইনও খাস না
কিচ্ছু না
কেরকম বাঙালি
আরে শুনুন हाँ सर आप आओ ना अभी स्टेज खाली है थैंक यू सो मच आपका हैम्पर में जुगाड़ कराता हूँ अभी तो बात होगा ना मेरा AdGully से अभी बात होगा AdGully टीम से बात करता हूँ सोन पापड़ी तो वो जस्टिस को सोन पापड़ी वाले डन मैं बोलता हूँ Done. Can I please mic off?
Sodom.